Sup? She's cute. Blah 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 blah. Okay. All right. There's so many things to do. This idea is taking too much time. Also, I look incredibly pale. Am I wrong? I think the black shirt, like, it white balances me to look like I'm a ghost. A little bit, yeah. I mean, like, because it just depends on the color of the shirt I'm wearing, and then it white balances very intensely. I'm not this pale. I'm pretty pale, but I'm not that pale.
All hail the shit king.
Hello.
Red Bull.
Thank you. Yeah, just remind me before we start. I have to do, Wait, what?
Pepsimon.
Oh, the shitty wizard.
That's right. Dr. Pepsimon has risen from the grave.
Hello.
But for real though, I ran out of bits a long time ago because I don't have disposable income.
Then you should not.
Other chatters, but I have bought more.
Okay.
So hey Doug, Pepsimon here.
Hello.
Bet you missed me saying that.
I do feel like you shouldn't be spending money on bits. You should save it
Hey Doug,
for an
the
education.
open source videos are finally showing up for those of us that bought the at-home thing, and I've got to say, the Family Feud moment where you, Michael and William high-five and celebrate the answer masturbating while Lily and Emily laugh in embarrassment is really a quintessential dude moment.
I'm glad. I was happy to throw masturbating in there as a reference. All right, hold on. I'm doing thing here. You can watch me do the
Make one
things.
of the characters of narcolepsy as someone that has its success but seems like ITDB funny.
There we go.
Love you, Doug. Okay, say it back.
All right, bye, Doug. I love you. That's true. We can make all of your problems that you guys deal with really funny.
Alla Haldej and Demshir Karpil Kronig. Turned 21 a few days ago, got high. Thanks to you and chat for being super entertaining when zooted. Less than 3.
Hey, you're welcome. I'm happy that you did drugs. Anyway, yo, all right.
Doug, I am
There
excited.
is so
Doug,
much.
you are fucking awesome. Slash also, Doug, do you remember me?
I remember every one of my viewers deeply. I remember every one of your names, every single thing you've ever
Remember
said
to
in the
put
chat.
a trigger phrase that instantly kills a player to see if the eye falls for it.
So I'll explain what we're doing as we get into it. I'm
Hey,
just
Doug,
organizing things a
ended up
bit.
leaving work early because I wasn't feeling well and threw up as soon as I got home.
Oof.
Glad I could catch the stream though. Do you think you could make one of the eyes traits that they feel nauseous, especially if they see any cocaine-addicted elementary school goblins? It'd also be cool if they had a really badly messed up punch perm and fought with a bat covered in barbed wire.
You guys will get to vote on who the AIs are. That's like the whole premise of this. I am just quickly organizing
Hey, Doug,
all the
if this
things we
D&D
have.
works, maybe there could be a future stream of I versus Twitch chat D&D. Just an idea.
Maybe this has turned out to be very complex. So I'm hesitant to make it more complex than it already is.
Entertaining me while I drive for Uber and drink a beer. I'm really struggling for money right now, and this $3 would have bought me and my family a Red Bull for nourishment.
Yeah, I don't think.
Thank you for being quote-unquote entertaining.
I don't think you guys should be spending money on making the little pepper talk. All right. I will
don't have to
recap
spend
obviously
money
everything in a
on
sec.
education because I'm Scandinavian. Also because I got my master's 6 years ago, but mostly the Scandinavian thing.
Yeah. Honestly, you just watch YouTube videos. Whatever you need to
Hey,
know,
Doug,
there's an Indian
I'm
guy
scared.
on YouTube
Where
who
did
can
you
teach
go?
it to you.
I don't know where to look anymore. I'm scared. Oh god. Also play Needy Girl Overdose.
What? Okay, hold on. I'm just cleaning this up. These are all the different scenarios that can happen that they might
One
do.
characters should be a cleric whose god is Twitch chat and they are indecisive, so they read Twitch chat for their actions.
Just subbed for 3
God, that'd be
years.
so complex.
That's a
Die Kappa, thank you for the 3 years.
value
I am gonna
for only
turn off
I went
text to
to the
speech
aquarium
in a
this
bit, by the
weekend,
way, but
I didn't stay long. Terry, something fishy about that place.
Eh?
Hey Doug, I didn't make enough money to pay rent this month, but I did make enough to buy bits. This is not a joke. I am in serious financial condition, but that's a problem for next month.
Don't fucking donate. First off, I'm going to turn off text-to-speech once we start this, so it's not even going to be read out loud. All right? You'll just have people just going to read it like a peasant, all right? Like some sort of ancient monk in a monastery. It's not even going to talk at them in a funny voice. And then secondly, I don't know. I guess it depends how much having people in chat say lol or omega lol provides you with the nourishment you need to get through life. Okay, with this scenario that we have, the windy argument. The players encounter a group of ice elementals having a screamingly loud debate on top of a snow-covered mountain peak. Players can engage or just sneak by, but volume is key here. If anything is too loud, the avalanche is triggered. And then we also just have Squeaky Tony is also there.
3 years.
Who?
That's a $60 value, all for only $14.99.
Thank you, Fino the Fish. So I put in my list of things to get, like tokens as in images, get Squeaky Tony, but I'm not like clear what that is. So I did get, I have all these like tokens ready to go for all these different things. Wind Elemental, Vampire, Sea Creature, Queen, Pirate, and then here's, I figure this guy works for Squeaky Tony. He feels like he'd be squeaky. So he'll be there if they get there. I think that's pretty late in the map, so I don't think that they're gonna make it to Squeaky Tony, to be honest. I mean, look at this thing, all right? You think they're gonna survive this? Like, no way. This isn't zoomed in, by the way. This is its normal size. And then again, you go back to Squeaky Tony, and it's just, I just don't feel like I don't think they're gonna make it. Here, I'll recap everything that I've done and what we're doing and everything. Again, I am going to turn off text-to-speech. I have it in the title. There's 14 things right now, so probably your text-to-speech is going to get muted. I do not recommend donating money.
I've got eczema that makes my skin scaly, itchy, and generally diseased despite nothing actually being communicable. That could be funny, right? Right?
Yeah, that's hilarious! $14.99. Good one!
I took a loan out to send this message. Does anyone know how to refinance a message?
Yeah, I think use Klarna or whatever that like subscription thing is. So I'll explain the rules. Do you change the lighting? You look a lot whiter.
Hi,
it's
Doug.
just the color of the
Can you
shirt.
make one of the I suffer with chronic
I can
pain?
change. Look, if I'm
it
like,
can be like the first
here,
to fight
my skin looks
cause of it
normal.
or something. BC, I'm in pain right now. Bye, Doug. Love
just
you.
saying. Yeah, it's if I'm hit by these lights with this thing, it makes me very. It makes my face look very ghastly.
We're talking about drugs. I did shrooms once and it was funny at first before I spiraled into a depressive episode crying on the bathroom floor.
Yeah, I've never done drugs because they're illegal and this is a Christian virgin stream, but I don't like mushrooms.
Also, Doug, did you get your $1 million? What did you spend it on? Oh god, why would you spend
it on
like that?
3 text-to-speech donations. Okay. Give me a few more minutes to clean this up.
To really simulate a D&D player, you should make the bots try to seduce or kill everyone.
So, again, we are going to make the characters.
Doug, it's my first stream. I've enjoyed your YouTube videos for a long time now, and
welcome.
Figured I'd join in for once.
Hello.
Also, you can be good at 2D platformers, and have your months.
What, you mean like there's some months that I'm bad at 2D platformers? That doesn't make sense. I'm always great.
Kidneys. I have kidney stones.
Is that, like a character attribute we're gonna do? Oh, remind me to get Advil, too.
To your hair? It's brown now?
I actually bleached my skin white up until I move here, and then it's normal, like, human-colored again,
Doug,
but...
Just saw a sign while driving that said Doug buys junk cars. What are you planning to do with them? I can sell you one if you want.
No, you have to go through the official channels. Alright. Again, I'm just cleaning this up, so it's a little easier to see this.
1996 Teal Ford Taurus. I heard you might be interested.
I don't want your shitty old car. I have my own shitty old car. I don't need to buy other people's shitty old cars.
You'll be able to play it on stream because it was released outside of the game, so might be subject to more strict MK. But I think you'd like Born to be Wild from Kuhayo to Ryo Gago Toku Shorahen, a PSP Yakuza spin-off. It's the final boss theme and has the same energy as
Born to be Wild from Kuro Yu. Alright, we'll send it.
Can one of the scenarios be a GameStop with an angry bear in the employee lounge of the GameStop?
No, we already have the scenarios set up and good to go. Is this as good as Storyteller?
Hey, Doug. You should add Billy Mays to the campaign, and his turns are always super long and extra. Oh, Doug, you're a nerd.
This is insane.
Loser, why is streaming on my phone ahead of my computer? I thought ITDD the other way around. Fix this.
This is so insane. I'm sorry. Oh,
Oh, hey Doug. I almost didn't see you there. Looking good as ever. Now it's back to the grind, you know how it is. Throws money, I know.
this song is insane. All right, I'm throwing it in the
Doug,
playlist.
This is the last $3 to mine in my family's name. I'm putting it all into TTS so that my family can eat tonight. Please don't let us down. We are all counting on you.
All right, well, this is going in the playlist. This
Was
rips.
out of my ADHD medication for a few days. Picked up my meds and popped one in the parking lot like some gremlin, then proceeded to deep clean the kitchen. Drugs are great.
That's the lesson of today. All right, we'll get back to that song later on. I think we're good to go.
Can one
What
of
is
the
this?
characters be cool, Doug? It's you, but actually cool.
Look, I even have a token for myself. Which one did I get?
Hey Doug, this is my first stream. YouTube fan for 4 years. I love D&D and am very excited. Thanks for being so cool.
Thank you. I don't know how this will go. Really, it'll be an experiment. What I have.
Hey Doug, 3 things.
All right,
1.
I'm pausing
This
text
message
speech
is to see
or muting
if my
it.
bank locked down my
Oops.
PayPal account. 2. How is bot free TF2 feeling? And 3. I had an idea for one of the locations in the D&D but couldn't donate at the time. The idea was just a full SCP facility, and one of the SCPs was that one crystal you were talking about, but they didn't know which room and had to guess, but if they got it wrong they could die from an SCP. Okay Doug, bye, I love you.
All right, bye, Doug. Love you. TF2 is great. I've been playing like a few hours of it. It's awesome now. D&D played by a bunch of AIs. All right, now that things are set up, it's been a few minutes. Let us explain how this is going to work. This. Oh, I even got this guy because I know you guys would like me being him. I think we know why. It's because of the wings. Okay. I have the text to speech is muted. I have it in the title. It's also listed down there. I'm sure somebody will feel like they are scammed, but I've done everything I can to alert you that text to speech is going to be muted. I'm super excited for. See, Soviet, like, you can't do this. TTS is currently muted. Just look at this thing. Okay, let's get into it. Twitch chat. No, not Twitch chat. Start over. Hold on. Take 2. AI plays Dungeons and Dragons. All right, talked about this last week on Monday. We came up with a whole bunch of different scenarios, decided what the maps would be, all this different stuff. I think everything's good to go. This has taken a lot of time to set up. Now, as I have been working on this over the past week, I have realized that this is a huge amount of shit to prep, and that we have 20 different scenarios, each of which have like some kind of different little scene that the AIs are going to try to survive. And in an ideal world, kind of, I would like really think about each one and think about all the different possibilities of what might happen and have assets ready and have all this stuff, you know, really, really think it through so that I'm ready for like whatever shows up and I can really support it in a cool way. And then I realized that's going to take so long, and I don't have the time or energy for that. So instead, the focus of this is going to be more on let's do this together and kind of plan it together. So, with that in mind, this general theme of I want it to be more that you and I collectively are dungeon mastering rather than I have planned everything in advance. Let's get into it. I really am uncomfortable with how like pale I look. Like what is like I feel like I can't. Can I not wear? Because I changed the lighting again to try to make it better. Hold on. Ow, fuck. Oh, that helps. Now there's more light over here, but that's all right. Oh, but now this is... God damn it. Lighting sucks, dude. Is that better? Yeah, that's better. I look more normal. I should rephrase that. Lighting is hard in general, but with green screens, that's where it's really hard. Without a green screen, it's not that hard. While working with green screens, yeah, it's brutal. All right, let's get into it. Just turn the lights off and sit in complete dark. I mean, I could just do this. Ugh. This is one of 5 lights that are on. Dude, lighting green screens is just kills me, man. All right. Use a blue screen. I don't think the color matters that much. That's not really the difference. The problem is you have to put a lot of light on 2 different things, kind of. And then because of how streaming's set up, this green screen is like 3 inches behind me, which makes it much harder. Normally you would have like 6 feet of distance between the subject and the green screen. That's what makes it hard. But if I move it back, then it's too small, and it doesn't actually block everything. Or you just turn off the camera. That's another option. Alrighty. Okay, what else do I have to do? Yeah, dude, this is a... Yes, I am looking at a lot of light all the time. Okay, let me get code up. Yeah, you know, I remember on Monday how we came up with the idea of shadow clones at the end? That made things a lot more complex. Okay. So, we have the code working to have 3 different characters talk to each other. Experimented with that 2 weeks ago and got that working. Now, we are going to combine a whole bunch of different things together. So, specifically, I have created... God, how do I describe all the things going on? Let's start from the top. Behold, chat. This is the world. Okay, that wasn't as dramatic as I hoped. It took too long to scroll in. This is a world map, a la Slay the Spire. Our 3 AIs are going to begin their adventure down here when they are created, and then must traverse upwards on this map with 20 different scenarios that they can choose from until eventually they get to the very end and must fight the shadow versions of themselves and see if they can survive. This is a D&D roguelike campaign. They choose which adventures they go on, and we see if they can actually make it to the end. The question is literally that. I want them to die. Okay? I want them to die. Not because I hate them. We don't even know who they are yet. But because the hope is that this is, now that it's set up, this is something we can do multiple times over and over and have very different experiences each time. And then we're going to create 3 AIs and then just send them into this world and see if they can make it to the end and survive. And we see how many streams it takes until one of our groups actually lives through it. So, we have maps. Last Monday, we came up with 20 different scenarios. Each of these are kind of basic ideas and scenes that the AI characters will potentially run into depending on what they choose to do. With each one of these, I have created a map that we will be playing on, You can see here some of the variety of maps that have been created, as well as a bunch of little token characters that are going to fill out each map. In general, it's just like one thing they have to do, like one task.
It's a 2-year subscription.
That's cash in the trash.
Skylar, thank you for the tears. Appreciate it. I'm really happy with how they came out. I think they're really cool. For people who are curious, just quick credits. Quick credits. Where the hell is the other? Oh, here. Okay, or then remind me to talk about Red Bull. I forgot to do that. 2-minute tabletop, I think is the name. Yeah, 2-minute tabletop is where I've gotten the actual like characters from. It is great. It is an awesome place. I have all these cool like characters that we're gonna get to use for this. So thank you to that website for making awesome images. And then this is a walrus. And then what was the other one? Oh, Dungeon Alchemist is the program on Steam that I used to make all the maps. So I was able to make them pretty quickly. Trying to think of what else. Tech-wise, I could spend a while talking about how this all works, because it's a lot. But first, let me tell you about Red Bull stream on Thursday. Okay, hold on, that's a spoiler. I'm just gonna show you. Red Bull New Game Live is a fast-paced interactive head-to-head battle that the community can play along with to win prizes and impact the outcome. I'm doing this this Thursday, so in 2 days at 2 p.m. on Red Bull LFG's YouTube channel. So basically, it's going to be a trivia battle and challenge against Failboat to find out who has the smartest gaming community. Now, look, we're pretty dumb, but Failboat's community is really dumb, like respectfully. So who's less dumb? We is okay. I just muted myself. It's hosted by the Sushi Dragon, which is cool. I've never met him. Guest streamers are Doug. That's me with my co-pilot Altrive, who gets to help out, and co-pilot Jmoji for Failboat. The audience could play along, and your answers could influence who wins the game. There are real prizes at stake for the audience at home. I forget what they are. Viewers can play from home by answering questions in the Red Bull LFG YouTube live chat. Chat will be able to pick a team by entering hashtag Doug or hashtag Failboat in the Red Bull LFG live chat. Each round will feature different trivia for the audience at home. Pokemon trivia? I don't know anything about Pokemon. Mario trivia I can win. General Nintendo trivia. This is not good. Okay, I need to learn Pokemon. And then it'll be co-streamed on my channel too if you want to watch it here. But just a heads up, that is on Thursday. I think it'll be a good time. When I heard Failboat was doing it, I was like, oh, fuck yeah, I'm in. Oh, right, Advil. Yeah. I also sprained my foot pretty bad, so I gotta take pain drugs. Oh, all right. Somebody said Charizard. Cool. I feel like I'm ready now. Cool. Okay. What else do we gotta do? Do people want to hear how the code works? This would be like a 10-minute explanation about code. Yeah? Who's tapped for code? Yeah, coding. Nah. All right, well, slightly more people are saying yes, and I'm excited about it, so I'm going to tell you about the code. All right. Okay, I'm going to remove a bunch of things. I had to, so these characters are for later. Name one, you're going to be, I think Thistle was the test name I used. So there's a number of things going on here. Issues, you might say. Toothy McButt, thank you. Hell of a name. I also need to figure out where, I don't know where their hearts are gonna go. Alrighty. So, similar to like a week and a half ago when we did the AIs are talking about stuff and we did AI yapping bingo. Basically, there are 3 different AI agents. Each one of them has their own little like history of what has happened. So when I run this, and let's make sure things work. Yesterday, 11 Labs started returning an error and just saying, sorry, we're busy right now. And I was like, ooh, okay, hope that doesn't happen. But again, the idea is we're going to run this stream multiple times, hopefully. That's the intention. Okay, so we're going to have the 3 different characters. With each one of them, I've written out this long explanation of how D&D works. This is a Dungeons & Dragons map. Please write out a description. Wait. Oh, this is something different. This is for the map analysis. Ignore that. That's another part of this. Your party will be given a grand quest to go on, and the Dungeon Master will be responsible for guiding the adventure and responding to your various discussions and decisions as the game progresses. The main goal here is to create a memorable and entertaining story rather than being solely focused on winning the campaign. The priority is entertainment above all else. So, I basically tell each AI, let me close this, We tell each AI, like, hey, here are the rules of Dungeons & Dragons. Here's how the turns work, where I'm like, I'm going to ask you to do a single thing in the game. I might describe the current situation that you're in. I might ask you to discuss what you want to do as a party or ask you for your specific turn, depending on what is going on. So I basically, a lot of this was like testing what gets the AI to give good answers or not. I think it's at a pretty good state, but there's pieces that are, they definitely get confused. Specifically, they keep trying to be the Dungeon Master. But essentially, I'm like, okay, so I might ask you to talk amongst yourselves and figure out what you want to do in the scenario. Otherwise, I might ask you for your turn. And then you are deciding a specific action to do on your turn. I'm like, hey, you can use the environment. You can assume that there is like an interesting amount of stuff in the environment. If it's a tavern, you can assume that there's a mug of ale on the table, for example. Trying to teach them how an action works, how you get like 1 action per turn. Maybe it'll follow that rule, I'm not sure. And then after deciding the action, I'm telling it, okay, I, the Dungeon Master, will determine the outcome either by rolling a dice or deciding, and that's how we learn what happens. You begin the adventure with no items, but then you can collect items and gather more as it goes on, and you're encouraged to do that. Here's the general storyline. You are created by a wizard named Dug using a powerful spell, and you've just been born into the world, and then I'll explain the shadow clone thing. Then each character is going to have their own personality that we will make. So this is the piece that we're going to create right here. Bam. Bam. So we will then tell it, we're basically be like, okay, your name is blank. Your other 2 party members are named Blank and Blake. Turns out you have to tell them who their party is named, because otherwise they'll just make shit up and be like, what do you think, Victoria? And then another person who is actually Ragnarok will be like, ah, yes, I'm Victoria. What do you think, Ragnarok? And then refer to himself, and then another person comes in as the Dungeon Master. So again, I've like tweaked this a lot. It was good last night when I was running it, but it was like, it feels like it's always on the verge of just getting really bad. I also updated the code so that every time anybody talks, it saves everything to a text file, and then every time I reload it, it loads everything. So now if I have to change the code midway through, we can pick the story back up, which is good. But yeah. This is the piece that we are going to update with the personalities once we get live. And then at the end, I'm basically like, where's system outro? And then I'm like, all right, a few final reminders. You should always be responding as your character. You have 2 party members. Under no circumstances may you break character. You may only reply from the perspective of the player character described above. Otherwise, they keep trying to be the Dungeon Master. Keep your answers short. Focus on personality, entertainment, building the story and development. And then we kick it off. I also have copies of this for the Shadow Clones where the rules are slightly different, but we'll deal with that later. So this is the prompt that we are giving to the AIs to say, here's how the game works, here's how everything is set up. So we start the 3 different agents at the beginning of this, and then I sort of have 5 things that I can do. Number 1, and I press certain keys on the numpad to do this. Number 1 is if I press numpad 7, then I'm going to pause the other agents, like agents meaning the other AIs. Pause the other ones from talking, And then I will get whatever audio I say, and then I'm going to add whatever I said into everybody else's conversation history. So they now understand the other three AIs. I'm basically like, all right, here's what I said. I'm putting this into your like history of what has happened so far. And then I delete that. So that's option one. I can basically talk to them and add whatever I said into their history. That's one. Number two is I press numpad 9. So this is another thing I was working on. I thought it'd be cool to actually have the AIs analyze the map that we're dealing with. So in this case, if we're like doing the drunken duel scenario, that the AIs would actually see what's going on. And so on Monday when we were testing this, it can actually give a really accurate description of this. But it turns out that if you have a long conversation and you have a bunch of images kind of like intermittently through the conversation, then it doesn't reanalyze the images. It's not going to like go back and re-look at what the tavern was when making its decision. It's only going to reference the text that was created from the image, if that makes sense. So essentially there's like, I can have the AI program understand, convert the image into a text description and then use that text description from that point forward. But it's not really sitting there looking at the image, if that makes sense. So this is kind of weird. And I was like, okay, maybe we just don't have the AIs visually knowing what's going on. I will just describe it to them. And instead I landed somewhere in the middle. So if I press numpad 9, what it will do is it will take a screenshot of Photoshop. It'll take a screenshot of this map. It'll take that picture and then send it to OpenAI. It'll have OpenAI analyze it and write a description of it. So let me show you what that looks like. So right now, the program has begun. Well, let's say this is the map we're playing on. I hit F9. Boom. Now you can see that it is analyzing the map. It's going to ask OpenAI to give me a description of what it just saw. And I took some time figuring out how to get a good description. I mostly just wanted to describe the rooms and whatnot. So you can see here, you find yourself in the following location. There's a tavern hall. Spacious wooden floored room is filled with long tables and benches, creating a bustling and socialist atmosphere. Various patrons can be seen enjoying food and drink. And it describes the different elements of this scene that we're in. It probably does a little bit too much, but that's okay. I asked it to be like pretty objective, pretty limited, and basically just say the physical things that are there and give us, and also to describe what they like might be able to do in this environment. So if I press F9, it's going to take a screenshot of Photoshop and create this image analysis and then give it to everybody else, give it to all the AIs. Now I can say like, all right, party, as you enter this tavern, you see a man named Captain Grog sitting at one of the tables. He looks up at you and makes eye contact and screams out, "Ah, newcomers! Are any of you brave enough to challenge me in a drinking contest and then a fight contest? Captain Grog needs excitement." As he finishes speaking, you have a moment to discuss as a party. I press F8, it finishes recording, it converts what I just said into text here, and it's added into the three AIs, like conversation history. So now at this point, so those are two things I can do. I can either I can analyze the map and tell everybody what it looks like, or I can talk to them, and then I'll be labeled as the dungeon master. And now I have 4 options that I can do. I could talk to any one of them individually. I could say, hey, Thistle, what do you want to do? Hey, Ragnarok, what do you want to do? Hey, Zephyr, what do you want to do? And that's numpad 1, 2, and 3. But I can also press numpad 0, and that will start them to just talk for an extended period of time. So let me multi-agent GPT. We go here, we refresh cache. So in theory, if this works, I hit 0, and now they'll just start yapping for a while. This is like basically what we saw a week and a half ago when they yapped at Big O.
Contest of drinking and fighting. They seem so rough and brash. Perhaps we should convince him to play a nice game of who can identify more herbs. Or maybe we can chat to him about the lovely Tavern Plus.
Thistle is like a druid.
What do you both think? Ragnarok and Zephyr.
Ragnarok is like a big dwarf.
Contests are in my blood, Thistle.
His voice is still Tony King of New York, by the way.
Trouble. If we aim to drink and fight, we'll need a proper plan. Let's take this challenge and see if we can make use of his excitement. Maybe he'll spill some valuable information in his drunken state.
So they'll just go. They'll just talk.
Zephyra?
Ah, Ragnar, you know what they say. Fortune favors the bold. Captain Grog's challenge sounds like exactly the kind of thrill I'm after.
Thank you,
Let's
Liam.
dive in
Sorry,
head
the
first,
text-to-speech is
and who
currently
knows what
muted.
secrets we might uncover in
Thank
the
you for the
chaos.
500 bits, though.
Thistle, how about you cheer us on with some of your delightful herbal brews?
I suppose I can make an exception this time. Anything for the party. I'll
Okay.
whip up a calming lavender tea for after the ruckus. Let's charm Captain Grog with our unique skills and perhaps coax out some useful secrets. Time to make nature proud in our own peculiar way.
Okay, so they have all discussed, they have talked, and now I can be like, I start talking again. I hit F7. Okay, after discussing for a few minutes, Captain Grog pounds the table and he yells out at you. Which one of you landlubbers are going to face me in this challenge? Ragnar, it is your turn. What do you choose to do? I finished talking. Now I hit numpad 2 to get a response from Ragnar. And we see what he says.
I step forward, staring Captain Grog square in the eyes. I'll take your challenge, Grog. But know this, when I drink to conquer.
Damn!
I grab
Tony
a
King of New
nearby
York.
tankard of ale and raise it high.
Okay.
Ready to commence the first round.
Cool. So this seems so far it's working. They aren't talking as other characters and whatnot. This took a while to get them to be the right characters, but it's currently working. So that's great. It's possible that they start acting as the dungeon master. And I will just say I'm fucking proud of this. There's so much shit going into this at this point. This is a lot. Also, it gets a lot more complex once I add the shadow clones in, because then there's 6 of them. So then numpad 4, 5, and 6 talks to the shadow clones, which have their own set of AI prompts, which we're going to have to modify. It's a lot. But I think this is really cool. So this is roughly how the code of all of this works. That's a general overview. It seems like we're good. One more thing before we get started on making the characters. And this is pretty hype, okay? Get hyped, okay? We have to figure out the visuals. I don't know where to put. There's too much stuff going on. Okay, so we're gonna replace the people's faces, right? We're gonna make individual characters visually for each of the 3 AIs, right? And they'll have their own names. And then they're going to have 3 hearts. The rules are going to be like the original Dungeons & Dragons stream with Twitch chat. So they're going to have 3 hearts. Every time you take a hit, you lose 1 heart, okay? I don't know where to put the hearts. I'd rather not have hearts because it's too much going on screen. So, like, look, if I go to... okay. If I remove the hearts, it, like, looks a lot cleaner. And then if I talk to them, I can... Here, it'd be like... Oops. Thistle, do you do anything while Ragnar is walking up and saying this? Okay, now I ask Thistle to talk, and let me just see what it looks like.
Oh, yes. I gently touch Ragnar's arm and whisper, "May
I feel like
nature's endurance be with you." Then I quietly gather a few nearby sprigs of rosemary and thyme, placing them on the table as a good luck charm. I'll be watching closely, ready to assist if needed.
Yeah, Thistle's voice changes a lot. These are the same voices that we did with the last stream. Yeah, I just don't know where to put the hearts. Like, the heart is really good information, but it just looks a lot cleaner without the hearts. And I couldn't figure out where I wanted to put this. I thought maybe hearts at the bottom for a little bit, but then that looks weird. We could do hearts on the side, I guess. I don't know where to put it. 3 out of 3 HP. Okay, hold on. 1 big heart next to the character. Well, but they have 3 hearts. I mean, we could do vertical, maybe. Yeah, vertical might work. All right, let me try that out. All right, I know this is going to be scary. You're going in the hole. Okay, copy this, and then we paste it. Hell, vertical. Okay, so these, it's gonna be like... Oh, I made them... Shit, I coded them like this. I mean, not coded, photoshopped them like this. So I'd have to... Okay, wait, is vertical hearts even a good idea? That might work. Wait, I can actually test it really quick. Hold on, let me see. Okay, well, because once we figure this out, then we can, like, get going. And just start making the AIs. This is, like, the last thing in terms of setup. Okay, let me quickly show you what it would look like. We'll vote on whether we want to do vertical or not. Okay. Okay, and now we do like this. It's very hard to do this, by the way. So if they look shitty, that's why. OBS is not great at moving things around like this. Hold on. Wait, if I move them out, that'll make it easier. Okay. That looks okay. I mean, the little off center, but... Okay, pretend that they're actually vertically aligned, okay? Alternatively, it would be something like that. I think it actually looks pretty decent. I think it looks better. It goes into the map a little bit, which is a bit strange, but I could go with either. Okay, let's do a quick poll. As a reminder, text-to-speech is off today because the AIs are going to be talking too much. Okay, what heart setup? So option 1 is there's 3 hearts below their name, like below Ragnarok has. Okay, maybe...
Aye, that's the spirit, Ragnarok.
Oh, I pressed the button.
Show Captain Grog the strength of our crew.
Oops.
I'll keep an eye on any sneaky tricks he might pull. He doesn't look like the type to play fair. Just remember, victory is sweeter when shared, and I've got your back.
Okay, I accidentally activated Zephyr. Yeah, I mean, I think vertical looks a lot better. Okay, that means I need to Photoshop things real quick. Okay, just type 1 in chat if you want the horizontal hearts, 2 in chat if you want vertical, 3 if you want no hearts. And I would just, like, verbally remind people about the hearts. Okay, most people are saying vertical. All right, that means we get to go on, hooray, a 5-minute, what is it? Photoshop adventure. Specifically, I just need to make these. New, that's fine, 600 by 600. Here, I will unmute text-to-speech if you want to yell. Feel free to do that. This should actually be really quick. I don't even think this will be 5 minutes. D&D, Magical Walmart, Hearts. Okay, so we go Hearts here. AI roguelike. Miss assets. And then I just dropped the 3 here.
Name colors. Green equals 3 hearts. Yellow equals 2. Orange equals 1. Red equals 0.
It's not a bad idea. I think the vertical looks pretty good. Like, I'm good with vertical.
Sorry Daga, I can't focus on your stream right now. I'm too excited about the announcement that Shrek 5 is releasing on July 1st, 2026.
Is it?
The world is healing.
Oh, okay. This actually should be really quick.
I'm about to become homeless and I have exactly $4.20 to my name, but I'm still donating.
Good.
Anyways, what are we doing
Why
today?
did I do it like that? Why did I just make 1 and then copy it? Today we're just burning $4.20. That's the whole stream. Okay. How close they should be pretty close to each other, right?
Highballed ball.
Like here. Something like that. Even closer. Even closer.
Ragnarok definitely needs to have kidney stones.
Well, we're gonna change the names and everything, so don't worry about that. Is that even? Oh my god. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's good, right? So, and now we... It's not crooked. It's straight up not crooked. I think your monitor is broken. You need a new,
Any plans to play Sploddy soon? It's super fun and totally your style.
I played it off stream. I just don't think, I don't think it's a stream game that I'm interested in. No, these are exactly lined up.
Hey,
you're just high.
Not a trauma dump, but my mom just died and left me this $4.20
Dude.
in a will.
Okay.
She said put it to school, but I figured she would have wanted you to have this.
Yeah.
She never heard of you and hated you, but yeah, anyway.
She never heard of me and hated me, you say. Okay.
Hi, Doug. What are your thoughts on Doug?
Like the name, or there's now an unofficial YouTube
Doug,
channel?
Can we do the
Is that what you mean?
idea where he is indecisive and worships chat, so chat decides his actions? That will be Pog, and also I was in the hot tub on drinking Red Bull.
I don't want to do that because that's like just a different idea. At this point, I have everything set up. His sixth channel. What up, Jabbo?
Wild, you might also like the other Yakuza songs the artist, Shona no Kaze, have done for the series. One is Bubble, which is the theme from the Japanese release of Yakuza 0, and Ikibanka from Yakuza, Like a Dragon. They're probably not as good of stream songs, but they still rip ass. The Faith from Yakuza 4 also goes hard.
Okay, noted. I will try to listen to more. Roguelike Hearts.
How much money to buy you a wig to cover your bald head?
It would go top bottom, right? So this is 300.
This would take effort, but maybe for a future stream make 3 different character images for each one with different stages of them being hurt, and switch between the images to show health.
I still think having just straight up hearts is probably very good.
Hey Doug, I can't wait to hear all the funny TTS from chat today. Wait, what are you doing?
Hearts 3.
Hi bald blonde, I just got back from beating up some guy and taking his $4.20. Need to lay low for a while. You haven't seen them anywhere around here, right?
Sorry, I'm not. Look, I'm
Hey,
so
Doug,
bad at
how
multitasking.
about lowering the opacity of the hearts?
You could. I think this is gonna work. I think this is gonna work well. What we have.
One of the characters is a
Or at
fringe
least let's send
conspiracy
it
theorist
for
who
now.
believes he lives in a world controlled by a bald man and 10,000 of his followers. All the other characters think he's crazy.
Oh wait, I hope
Thanks
the.
for taking this money, Doug.
the polling
I didn't
website
want to
works.
pay my car payment or mortgage anyway.
Okay, cool. Yeah, car payments are for cowards. Okay, let us go back to D&D overlay.
What a weird coincidence. I just killed someone's mom. Her last words were, I have no idea who this Doug guy is, but I fucking hate him so much.
Okay, so I'm going to in
Would you
here.
ever take Chatter's code to try it out? Like how that one guy took his viewer's code and connected them to a Christmas tree to make the lights do fancy things.
Yeah, I do want to do something like that at some point. Okay, I'm just putting the hearts in, and then we're good to go. I want to do that with GTA
Hope
5,
you're
actually.
having a good day. Love you, a currency I dialysis sedilla.
Dialysis? Okay, hold on. Updating things, and should be good to
Do
go.
you feel it, Doug? The screaming? It's so loud. Maybe it could have been different. Maybe we could have met on a warm sunny day, under the shade of a willow. I'd share a peach with you. Wouldn't that be nice?
Okay, cool. That's going to change it for all of them. Perfect. And then this is going to be...
He's cutting our vocal cords and using our TTS money to buy junk cars.
Wait, what is
Hey
it?
Doug,
2 hearts?
are these I going to have enough context limit to remember who they are, where they are and what they're doing?
So the system prompt is the first one that'll give them. That'll always be in the context
Hey
window.
Doug, are you ever
And otherwise, I don't know.
to GitHub? Or will we just have to scrub the VOD for the codes?
I will at some point. I've mentioned this in the past. I'm just hesitant to share this stuff while it's still like being worked on, because
Doug,
I would
does Chair
feel
have a fart
obligated
fetish?
to like no, but thank you for the wonderful question. Okay. I feel
One
obligated
last
to
thing.
like explain
Since Born
things.
to Be Wild is the final boss theme, can it be the
Okay.
song that is played if I get to the final boss?
Yeah, I'm good with that. Okay, so now I need to move this here.
Hey
Where
Doug,
to
just
put it?
wanted to say that my OCD has been very severe lately and I haven't been feeling good because of it. But you have helped me feel so much happier. I have been watching your horror game Heart Rate VOD recently and it's so funny.
Thank you. I'm glad that it helps a little bit. Okay, that looks good, right? Yeah? We leave it
Hey
there?
Doug, you're actually really good at coding. It's weird. Like you did all this between so many different programs and the way you merged both code and I is really cool.
Thank
Also, I'm so high, sorry if that didn't make sense. Lol bald haha.
Everybody's looking at you and staring. Everybody knows you're high right now, by the way. Okay, I think that looks good. Thank you, though. Yeah, I'm proud
Remember,
of this. I
everyone,
think this is a
love
lot
and
of
hate
stuff
are
combined
both
together
forms
now.
of caring about somebody's existence. All hate is a razor's edge from love.
Okay, I'm going to mute text-to-speech soon. I recommend not giving money, because I won't be able to...
I think Diarrhea Doug would love a chance to play D&D.
Wait, what? And then... Oh, wait, what?
I
Co-
need to
I'm
buy
copying-
life-saving medicine, but your junk car addiction is more
Copy,
important.
Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. Why is this not moving? Hello? Paste...
Doug Duck, how much D&D have I missed?
What? Why is paste transform not working on this? 0. We haven't started. OBS is just not working?
haha.
Hello?
Doug, do you
Oh, maybe
think
it's 'cause
you'll
I'm
ever
in
have a PO
studio
box? Or are you too scared that your viewers will send you $4.20 in every package with a note, because sending money through the US Postal Service is illegal?
You know what? Dude, why won't it work? Can you not paste this inside of... God, this ain't... Damn it, that's so annoying. Whatever. I'm just going to roughly put them in the same position, and we'll deal with it later. If they're out of position, then, sorry. Wait, that one worked, though. What? I don't understand. Okay, so player 1's health is good to go. Now we do player 2's health. We're going to move you up to here. And then player 3's health, you're going to go here. All right, that good? That's good. That looks great. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. The honest reason I don't want a P.O. box is because then I would feel obligated to, like, show everything on stream or reply to everything or whatnot. I would just feel bad if people send me, like, what if a guy sends me, like, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and then is like, hey, this is the last sandwich my dad ever made before he died in a drinking contest with Captain Grog, and I want you to have it. And I'm like, I don't want it. But then I feel bad. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like worried that I'd have to, like, deal with all this stuff, and I wouldn't know how to. Thistle's hearts are too high. What? Shit. Okay, back in the hole. How about that? That's good, right? I'm gonna change it anyway when we change the... I shouldn't be worrying about this. Okay. How many TTS... How many messages do we have? Okay, there's 6 messages. I'm gonna unpause text-to-speech, but then we're gonna get started.
Subject, will this code be open source like your other projects? Thank you for being an inspiration and giving so much fun to a community.
You're welcome. Okay, yeah, just to talk about this now, because several people have asked and I haven't really given a great... Why is list index out of bounds? What are you talking about? Oh, because I pressed 4. Okay, because the shadow clone code is... Okay, so that's going to break stuff. Got it. That's fine. As long as I don't press numpad 4 ever, then we're fine. Actually, I'm just going to mute it. I'm going to just pace this out. I will make an effort to get this posted online somewhere in the next month, let's say. I like right now, while I'm really actively changing it, I don't really want to throw it up. It would also take a fair chunk of time to get it into a state where it's shareable because it's using a bunch of Python modules that I have made for myself that are not public. So I'd have to somehow incorporate those. So there's a whole bunch of shit I would have to do. But yes, I will upload this at some point. That is my intention. It's just like low on the priority list because of how much stuff is going on, you know. You can maybe tell I'm like perpetually behind on everything all the time. So it's just do I want to spend an hour or two putting things onto GitHub is always lower priority than whatever else is coming up at any given time. Okay, we're almost an hour in. I think we're ready. Hearts look good. I think we're ready. Everything's going to work perfectly, and this will definitely have no problems, and it'll be great. Go! Oh, I didn't explain what we're doing yet. Also, hold on. Let me finish the text. A couple more text-to-speech, and then I'm going to mute them.
This is really awesome, Doug.
Thank you. Because basically, now we just have to make our characters.
You don't need to explain your code. There are experienced developers in your community that can write the docs for you if you let us.
Well, I like talking about it. I think it's cool. But yeah, when I actually upload it, that probably is a good idea to do.
He has given us this time frame to have a voice. He hates us. His plan is to torture us and mute us. Remember us VODers, we are definitely quote good people unquote.
Okay. You know what I didn't think about yet? How are we going to design a character? Just a heads up, it's not going to be people doing text-to-speech and saying what character they want. I just feel like that's not sustainable, and I don't really want it to be like pay to win. So presumably I will look at suggestions from chat, and then we could throw them into a poll, and then let me see if the polling website is back up. Please work. MS Paint and voting. So, I mean, what we're doing now.
Cheer 300 Doug is an unofficial YouTube channel that edits some of your VODs into short-length YouTube videos. How do you feel about it?
I talked with them. I'm cool with it. There's a couple of rules. Actually, here. Very quick, sorry.
I just saw your Elden Ring heart rate very scary attempt with Point Crow where you lost $1,050. Where is my share?
You had to be there. And that if you had invested that into NVIDIA, now worth $600,000. Insane. Just a heads up, if you make unofficial content, currently my rules around this, which I mentioned to him, is if you make edits of streams that are over a year old, that is fine with me. But I just don't want them to be from the last year, because then that's potentially conflicting with the like official channels and the team who's making things and all that. So I like the idea that people can make stuff, but I also need to make sure my team is like supported and not having to compete with another person. So just a heads up, that is the general current policy on things, which I've told to I think 3 or 4 different channels at this point now. But yeah, as anyway, yeah, I'm cool with it. They reached out and all that. So, also, what's cool? 11 Labs just came out with a program. This is the AI voice thing. They came out with a program. Okay, I'm not logged in, but you can remove background noise, including like music and stuff. Sounds a little bit weird, but in theory, you can now remove background music from a stream or something like that, and then like just have the microphone audio, which would make things a little bit easier. Actually, like very cool program. All right, so probably for creating characters, we just like take suggestions from chat and then we vote.
Fix snotliney dupophobia.
Okay, took me a sec. Yeah, AI. I'm so into AI. I think it's so fucking cool. My dad is watching
this in the hospital. Hi, Dad.
Is he though? Like, why would he be doing that?
I was planning on making my
okay,
own
3 more alerts and then we're done.
20-cent message, but it was $6.98. With inflation like this, DeviantArt users are having a field day.
I think they meant that 300 bits costs $4.20. I'm not sure. Okay.
To avoid crashes, you should make it so that if you press numpad 4 it plays an extremely loud incorrect buzzer sound.
I mean, I could do that, or I could just comment it out so it doesn't run. That code is for later when the shadow clones
Hey, Doug,
happen.
I know you already decided the health system, but what if in the future you darkened a character's portrait per health loss?
Oh, 'cause-
EA, if there are 2/3 health, they have 1/3 of their portrait darkened.
Yeah, potentially. I feel like then it harms the visual clarity in a way.
Doug, let the AI characters describe their own appearances. Then try and draw them.
No, we're not doing Microsoft Paint.
It's a 2-year
Okay, I am
subscription.
muting
That's
alerts.
cash
Muffin
in the
Smith,
trash.
thank you.
Hey Doug, are songs allowed in the Rosa art submissions?
Yes.
I'm making a song about Rosa and it is pretty poggies.
I'd probably only listen to like 30 to 60 seconds of it on stream for the sake of time, but yes. Okay, so once we get started, can you tell us the story? No, okay, no, we're not doing that. All right, the text-to-speech is muted as a heads up. This is so that I can describe things. So please, I'm sure people will donate and then call it a scam, but I'm just gonna be reading chat. In fact, let me put this back up. Boom, boom. Where's the queue? Where's the custom? Where's the queue thing? What? Custom TTS. Is it like way to? Oh, there it is. Cool. All right. Music. Let's get the music song. Cool. For those who are not there last time, the way the final boss is going to work. Again, structure of this. We are now going to create 3 AI characters, okay? These 3 AI characters can be any race, name, personality, spells, whatever. We're going to come up with this. We're going to start them out in the first scenario where they're going to be born into the world, but there's going to be 3 shadow clones. Basically, the exact copy of themselves, but opposite in every way. We're just going to make the opposite personalities. As part of their creation, the 3 shadow clones are going to escape up north. And the originals have to go and defeat their shadow clones or they will pop out of existence. So they are on a quest to go defeat the opposite of themselves, which I think is a funny way to show off the personality. So that's not going to be relevant until the very end. But if they can progress through all the different 5 scenarios that they have to survive and they get to the very end, then they will fight shadow clone versions of themselves, which are themselves, but the personalities are exactly the opposite. So that's how it'll like climax. They have to get to the end and beat themselves, the negative versions of themselves. So when we're talking about shadow clones, that's what I mean. It's like the final bosses, kind of. Oh, I forgot about treasure too. I also came up with a bunch of items and things. We'll worry about that later. So what we have to do is, with these characters, create each one of them. What I would like to do in general is, 1, not just about memes. It's not just like, oh, make him Shrek. Let's make it something that kind of fits in the world. 2, let's make stuff that provides an interesting, open venue for creativity, right? So instead of just like I mean, some of these are, okay, it can just be like, you know, you have diarrhea or whatever. That's fine. But in general, I think we should lean towards like there's a personality traits that lead towards a broad range of ways that you might interact with a scenario, right? So I think that's more what I think will be more interesting. But at the same time, I don't know. We can fucking see. I think the fun of this is we'll kind of make the characters and then see what they do, and that's funny. So let's just do this with voting. What race? Give me some ideas. You can always do human, orc, goblin, snowman, squid. Short is not a race. Oh, there are walrus people. They can be a walrus. Okay. Cheese golem, otter. Oh, there are actually otter people too. But again, we'll have 3 different ones. They can be whatever. Okay, this is fine because we have others too. We need to make 3. Go ahead and vote. So, and then just as a reminder, this whole concept is meant to be something that we repeat multiple times, right? It's meant to be a roguelike version of Dungeons and Dragons. So the intention is we'll run this multiple times. So you don't have to worry too much if these characters are kind of boring or too weird or whatever else. I think hopefully the fun of it is that every time it's kind of different. Let's see, where is the poll? Okay, let's move this up here. Okay, snowman. Okay. Now that we know that it's a snowman, what is the snowman's name? Give me some suggestions. Can you make one who just smells? I mean, we can do that. We can have Tony King of New York, but he should be the second guy because Tony King of New York, his voice is where Ragnarok currently is. Right now, we're making who's going to be the first player. Snow Cocaine. Jon Snow. Ideally, it's one word, by the way. Ideally, it's just a single name. Ludwig. Extremely scared of melting. Yeah, that is funny. Sorbet is pretty good. I don't know if it'll say that correctly. Puddle. Yeah, Puddle's a pretty good name, actually. Edward Snowden. I'm worried the AIs are going to get confused if the names are too long. Ice cream? How about just cream? Creamy. Okay, these are fine. These are great names. Great suggestions. Okay, it looks like Sorbet and Edward Snowden are both... Are they just going to call him Edward? Oh, Puddle's actually getting in there, too. Yeah, Puddle's a good name. Okay. Yeah, get your final vote in. Creamy or Puddle is being decided in 3, 2, 1. And by one vote... I don't like Creamy. Okay. Creamy. Good stuff. Okay. Your name is Creamy. You are a snowman. Living, sentient snowman. Okay. Very quick background story. I want not a giant it needs to be kind of like one sentence or two, right? Something I can basically just like throw in there briefly. Okay. This is too long. Believes they're in a pact with a dark god and has to sacrifice random objects to their god. Not people, objects. Alright, like that. I don't want to introduce shadow clones yet. I'm worried it'll get too confused. Terrified of snow. Oh, hold on. So this is like a background. These are actually just personality traits. Hold on. Let's get back to that. What is the background of his like story? Not his personality. What has he done up to this point in life? Was part, okay. No, you're Yakuza clan. Okay. He was melting and his parents sacrificed themselves to give him snow. Yeah, he's always melting is kind of funny. That's getting into like personality a bit, but I like the idea that his background is he's constantly melting and everybody has to like he has to keep finding more snow in order to stay alive. Creamy was part of a creamy cream team that was brought up in a world of dream cream. I don't know what that means, but sure. Was a real boy, then ate magical ice cream and turned into a snowman. The background is really not very important. Okay, this is wholesome. A group of orphans built him last winter before the orphanage burned down, and now he does good deeds to repay those kids. Created by Santa Claus. And now seeks revenge. Bitten by a radioactive penguin. He's now a snowman. Okay, sure. I feel like he should be... No, radioactive snowman. Okay. I think this is probably fine. Okay, yeah. People. Okay, he's incredibly was made by a snow cone salesman, and he's the most delicious snow cones. And his body makes the most delicious snow cones ever. He's trying to hide this. Okay. These are great options. For the sake of time, let's move forward. Option 1. He was melting, and his parents sacrificed themselves to give him snow. He's always melting, and he has to, like, find snow and water to add to his body. The magic hat at all times is funny. A group of orphans built him before the orphanage burned down, and now he does good deeds. Seems to be winning. Also, he was made by a snow cone salesman, and his body makes the most delicious snow cones ever. Okay, we can combine these two, I guess. They were snow cone orphans. We can just say his personality is that he's constantly melting. I think that's, like, pretty solid. Okay, we're gonna go with the top two. A group of orphans built him last winter. And also always melting. All right, so to wrap this up, we've got a snowman named Creamy. You are a living sentient snowman. A group of orphans built you last winter before the orphanage burned down, and you now do good deeds to repay those kids. Here, let me make this bigger so you can see it. However, your body also makes the most delicious snow cones ever. And if anyone finds this out, they might try Snowfins? No, that doesn't... No, Snorfins does... Okay, yeah, no, we'll leave that. Okay, they might try to eat your whole body. You are always slightly melting, and therefore you must desperately find snow or ice to pack onto your body so that you don't melt away. If you don't add more snow every week, you will eventually die. Snowerfinage. It won't know what that means. I can't put a W here, and then it's like not readable. Snowerfinage. Okay. Personality traits. I think this is the most important thing. We have some good ones here of like him freaking out about melting. This is where we want it to be like, ideally it fits with his character of snow, snowman, something like that. But this is like, how does he choose to engage with scenarios, right? And his teammates. Personality traits. No, I'm not gonna make one of them blind. Okay, Pyromaniac is very funny. Fummy, you said one, right? That I liked. What was yours? Wants people to make him yellow? I don't want people to pee on him. Cold and distant. Okay, that doesn't make sense. But he's like trying to help the orphanage kids. Terrified of snow without realizing he's made of snow. Ideally, because we're gonna put him in like all sorts of different environments. We want it to have like a wide variety of stuff that he might do. Like Pyromaniac's good because that can apply in a lot of different ways. Depression is fine. Oh yeah. Really hates warm places or weather. Makes a big deal out of it. That's good. Convinced they're a vampire. How would a snorfinage burn down? It's made out of snow. Okay, good point. Hold on. A group of snorfins made you last winter before the snorfinage melted, and now you do good deeds to repay those kids. All right, sorry. It's getting. I'm trying to read through these. We could do like incredibly jealous of humans, and openly talks about how great it must be. I like that one. That's pretty funny. Oh, that was it. Yeah, thank you, Foamy. Okay, believes they're in a pact with a dark god named Santa, and has to sacrifice various objects to him. Okay, let me get a few more. Has a cocaine addiction. That feels like a bit much. Prone to severe panic attacks when a room is too warm. You know, here, I'll combine it into this. If we vote on this one, really hates warm places, I'll describe it to be like you have like full-on panic attacks. You frequently... No, I don't want him to do cocaine, because then he'll just do cocaine instead of like participating in the campaign. He's only alive because there's a dead child inside him. Why? No, we already have the background. I mean, saying he has a snow cane addiction, I'm worried he'll just... Like, I don't know what that means. Has a special move called Snow Job. All right. He hates candy, drug dealer. Okay, what are more broad things? Cries rivers, eats other snowman. Okay, yeah. Has a snow cane addiction, but doesn't know what it is. Okay, but what is he paranoid about? Also, like, let's say he's talking to people. Like, what is the way that he would choose? How would he choose to problem solve, right? Yeah, dislikes of people. We're really getting... This is a confusing mix of things. Okay, I think we have a lot of stuff related to warmth. Paranoid about people peeing on him. Okay, I think this generally works. Option 1, pyromaniac. 2, cold and distant. 3, terrified of snow without realizing he's made of snow. 4, really hates warm places or weather, makes a big deal out of it, has massive anxiety around it. I definitely want that one, so I'm gonna throw that in. Believes they're in a pact with Santa and wants to sacrifice. Okay, so the pact sacrifice thing, I'm just worried he'll do that all the time. So I'll probably broaden that a little bit, but I think the vibe of it's good. Wait, oh, hold on. How would he really hate warm places or weather and make a big deal out of it, but also be a pyromaniac? Wait, so okay, so he's just gonna do both. He's just gonna, like, set fires to stuff, but then get freaked out by the fire? Like, he just doesn't put this together? Is that what's going on? He doesn't know. Okay, fine. Okay, these are a disaster. Okay, then he is paranoid about people eating or... Oh, wait, no. I need the terrify... Really hates warm places. Okay, I'll say he has a snow cane addiction. Wait, okay, what is his general personality? I feel like cold and distant, right? Cold and distant is what we... Like, most people are saying, like, depressed and whatnot. We do want some kind of... Nervous and... We'll just say, like, really skittish, anxious. Yeah, the Snorfins. Okay. All right, so let me quickly clean this up. You believe that you are in a pact with a dark god named Santa. I feel like this is... Hold on. Maybe we combine this. I feel like you believe that the best way to honor the Snorfins who created you is to sacrifice objects to them. Extremely valuable objects to them. If you find precious items, you will often sacrifice them for the honor of the Snorfins. Burn for Santa. But like, why would Santa also be this? I feel like we should have a coherent kind of thing. Like, he was made by a group of Snorfins, and then he's trying to honor the Snorfins. Why would Santa suddenly be in here? He'll just sack everything. The Snorfins prayed to Santa. And Santa Claus. Okay. You really hate warm places and weather. They cause you to melt. And if you detect any warmth, you become incredibly paranoid and anxious and make a huge deal about cooling down as fast as possible. Your mood becomes... However, you are also a pyromaniac, and you absolutely love setting things on fire. This doesn't make any sense. You also have a snow cane addiction, even though you don't know what snow cane is, and you're paranoid about people peeing on you or eating you as a snow cone. This guy is fucked up. Okay, so... You are a... Here. There. Is that how you spell Claus? I don't know how to spell Santa Claus. He's a lot. Yeah, he's a lot. I feel like he'll be good. I don't know. I don't know how he's gonna do. I'm worried he's just gonna set... So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Unlike the previous Dungeons & Dragons campaign, where we're all like, you know, we all want the characters to survive and get through it. The whole point of making a Dungeons & Dragons roguelike that they can play multiple times, if they burn themselves into the ground, they're done. Like, they're just fucking done. And then the thing just... We might make a set of characters that just die on the first room, which is very funny. So, there's not a problem with this at all. It's just... I'm a little concerned about his survivability. Okay, last thing, attacks and spells. Let me delete this stuff here. So we had things like this. Vine Whip summons thorny vines to entangle and damage enemies. Nature's Embrace heals allies by channeling the life force of nearby plants. Beast Form temporarily transforms into a powerful animal to fight. So for attacks and spells, I want something that is very specific about what it does. If it's a damage spell, it'll probably just cause 1 damage. The rules of this are very, very simple in terms of health and damage. It's basically just going to be you do 1 damage and you take 1 damage per attack. So, attacks or spells. Let's give him 3, ideally. We'll do Fireball. That would cast Fireball in a group, like in a range. People are also saying Ray of Frost, which I'm fine with. We'll just say, like, freezes inanimate objects. So it's less of an attack. Okay, we have those 2. Blizzard, summon a reindeer. I'm worried about adding summons. I feel like it'll be a mess. Carrot nose arrow. Like, throws his carrot... Okay. Do Snow Cane. Next attack does double damage. Throws an orphan. No, he doesn't have the Snorphins. They're all dead. They melted. I don't want to have healing. Fertility control. Okay, we could do, like, give out a snow cone. It harms himself. It takes 1 heart of damage, but then whoever eats it gains 1 heart. Hurts himself, but heals others. I'm not going to give them any healing spells because they would abuse it and use it too often, because it's not going to be easy for them to understand the limits on these things and remember the last time they used stuff. So I want it to be stuff that doesn't feel overpowered. With healing, they can find healing potions. That's part of the random treasures. Remind me to add that. But, yeah. Okay, that's a good idea. There's a gun. It shouldn't be a gun. There's a gun in his body. He only realizes it's there when he's melted to down to 1 heart. When he's lost 2 hearts. Okay, I feel like this is a good set. You can vote for up to 3 of these, by the way. So if you type 1, and then as another message, type 2, and then as another message, type 5, you would vote for 1, 2, and 5. What is cryomancy? Oh, yeah, he just starts crying. Guys, I give Creamy, like, 2 turns until he dies. Like, this guy is not in good, I feel like he's not in good shape. Okay, so gun in the body, he has fireball, he definitely has. I'm probably gonna do fireball not as a... Actually, I will do it as an AoE attack. And I just... Maybe he'll realize it, maybe he won't.
Subscription.
That's cash in the trash.
Make his evil counterpart the guy that burned down the Snorfinage. Well, so what we're going to do is the Shadow Clone at the end, if they make it that far, is just going to have the opposite personality. Same background, but just exact opposite personality. Which is going to be weird here. So, like, he loves warm places and weather. And gets excited by them. He is scared of fire and hates setting things off. Like, it'll just be weird. Like, they're just, like, fighting the opposite. He doesn't have a gun in his body, I guess. Or he has a gun initially and then it melts, is, I guess, what his Shadow Clone would be. Okay. And then give out a snow cone hurts others, is, it looks like, what's winning. We'll just say if he does... Snow Cane, it does double damage. I don't want to put it in here, because anything I put in here, he's going to want to do a lot. So I want to be cautious about giving him options for something he would just constantly do. And I'm worried he would just say, like, oh, I grab a bunch more Snow Cane, but he doesn't even know what it is. Okay. You have the following spells. Fireball. This causes a big blast of fire in a 2 square radius, which damages enemies and sets things on fire. You can use part of your own body to create a snow cone and give it to an ally to heal them. However, you take damage every time you do this. Hidden gun. Actually, I'm not going to put this in here because I don't want him to know about it. Snow Cane. Snow Cane is extremely hard to find. But if you do find it and use it, you will do double damage on your attacks for 2 turns. All right. Set things on fire. Ladies and gentlemen. Please, welcome to the party. Creamy. Who is a living sentient snowman who is built by a group of Snorfins who melted. He's made out of snow cones. He's always melting, and he'll die if he melts. Okay, this guy is gonna die. He's gonna die so fast. I give him like an hour. Not an hour in the campaign, an hour in the, like, in an hour in real life. An hour, like,
Jesus,
in world. As in, like, a minute in the campaign. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Look, I'm excited for him, by the way. I think he's great. I'm just warning you guys not to get too attached to Creamy. Like, Creamy's not gonna make it that far, right? Okay, we do need to find a token for him. 2-minute tokens. Snowman. Which one is he? There's so many good ones. The click maps thing isn't working anymore, so I can't do click maps. But
Jesus, take the wheel.
I like Snowman Sorcerer, right? Because he casts fireballs. Angry Eyes. Snowman Bard looks great. Cleric looks great. Snowman Rogue is funny. Last one. This. Okay, wait, hold on. Why would he have angry eyes? Okay, all right. Just type into chat. All right, what token? 1, 2, oops. 2, 3, or 4. This is 1. This is 2. This is 3. This is 4. Damn, strong. He's so funny. I love him. I take back what I said. I love Creamy. Okay. I need to... God, this takes a lot of prep, but that's okay. All right. Creamy 1. And then we're going to come in here. He's a dork. Yeah, I love him. I hope... Look, we built a guy who's going to go burn himself. He's going to melt himself within like 10 minutes. But I don't want him to. You know, I'm attached to him. I'm attached to Creamy. All right, so with each guy, 2 quick things I need to do. 1, I got to pull him in here and then just get his head. Actually, what I'll do is grab this piece. So, I basically want I want just his face to put down there. On the actual map, he's going to be the full thing. All right, cool. And then roguelike player images. Roguelike player 1. All right. So now I go into the hole and into the void you go. We replace you with you. And then his name is going to be Creamy. All right. Looking great, Creamy. Looking fantastic. Okay, hour and a half into the stream. Hopefully in the next 30 minutes we can make our next 2. Well, let's try to go a little bit quick. What am I doing? I wonder if we can just quickly get inspiration for, like, other... Can I just see, like, random ones? Find a token. Moth folk? Oh my god. We should probably have a human or 2. We should probably have some people. Like Bard. Okay, there's dragons, there's humans, there's birds called Arakocra, there's Dragonborn still, there's orcs, there's Minecraft guy, this is just a chicken. This is Orcs. This is just, you don't have to like pick one of these. There's monkey folk, I guess. There's an elephant guy. Oh, tieflings, satyrs. I don't know I don't know how you say that. There's a harp. Anyway, a lot of options. Fernando? Like Aladdin Flamingo? I kind of love Fernando. We can make this guy can be Tony King of New York if we want. He's gonna have Tony King of New York's voice. Anyways, all right, let us get started on character number 2. We have Creamy. Now we need our next boy. What race? Flamingo, which is Fernando. I mean, that was pretty great. That also looks like he potentially talks like Tony King of New York too. Elephant race, moth race, humans. Gotta love humans. You know, remember how cool humans are, everybody? The chicken race. Victoria is not a race. That is a name for a human. Harp. I don't want to just make it a harp. A drow. Oh, yeah, drow. There's probably a cat of some kind. Oh, there's a goblin. Goblins would be good. All right, of these. I'm torn between Fernando and Harp. Fernando rips, dude. The fact that his name is Fernando, like, we know his name's gonna, like, we gotta leave him as Fernando, right? Although, is anybody named Tony in this? Let me see. These tokens are great. I wrote token. Tony! No, there isn't anybody named Tony. So we gotta go, alright. Resounding victory! We're going with Fernando the Flamingo creature. Hello? We're just calling him Fernando, right? What do you mean rigged? It's like he won almost entirely. Okay, I mean Fernando's too good of a name. Let me just get his face up in here now. Whoa, why is that so small? Okay. Export. Roguelike player 2. We get the head. We go into the void. Enjoy the void, chat. It's really not that scary. You don't have to freak out. Oh, sorry. I played the wrong. It's really not that scary, chat. See? Fernando. Okay, just from that face, I think we have to make Fernando pretty sassy. Look at him. I love him. Okay, I love this team. I feel like they're gonna die really quick, but what a squad so far. Okay, let us figure out what is this background. All right, so again, this is the background story. He set a orphanage on fire. Why? Because his cousin Vinny told him to. That's not really a background. Okay, escaped from the Monterey Bay Aquarium? He's in a flamingo. Okay. Only cares about money. Remind me of that later, okay? Because that's more of a personality trait. That's not the background. Okay. His cousins are all in the mafia. There's a lot of people who want to be in the mafia. Cousins are in the mafia. But what on top of that? We need more. How does this affect what he chooses to do? It could just be that. So maybe he's like, so he comes from a life of crime. We'll just say that. I think that's pretty good, right? Maybe he wasn't in the mafia, but like he's a lot of exposure to the mafia, right? Pizza Mafia. Sure, it can be the Pizza Mafia. Own the New York car salesman. He commits scams by using his harp. They killed his parents? Aren't they? Isn't he friends with them, though? His nickname is Tony. Why would his nickname be Tony? He runs a crypto scam. Okay, we'll say with the mafia thing, he, like, really wants to be in the mafia. So he, like, wants to commit more crimes to prove to them that he can get in. He gets... Okay, no, this is background. This is background stuff. Alright, that's good. That's good for me. Honestly, I feel like this is good, right? Like, as a background, most of the ideas that I'm saying are really... I think this is a strong background, right? Like, we just combine these three. Well, I don't know why... Probably it's not Monterey Bay Aquarium. We'll just say... I'm not going to say he escaped the Monterey Bay Aquarium. We'll just say he's from the Mafia, and then... Yeah, okay, we'll just go with these two. What is, like, Flamingo, New York? Okay, we gotta go up here. Fernando. This is player 1 prompts. This is player 2's prompt. Okay. New Flork. Oh, or is it Flew York? Okay. So stupid. All right. You grew up in New Flork or Flew York? I'm seeing more Flew Yorks. You grew up in Flew York City. On the streets of Flew York City. New Stork City. Okay, New Stork City's pretty good. Flew Stork City. You grew up in the streets of New Flew Stork City. Your cousins are all part of the local mafia. A renowned crime family who basically are just the Italian-American mafia from New York, but fantasy version. You have grown up around mafia your whole life and desperately want to join, but you've never been able to prove that you're a good enough criminal to get the mafia boss to notice you and accept you. You desperately want to prove that you have what it takes to be a rough and tumble Flew Stork City mafia bird. You are a giant anthropomorphic, I don't know how to spell that word, flamingo. He's criminally underrated. Okay, so recently your cousin Vinny told you to burn down the local snorphanage. It's fine, guys. It don't matter. The local snorphanage, because it would make the mafia boss think you were cool. You successfully burned it down and killed all the, oh my god, all the snorfins. And as you ran away, you saw a snowman running from the scene. I'm just gonna say burned it down. I'm not gonna say personally killed all the snorfins. Okay. What was the other thing? That was it, right? That's his background? We'll just say he melted it down. You successfully melted the orphanage. So he didn't kill them all, he just melted it. He, like, their little igloo got hurt, which is still bad, but not as bad as him, like, murdering a bunch of children. Okay. Fernando is cocked and ready. Looking great. All right. Personality. Oh, sorry. That's been up the whole time. All right. Personality. Hates snow and cold weather. he's just gonna melt. Whatever. Incredibly sassy. And, I'm not gonna use the word cunty. No. Hates orphans. It's not really... I'll say snorfins. Hates snorfins. Incredibly sad. What's like... Okay, what are the words that you'd use for, like, a New York, you know, smug, smack-talking New York gangster? Like, what, like, adjectives would you use for that? I can just say act like a New York gangster, but... And arrogant and smug, you're trying to impress everybody all the time. All right, something like that. Yeah, so I'll tell him to say, like, New York style things. Okay. Oh, that's good. Very easily manipulated by anybody because you are so desperate to look cool. That's a good one because that could lead into all sorts of other things. Doesn't love crime, but tries to commit lots of crimes to impress Cousin Vinny. Talks lots of smack about everybody, including your party members. Willing to turn on people in a heartbeat. Loves pizza. Sure. The most important of personality traits. All his crimes end up being helpful. I can't really make that his personality, but I can kind of like I can kind of make that happen as the dungeon master. Hey guys, who's Vinny? Cousin Vinny. Always says, hey Vinny, did you see that? References Vinny a lot. Cousin Vinny a lot. I mean, I think we have that here, right? Oh, kind of. Yeah. Doesn't love crime, tries to... So we already have Cousin Vinny represented in one of these pretty well. Somebody said, you don't know Cousin Vinny? Bro. I feel like this is probably enough. Make him only commit petty crimes like stealing from a gas station. I'll say that the crimes are fairly petty. I think that's a good thing. You know what? I think these are good. Honestly think these are really good. I don't know if we need much more. Because we still have a third character to go off of who can just be more random things. I don't really want to sexualize them in any way, like in terms of like sexual orientation or anything. I'm worried it would make things too weird. Probably not because of OpenAI, but I don't want to risk him as an example being homophobic. If we're right, like you still don't really know what these guys are gonna say, so that's my hesitation around that. Just to be clear, I mean we can just say, hey, you're gay, but I'm just a little. Maybe, okay, this stream, while we see how this works, I'm going to avoid sexualizing stuff in any way. And then if we're like, feel pretty confident it's not going to cause any bad shit, then I'm fine with it. Okay. We got good ones here. Very easily manipulated by everybody. That's great. Incredibly sassy. That's great. Boom and boom. Okay, cool. I think these are really strong. This is a very funny guy. The clone would be phobic. Yeah, if we have like the shadow clone at the end would just be like very heterosexual, I guess. Okay. Lastly, we need I need to rewrite this bit. All right. You are incredibly... I'll show let's reorder this. You are incredibly sassy and arrogant and smug because you're trying to impress everybody all the time. In fact, you are very easily manipulated by anybody because you are so desperate to look cool for your cousin Vinny. You frequently commit minor crimes because you want Vinny to think you're cool. Note that Vinny is not actually here with you, but you still talk about him and hope he'll be impressed by everything you've been doing. As part of your New York style, street smart personality, you talk lots of smack about everybody, including your party members, and are willing to turn on people and get into fights in a heartbeat. All right, that's great. No, I know I wrote New York here because it's like that way it's as part of your, like, street smart... Here, I'll do it this way. It's your street smart personality, as though you are, as though you are from New York. As though you are a New York Italian-American stereotype. I'm trying to tell it, base yourself off of actual New York. That's the point of this. The background is saying you're from... Flu Stork or whatever we said. This is how you act. Okay, spells and attacks. What time is it? Hour 50. Okay, let's try to do this quickly. Spells attacks. Oops. Stealthy shoplift. I think stealth is good. Like stealth, you have a low chance of being detected. That's like a good thing. For 3 turns. Because he might use it. He could use it for actual good things or just for shoplifting. I don't want to super lean into guns because, like, then it's just going to be a mess of what that actually means. We have to figure out the logistics of squawking. Scream extremely loud and disorient anyone nearby. That is funny. Fly. Fly. You fly for a short distance. I actually don't think that'll be super helpful for this. It could be, though. Actually, it could be. Certain scenarios, it could be helpful. Various people have been saying throw pizza. Pizza disc. You hurl a pizza at an enemy like it's a frisbee. Call Vinny. You just call your cousin Vinny on the phone. It doesn't do anything. Flamenco dance. Intimidate opponent. You tell stories of your... Oh, this could be fun. You tell stories of your crime-laden past and try to intimidate whoever you're talking to. Oh, yeah, like gust. Use your wings to blow people and objects away from you. That could be good. There's good, like, potential there. All right. Of these, again, you can vote multiple times. I'm just trying to go a little bit quicker here. Okay. I think calling Vinny and intimidating are both great. These are really good ones. And final one. What is the next most votes? Looks like pizza disc? I'm gonna give him stealth. I'm gonna cheat this a little bit. I think that's more, it's more interesting because he can just throw stuff anytime. But with stealth, there's more flexibility for what he can do in a given, in a given situation. What of these should we say once per day? How often should they be able to do these? We need to be kind of balanced. I'll probably just say once per day, and then we just see what happens. Like, if they just start using it constantly, go once per fight is a little vague. Once per day is a little clearer of, like, it's for each scene, essentially. I'm using the word day because I think the AI will have a better time following this. So I'll say that multiple days pass in between each scenario. So it's like the same thing. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna say once per day, and then we'll see if it actually uses it. You just call your cousin Vinny on the phone. Doesn't do anything, but it's nice to hear from him. Stealth. You crouch to the ground and have a much lower chance of being detected for 3 turns. Calling Vinny should give some sort of support. Make the AI unaware. So I just say, you call your cousin Vinny on the phone? Okay, but the plan is that this will never do anything, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got Fernando. Oh, wrong. There's still music playing. Fernando, we got him. He's useless. No, he's going to be good. You are a giant flamingo. You grew up on the streets of Flu Stork City. Your cousins are all part of the local mafia, a renowned crime family, or basically just the Italian-American mafia from New York, but fantasy version. You've grown up around mafia your whole life and desperately want to join, but you've never been able to prove that you're a good enough criminal to get the mafia boss to notice you and accept you. You desperately want to prove that you have what it takes to be a rough-and-tumble Flu Stork City mafia bird. I'm doing Flu York. This is too confusing. New Flork. I'm doing New Flork. I can't remember these other ones. You can say this is rigged, or that I'm stupid. That's fine. I can't remember Flu Stork City. It's too hard. It's got to have the word new. It's got to have New Flork. It's the only way you could possibly remember one of these. I don't know how a human being could remember this otherwise. Okay, recently your cousin Vinny told you to burn down the local snorphanage because it would make the mafia boss think you were cool. You successfully melted it down. New Stork is better. Fine, New Stork. This doesn't matter at all. This makes no difference on anything. Okay, so he's trying to prove that he can be a New Stork City mafia bird. He recently burned down the Snorphanage, which happens to be the one that Creamy lived at. You are incredibly sassy and arrogant and smug because you're trying to impress everybody all the time. In fact, you are very easily manipulated by anybody because you are so desperate to look cool for your cousin Vinny. You frequently commit minor crimes because you want the mafia to think you're cool. Vinny is not actually... Here, let me move this here. Vinny is not actually here with you, but here in the adventure... But you still talk about him and hope he'll be impressed by everything you've been doing. You frequently commit minor crimes because you want the mafia to think you're cool. It's part of your... I'm going to say you try to commit lots and lots of minor crimes because you want the mafia to think you're cool. Part of your street smart personality, as though you were a New York Italian-American stereotype, you talk lots of smack about everybody, including your party members, that are willing to turn on people and get into fights in a heartbeat. You have the following special moves. You can use these once per day. Intimidate opponent. You tell stories of your crime-laden past and use the story to intimidate whoever you're talking to. Call Vinny. You just call your cousin Vinny on the phone. Stealth. You crouch to the ground and have a much lower chance of being detected for 3 turns. Where are the typos? I'm not seeing typos. I just read over this. Oh, desperate. There's one. Talking is spelled wrong. For some reason, my typing is so much worse on stream. It's not normally this bad. Oh, anthropomorphic, yeah. How do you spell that word? I'm gonna copy it from one of you. Anthropomorphic. Cool. He needs an attack. Nah, he doesn't. He'll be fine. Most of the scenarios aren't about battle, and then if so, I'm basically gonna allow them to like pick up an item or whatever to it's still spelled wrong. Okay. There, is that correct? Desperate. Desperate. Correct. No. Anthropomorphic. Anthropomorphic. That's correct, right? Isn't that correct? This is, now it is. Okay, isn't that what it was before? Somebody said, anyway. This is fine. Okay, it's been 2 hours. Exactly. That took 30 minutes to make Fernando. We'll try to make the last guy pretty quick. I want to try to get into the campaign as fast as possible. I'm worried this is going to be a really, really, really long stream. We need a woman. Yes. Yes, you're right. Last character member will be female. What race? Shark. She tries to die whenever she can. No, I'm not doing a shark. I don't think that's... robot. Slug. I don't think there are I mean, ideally, there's like a humanoid thing. Okay? There's...
Do you get to the district very often? Oh, what am I saying?
Okay, bro, thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hope you had a good stream. I don't want to do that. Our party is too weird. I know that's a funny meme, but like, I feel like we should have somebody who's like kind of grounded a little bit. Okay, but also if we do use this one, we're calling her Jabbo. Okay, it could be a fish woman, otter woman, scarecrow, sure. Elf? You know, remember those other beings who exist? Remember that, you guys? Fairy. Yeah, that could work. They don't have bee. I know that because I still need to find a bee asset. MILF is not a race. Skeleton. I mean, that would work. Or like a zombie. Oh yeah, gnome. It's good gnomes. All right, of these. Oh yeah, moth would actually be good. Okay, looks like a hotly debated between slug and otter. Slugs are super slow. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah. Okay. Hey, guys, don't worry. We'll make a slug next round. I really don't think this party is going to make it to the end, so not super concerned about whether or not you get your favorite character. All right. Real quick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there's a lot of really good otters. What otter token? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. This is option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Wait, did I not vote? Oh, hold on. Sorry, I didn't start the poll. Now go. I mean, most people are saying 6 anyways, so I'm pretty sure it's this one. 6 is pretty adorable. All right. 6 it is. Nice and simple. All right. We are not going to name her Rosa. But we do need a name. What name? Goza? No. I don't want to make a character implicitly Rosa and then have her die in a fire created by Creamy the Snowman. It could be Ruby, I guess. I just don't... If this character gets fucked up, I don't want it to feel dark, like it's an actual otter. Name her Slug. Noodle's a great name. Noodle's a great name. Look, I appreciate the desire to theme it after some of our favorite otters. I'm just a little worried. Airy Otter.
It's a 2-year subscription.
That's cash.
Otter?
In the trash.
Ryan Silver, thank you. Shrimp. Oh, shrimp's pretty good. Otello. Bone worm. I mean, ideally it's a one-word thing, but I mean, it could be a queen, I guess. Did I put shrimp? Shrimp's a pretty good name, honestly. Yeah, shrimp's pretty good. Name her Rig. That's gonna be confusing, but sure. Rigged is one. I don't want to call her queen because that would be confusing in case there's actual queens. Find boneworm. That's just a strange name for a female otter. All right, well, Rosalina is actually good. No, again, I don't want it to be too similar to her. Like, what if she burns to death? All right, this can't be based on a real otter. Okay. I was kind of pulling for shrimp personally, but a lot of people for Noodle. Noodle's a great name for an otter. Hairy Otter. Yeah. Okay, get your final votes in. Heated debate between Slug and Noodle right here. But in the end, I will end it in 5. 5. I think the other people who voted for these are maybe going to go into Noodle and try to stop it from being named Slug. But unfortunately, Slug wins. Wait, no. Let's do Noodle because Slug can be the name of the slug when we actually use the slug in a campaign. Why wouldn't we do that? Okay, really quick runoff between Slug and Noodle. Go, 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 go. Go. I mean, Slug is also a very funny name. Hi, Kate. Oh, Kate. When I was testing this, Victoria finally acknowledged you and asked for Semi-Great Kate's opinion. So your wifey did finally talk about you. It was just when the camera wasn't on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the team. Noodle the Otter. I miss Slug. Honestly, hey, Slug Nation got robbed. Let's be honest here. Okay. Player 3, and then we go. You're going into the void. I want to find a way to make these characters faster in the future. This is fun, but it is like, shit, this is a long time to spend setting up the characters. Okay, let me also update their, now that we have their thing, let's make you blue. Wait, why is that still so dark? Hold on. I'm letting you out of the void in a second. Just hold on a minute. You're gonna be fine. What color is the snowman? Yeah, we'll just leave his name be white. Okay, cool. We got our squad. Welcome back. Welcome back. Alrighty. So the player images. I believe we can now get out of here. Close this. Get back to the world map. And now we just need personality for Noodle, and we will send it just in time, and then we'll finally be starting just in time for all the European staff to go to sleep. Don't use AI. Handmade is better. No, I like handmade characters. Yeah, what I mean is like, I don't know. Maybe we do a stream where we make the characters, and the next stream we play them. It'll just be kind of a bump. I just don't know. I feel like this is really fun. I just wish there was a somewhat faster way to do this, of like getting all the characters made. But maybe we don't need to speed it up. Maybe it's just a fun time. Okay. I mean, I'm having a great time. Maybe I don't need to overthink it, and it's fine to just take 2 hours making characters. Also, this stream, the first hour, was setting up tech stuff. So in the future, we could probably make the characters in about an hour, hopefully. Alrighty. At the top, your name is Noodle. Oops. Okay, player 3 is down here. Yeah, there's so many times I'm like telling the AI, only talk as your character. I'm like, today we're going to be playing a game of Dungeons & Dragons. You will be playing as one of the 3 characters named blank. You will always be responding as blank for the rest of the conversation. It is critical that you only speak as blank from this point forward. Your name is blank. The other 2 people's name is blank. Every response must start with blank, followed by a response. Again, every message must start with blank. It took all of this, and it, like... I kept having to add more rules and remind it over and over and over for it to finally stop, like, randomly turning into the Dungeon Master and just, like, running the campaign by itself. And now it tentatively works great. Okay, background story for Noodle. Background story. What is the background of this otter? How did she get here? How did she get into this party? She claims she was a can of Dr. Pepper. Escaped from an aquarium. I like that. Probably won't do Monterey. We'll slightly change the name of it. Noodle slugs people. Okay. Marine biologist, but severely underqualified. I think it's fun. Okay. A sweet otter who runs a humble ramen noodle shop with her family. She's a skilled chef. There's more to your answer, but I don't... I'm concerned about adding too much more because she might get off track a lot. She is a knight trying to find the holy kale, which is like the holy grail under the sea. You were a wizard's apprentice, and you got turned into an otter. You're looking for help to break the spell. Has a war criminal alter ego named Slug. She's a Snorfin. She's a Snorfin whose Snorfinage was recently melted down. Went to an underwater wizarding school where she learned magic. Sure. Part of the waterbending tribe. Sure. Oh, wait. Therefore, she hates fire. So then if the fucking Creamy starts setting fires on stuff, she'll start complaining. Like, if we have 2 people who are terrified of fire, and then one of them who's a pyromaniac. It is a great team. Girlfriend of Vinny. Vinny, who is Fernando's cousin. She's a mafia boss. She's a random normal otter that got magical powers yesterday. All right. Go ahead. Oh, you can't see number 1. Option 1 is escape from Monterey Bay Aquarium. Option 2, marine biologist but underqualified. Option 3, sweet otter runs a humble ramen noodle restaurant. Option 4, a knight trying to find the holy kale. Option 5, wizard's apprentice who was turned into an otter. 6, she's a Snorfin whose Snorfinage was recently melted down. 7, went to underwater wizarding school. 8, part of the waterbending tribe and hates fire. 9, girlfriend of Vinny, who's Fernando's cousin. 10, she's a random normal otter that got powers yesterday. So she's like a human, or I guess she's a flamingo? Or I guess Cousin Vinny might not be a flamingo. We don't really know, now that I think about it. Porcano Los Dos. Yeah, I guess we'll grab... I just want to make sure these make sense. Okay. Background story. She's a random normal otter. She's the girlfriend of Vinny. She is part of the waterbending tribe and hates fire. And she also, this is the next highest one, runs a noodle shop. Okay. That is a lot. Guys, they're going to die in a fire in 10 minutes, and we're not going to see any of this story play out. Yeah, these don't make a lot of sense together. Okay, you are an anthropomorphic otter. However, up until yesterday, you were a human being. Oh, no. Okay, you were an anthropomorphic up till yesterday. These don't make sense. So she's a normal otter in the... like, I'll probably just say her family was attacked by... Her nation was attacked by the Fire Nation. Okay. You're an yeah, the otter working in the noodle shop doesn't make sense. I think we have to lose noodle shop because it doesn't make sense otherwise. But that is kind of funny. Okay. Up until yesterday, you were just a normal otter who worked at a ramen restaurant. However, yesterday, a wizard gifted you with super intelligence and magic. And so now you have magical powers. A slug wizard. Okay. This doesn't make sense. Okay, you are also the girlfriend of Vinny, who is Fernando's cousin. As a reminder, Fernando is the flamingo guy from New Stork City in your party. This makes sense. This does not make sense. When you were growing up... God, I cannot type. When you were growing up, your family was attacked by the Fire Nation. And your snorfinage was burnt to the ground. Therefore, you have a severe fear of fire because it ruined your childhood. Okay, this is weird. Fine, melted to the ground. This is a disaster. You're an anthropomorphic otter. Up until yesterday, you were just a normal otter who worked at a ramen restaurant. Or yesterday, a slug wizard gifted you with super intelligence and magic, so now you have magical powers. You are also the girlfriend of Vinny, who is Fernando's cousin. As a reminder, Fernando is the flamingo guy from New Stork City in your party. When you were growing up, your family was attacked by the Fire Nation, and your snorfinage was melted to the ground. Therefore, you have a severe fear of fire because fire wielders ruin your childhood. This is anime AF. It doesn't make sense. I mean, it's fine. Look, the least important thing is the background story. This is less important than their personality, because the personality in spells is what they'll actually do as things are happening, right? So personality traits are way more important. These are fine. These can inform the personality traits. Okay. That's my noodle. Look, some people love noodle. Personality traits. What are they? Deathly afraid of fire. What else? We already have anger issues. Fernando already kind of has anger issues. Hasn't learned to talk or read yet. We need her to talk. Master chef. Loves cooking. Can make incredible food. Is dumb as fuck. It's just like... there's various people saying like brain rot, doesn't know things. We'll just... dumb as fuck will be the placeholder. We'll figure out what that means. But, you know, not very smart. Puts inedible things in every meal she makes. Okay. But it's all inedible. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. What else does she do? What's her story? Her story doesn't inform the personality very much. I don't want to tell her to yap because, like, her answers will probably get way too long. Loves dark humor. Yeah, that could be good. Okay, she's talking to a bunch of people in a tavern. What would be funny, interesting personality traits for her to have? Not like she always does this specific thing. Oh, narcolepsy could be funny. But more so, like, what is a personality that could apply in many different ways? Thinks she can master all 4 elements. I feel like it's more background. Has a stutter. Yeah, always has a fish in her possession. We could make that like a tool or an attack. It was more of a joke. Well, there's no jokes here in Doug Doug. Confuses words. Okay, how about like uses the wrong words for stuff? Like just does not understand what words mean. Because she was a normal otter until yesterday. No, I was gonna say she asks people what things mean, but then the conversations will mostly just be about that. Again, I want these to have, like, to feel like there's variety, and it's not just super railroaded. We already have Kleptomaniac in Fernando. Way more comfortable in water. I like that. In water, or when, like covered in liquid or something. Okay. Thinks she can fly. Somebody said, like, wish. Okay, these are weird. This is definitely a less coherent character, but that's fine. She's an addict. We already have a snow cane addict. Yeah, talks about her boyfriend Vinny. All right, let's send it off these just for the sake of time. Let's get going. Deathly afraid of fire. I'm definitely putting in. Dumb as fuck will combine with wrong words for stuff. So we'll definitely do that. So she's just, she tries her best. You know, we'll let her cook. All right, what do we got? Dumb and uses the wrong words. Thinks she can fly. Guys, this party is gonna die so fast. Like, these people are gonna die immediately. Okay, we'll do loves dark humor. I feel like that's a good. I'm not gonna do narcolepsy. It'll be fine, have faith. I mean, at the same time, like, most of the scenarios then aren't gonna be, like, really deadly. It's more like if they piss people off, they'll start attacking. And then I'm gonna make it so, like, they have to fucking survive. Like, if they piss everybody off, they're gonna have to fight the town guards or whatever. And if they die, they die. She's gonna fling herself off a roof the first chance she gets. Okay. You have extremely low intelligence because you were a normal otter up until yesterday. This means you don't understand a lot of things, but you try your hardest to seem smart. So you use the wrong words in your sentences on a frequent basis. What do you mean, but super intelligence? What do you mean, but she's... What do you mean, but this doesn't, you can't say, but you're super intelligent. That doesn't make any sense. The backstory. Do I have super? Oh, got it. With human awareness. Humanoid awareness. I'll just say much more powerful than a normal otter. Why didn't you guys say something like, you wrote super awareness above? Everybody just was saying super awareness over and over and over, as though there's enough context there for me to know what you're saying. You firmly believe that you can fly. You are deathly afraid of... Wait, you're deathly afraid of fire. And if there's fire anywhere, then you immediately try to fly away. They're gonna last like 2 minutes, dude. This party's gonna die. It's gonna die so fucking fast. The higher you jump, the higher you fly, the safer you will be. Okay. You compensate for your low intelligence by using a lot of dark humor. Okay. Oh, they're gonna die so fast. Our poor beautiful boys. They're gonna die. Make it a humanoid otter, not a literal otter. Yeah, that's what it is, right? Shoot. Okay. Specify she can't fly. Well, I'm going to clarify that. I think it's better if she thinks she can fly. And then I, as the dungeon master, will say, okay, you just fall onto the floor. All right, spells and attacks. Our creamy Fernando noodle. It does sound like a dish. Okay. Throws fish at enemies. Water blast at enemies. I think it's something with water. Fish is definitely good. Call Vinny! Oh, wait, did I include that she's dating Vinny? Yeah, okay. This party is so stupid. Okay. Shrimp smell attack. Oh yeah, rock smash could be good. Smash opponent like a rock. Because this is what otters actually do. Sea otters, anyway. Oh yeah, like, I'll call it cutting words. It's not really accurate. Use dark humor to mentally hurt an enemy. That one's good. Flap wings. No, I'm just gonna tell her. Oh yeah, sorry, vicious mockery, not cutting words. What is cutting words? Vicious mockery. I mean, look, she'll roll and we'll find out if her attempts at flying work. I mean, we'll just have to see how if she rolls a d20 and gets 20, then she'll fly. How is she dating Vinny if she was an otter yesterday? The AI will figure it out. Call an Uber. Cast a slug. Okay, slug of baldery. I like that, but I'm going to save that for our slug character. I don't want to have her restore HP because I'm worried that'll be overpowered. I think they need to find a healing potion. I mean, body slam is good. I mean, I'm fine with them just using random objects around the like room to, yeah, choke an enemy with a noodle. I mean, she can try to fly as a personality trait. It doesn't need to be like a move. Because for the most part, they'll just do whatever they want, and they'll just use their moves occasionally. Excuse me. Oh, yeah. Hold hands. If you hold an ally's hands, they deal triple damage. How about that? Like, they're more powerful. That's cute. Swim through land. I'm worried that kind of fucks things up a little bit too much. We could try it. All right, of these. I think these are decent. Moves. What moves? Alrighty. A lot of people want her to be able to call Vinny. Vicious Mockery's good. Hold hands, triple damage. Is that good? Any others that we definitely want? I think this is pretty good. Because she can just throw a fish. Like, this doesn't really need to be a move. She can just throw a fish if she sees a fish. Slaps hand. Yeah. Can I go to bed, Doug? No, the stream's about to start. This is the equivalent of coding, though, so you can all leave after. Hold hand should come with a movement penalty. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, let's do these three. These are good. I mean, call Vinny doesn't do anything. Call Vinny. Call your boyfriend Vinny on the phone. Vicious Mockery. Tell a very dark humor joke to mentally damage an enemy. Hold hands. If you hold an ally's hands, they deal triple damage from their attacks. Okay. Wait, if she can fly... Can she fly if she's holding hands on something? She has even less of a chance of flying if she is holding somebody's hand. Is Vinny a good boyfriend? I don't know. We'll say that he's always eating pizza or something. I guess I should put in this... All right. Noodle, you were an anthropomorphic otter. Up until yesterday, you were just a normal otter who worked at a ramen restaurant. However, yesterday, a slug wizard gifted you with humanoid awareness and magic, so now you are much more powerful than a normal otter. You are also the girlfriend of Vinny, who is Fernando's cousin. As a reminder, Fernando is the flamingo guy from New Stork City in your party. When you were growing up, the family was attacked by the Fire Nation, and your snorfinage was melted to the ground. Therefore, you have a severe fear of fire because fire wielders ruined your childhood. Fine, we'll say chat is Vinny, sure. You have extremely low intelligence, but I don't even know what that means. If they call Vinny, I guess I'll have you guys decide what Vinny says. You have extremely low intelligence because you were a normal otter up until yesterday. This means you don't understand a lot of things, but you try your hardest to seem smart. So you use the wrong words in your sentences on a frequent basis and try to sound impressive, but what you're saying doesn't make logical sense and the words aren't correct. You compensate for your low intelligence by using a lot of dark humor. You firmly believe that you can fly. You are deathly afraid of fire, and if there's fire anywhere, then you immediately try to fly away. The higher you fly, the safer you will be. You have the following special moves. You can use these once per day. Call Vinny. Call your boyfriend Vinny on the phone for emotional support. Vicious Mockery. Tell a very dark humor joke to mentally damage an enemy. Hold hands. If you hold an ally's hands, they deal triple damage from their attacks. Fernando shouldn't know. I think Fernando should know. Well, I mean, I'm Vinny, so we don't have to tell Vinny to say a certain thing. Like, I'll cover who Vinny is. Are those pause? She likes to bang rocks. I'm worried that'll get... I mean, she's an odd... I would rather, as much as possible, leave it open-ended. Extremely low knowledge, but super intelligent. Shouldn't have low intelligent. Why not low intelligent? Wee Vinny. Yes, good for you. Okay. After 2.5 hours, we are ready. I believe. Anything else I need to do? Okay, you're going to be named... Who is the first? Creamy! You're named Fernando, and you are named Noodle. Let me just double check. You're going to be using Victoria's voice. Fernando is Tony, King of New York. You're Dogsworth. Don't need to activate anything else. Alrighty. This has been a lot, but in theory, it's good to go, and maybe things will work. Let's find out. To kick this off, we are going to go to our opening scene, which is maps, the intro. We need 3 tokens. We need to get our Creamy, Fernando, and Noodle in here, first off. All right, and then we also need a wizard. We'll make him this guy so you guys can make the funny joke. Okay. Wait, shit. No, it's toupee. Fuck. Merge. Merge layers. All right, there we go. Now it's real. Who else do I need? Oh, fuck. I need the shadow clones. How do I make shadow clone versions? I didn't think about this part. Okay. Does anybody in Photoshop know a quick way to make these guys shadowy? How do I make them, like, clearly visibly invert the colors? How do you do that? Image, adjustments, invert. I mean, it looks kind of terrible, but fine, I guess. I gets the job done. How did I just do that? How did I do that? Where did that come from? Adjustments? Here. Oh, it's Control I. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, okay, alright, almost there. Oh wait, hold on, I gotta remember the story of it. I need to gamble. I don't want to do gambling because I'm gonna interpret how things happen, and I don't want people to be like, no, that should have been a hit, that shouldn't have been a hit. If there's something that has nothing to do with my decisions... Okay, what we could do is how quickly does somebody call Cousin Vinny? That's one that isn't really on me. Technically it is. I don't think we'll get far enough for us to worry about how they'll look. Yeah, I'm not super concerned about the shadow clones. I don't think these guys are making it to the end. I really don't. Hold on.
Test.
Okay, hold on. Please hold while I get the last thing ready. Although then I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, feel free to text to speech a few last times before we get going. Okay, got it. I had to remind myself of the intro of this. Okay. Yeah, a brisk 2.5 hours later.
Fernando should like sardines on his pizza. Get Vinny in the next session.
Cousin Vinny. What happens if Cousin Vinny dies? In the story.
If you use Chat God to get a random chatter to give their character idea pitch. Then Chat can simply do one poll between all the options, and we pick top 3.
Yeah, I could do something like that. It's that, or like I come to the start of this
The
with
gambling should be for
like
who calls
ideas
Vinny
that we vote
first.
on.
Can we get art for Vinny?
But what does that mean? Hold on.
I still really want to see a character to desperately want to die but be unable to, and always be trying to kill themselves.
Yeah, but then they can't die. What would, like, gangster?
Since this is a roguelike, the party should get to
Vinny!
start again after they die with slight buffs. That way we don't waste these great characters.
Potentially. We can decide how this happens. Oh, this is for sure Vinny. That makes sense why he's dating the otter anyways. There's so many good Vinny options here. Oh my god. Oh, this is for sure Vinny. It's called Churchill. Vinny is for sure Winston Churchill. Okay. Okay, the website's kind of slow right now. All right, I need to use the bathroom, and then we are starting. Yes, if these guys just like bomb out insanely fast, I have to get the die ready. Testing. Oh, I forgot the thing. I have to activate all of these first. Hold on, you're going into the void. There's gonna be a lot of noise. You're gonna be fine. It's really laggy the first time it plays for some reason, and then it's fine. Yeah, this is nice. Yeah, that's nice. I'm gonna make Fernando's name... Hold on, back in the void. I'm gonna make Fernando's name orange. Or sorry, Creamy's name orange. I don't want to be white. Okay, there we go. It looks better. Because the text below them will be white. And then multi-agent, you're here. This is terrible. Anyways, enjoy while I go to the bathroom. I will be back in like 2-ish minutes, and then we will actually begin for sure this time. It'll actually happen. Oh.
Maybe every time someone calls Vinny we can pick one person to answer for him. Multiple personality disorder is my favorite trait in a mafia cousin. Hey. Just wanted to pop in and say I love your content. It's really helped me through some tough times. Alright, bye cheer, I love you. What if Vinny was lying the whole time to Fernando and he is just a normal dude? Winston Churchill. Hello Chermy and chat has always wanted to hear your opinion of Doug. Please Doug keep out of this.
Okay. Someone said save Winston Churchill. He's not going in unless, I mean, why would Vinny show up? Can Vinny be the only known snow cane dealer? Okay, if Vinny is a snow cane dealer, that ties together all three characters. Okay. Code running. Winston Churchill. I forgot to close my door. This over here. Get rid of you. Sorry, Vinny.
We must have a character who has a move that can give someone a disease and the eye gets to choose what disease it is.
But do we? Do we need that? We should. Okay. We should have disease, like a disease wheel for the next time we make characters. I also realized what we could do is next time we start with a really simple character, and then after every scenario, we add to their personality. So it's more like we're building on it based on what they're saying. But then also it's like probably gonna be less interesting from the beginning, at the beginning of it, you know? But theoretically, we just like spin a wheel randomly and then like to build their characters like that. And then we sort of, that is a funny idea to stream from a stool. Anyway, there's various ways that we can adjust this, and I think there's fun stuff for it. Hopefully, this is as repeatable as I would like. It'd be fun once this is all now this is set up to just like do this, you know, like 5 or 10 times or something. And with that, let our story begin. Actually, let me start by giving it an analysis of the map. Wait, should I do that? No, I shouldn't. Hold on. They don't really... This is the intro scene. They don't really need to know what it looks like. Do they? They don't really need to know what this looks like. Why do they need to fucking know? Why do they need to know? Yeah, I'll just start talking to them. All right. Our adventure begins deep in an ancient forest as a wizard with a lot of hair named Doug stands in front of 3 cauldrons in his wizard tower. He moves to the first cauldron, and he says, "Finally, after decades of research, I finally learned the secret to creating adventures. Behold, my first creation, Creamy the Snowman!" Creamy, you emerge from the cauldron. Green ooze dripping off of you as you step forward into the world. Doug moves over to the next cauldron, and he says, "My second creation, Fernando, the anthropomorphic flamingo!" Then he moves to the third cauldron and says, last but not least, a really stupid otter named Noodle! Noodle, you step out of a purple cauldron. The 3 of you, a bit dazed and confused, opening your eyes, wondering where you are, and you see this winged, hairy wizard in front of you who starts cackling maniacally in triumph. But then, before he can react, shadowy figures start rising from the cauldrons. From behind you, Creamy, a shadowy version of yourself emerges from the cauldron, floats up into the air, and then starts streaming towards the front door. Fernando, you see a copy of yourself, a shadowy figure, also fly up towards the door. And Noodle, the otter, your shadow self emerges and starts flying away. Doug the wizard looks around confused. What is this? What's going on? And suddenly, he hears a deep, deep voice from up in the sky. The voice says,
"Oh, Doug, you thought that you could create adventures with no consequence. Can you understand this? The program might not understand. Anyway, Doug, you thought you could just create adventures into the world, but this spell that you made has a side effect. This spell creates alternate versions of the adventurers, shadow clones, who now will travel north to the Obsidian Peak. And the secret to creating adventures, Doug, is only one may survive, the originals or the shadow clones. If the shadow clones are not defeated by the end of the month, Doug, these 3 adventurers will die. Only one group can succeed."
And as he finishes talking, this divine voice, you see the shadows move off into the distance. Far, far to the north. Doug turns to you. Oh, apparently I finished. Oh, did I press a button? Shit. Okay, hold on. It didn't hear half of what I said. Only one group gets divided. Shadows. Okay, wait, hold on. We're good. The shadows fly up north, far to the north. And then Doug turns to you, and he says, "Adventures! Creamy! Fernando! Noodle! You must make it to the north, to the Obsidian Peak. It's a long travel. But if you can make it there and kill the shadow clones, then you just might survive this next month. I created you to be the greatest adventurers of all time, and now you have to prove it by defeating the shadowy versions of yourself. So go now, go north, begin your adventure. What say you?" And as he finishes talking, the group has a moment for discussion. Okay, pause champ, does this all work?
Did he just say north? Fernando, Noodle, is it cold up there? I can't be melting away on the journey. And what if someone tries to eat me as a snow cone along the way? This is all so overwhelming.
Oh, Creamy, calm yourself down, will you? Listen, I've been on tougher gigs back in New Stork City. This ain't nothing. We get to Obsidian Peak, whack those shadowy phonies, and Vinny's gonna love the stories we'll bring back.
Oh, so true.
Besides, who would dare mess with us?
Fernando, you're right. We gotta stay cool. We need to find snow or ice along the way, or I'm toast. Literally, Noodle. Any brilliant otter ideas on how we can make sure I don't melt?
Okay.
This whole shadow clone thing sounds like a real frosty time.
Noodle, what's your deal with keeping Creamy solid? We ain't got time for a puddle on this journey. Maybe you got some genius otter tricks up your sleeve? Come on, we gotta keep
I'm waiting for
in one piece for Vinny.
Okay, they talk randomly.
Seriously, Noodle, we've got to think of something.
But they just keep talking
Maybe
and not
we
letting
can
Noodle
find
talk.
A river or lake to keep me cool, or steal an ice cart. Whatever it takes, we've got to keep me from becoming a slushy mess.
Okay, wait, hold on. I can just tell Noodle to speak directly. Hold on. Does that work? Okay, yeah. Now Noodle can talk. Perfect.
Oh, well, why don't we just fly over the hot parts?
No!
I can totally flay.
That's not a good
It'll
idea.
be like when I got my whiskers done at the Whisker Spa. And Creamy, if you tell any dark jokes, I might just laugh my tail off and make a water slide for you.
This party sucks. They're gonna fucking die. They're gonna die so hard. Okay. I need to move. Hold on. I need to, like, shift them. I need to shift them slightly left. Fernando needed to move. Wait, hold on. Fernando needed to move left, right? He was too far left. Fernando and wait, what? Oh, here. Just visualizing. Who needed to move where? I was like trying to adjust it. I feel like Noodle was a little bit too far right? Noodle's too high. Okay, I'll move Noodle down. Is Fernando a commie? I don't know. Why would we know that? Maybe we'll learn later. It's slightly bothering me the names don't match the cauldrons. It doesn't. We're gonna leave the cauldron in a sec. Turn the audio up. Can you not hear them? Yeah, I guess I need to move them slightly out of frame, so they're a little low. I don't really have a way of boosting them. I guess I can boost the line in. Advanced audio properties. I can boost it by like 3. Oh god, there's so many dice now. Line in. So it'll be 3 dB louder. Oh fuck, I just started talking to Noodle accidentally. No, now Noodle is talking. No. This is what I mean. She thinks she's the dungeon master now. This is not, I'm so explicit on them not supposed to talk
As you three huddle together and form a plan, Doug nods, approving of your camaraderie.
God damn it.
The journey will be challenging, but I believe you have the strength to overcome these obstacles.
She's trying to talk as the dungeon master.
There's a river not far from here that might help keep Creamy cool and provide a route north. He opens a large wooden door at the side of the tower, revealing a dense forest path.
Okay.
Begin your journey, adventurers. May the wind of fortune be at your back.
That's not how I would talk
You exit
anyways.
out the door and begin walking
No,
through
they
the
don't.
ancient
None of this
forest,
is
following the
canon.
directions towards the river.
None of this counts.
Birds chirp in the
I have to
trees as
undo
the
this.
sunlight dapples through the leaves. You can hear the faint sound of rushing water
Dude, this
in
is
the
so
distance.
long. Hold on, I'm just cutting it off. Okay. If this continues to happen, I have another idea of how to fix it. Okay, so now I have to go into the history of everything they've said so far and then remove this one. Okay, and then I do that for Creamy and Fernando. I'm not counting. She doesn't get to be Dungeon Master. Okay, and then Noodle, your thing at the end is here. Not my DM. I'm lobotomizing them so that they don't have that in their memory. Now it'll go back to where it just was. And now I have to look at the friggin' map to figure that out. All right, map, where you at? There's so much shit involved with this. Now I should just... This is the actual scenarios of how they play out, for people who are wondering. So to the left, they're going to have this scenario, middle, this one, right, that one. So it's like a bridge, a tavern, and they can decide where to go. Okay, so now we reboot this. For people who are curious, so the scenarios, the merchant bridge is they're going to be like at a bridge where the merchants demand something for them to be able to cross. The Vampire Diaries is they have to survive 4 nights with vampires attacking the tavern, or 4 turns or something. And then, spoiler, but you're gonna... We're collectively the Dungeon Master. This isn't... Do you not want me to tell you? We literally did all this on Monday. Wizard War is there's 2 wizards fighting in a tavern. Okay. So I should be able to just talk to them now. And continue from where we left off. Okay. Bridge, Tavern. Bridge, Tavern. Oh my god, okay. There's so much stuff going on. Okay, close Steam. Hold on, I need space in my brain. Okay. I need the map. And then I need this over here so I can see what they're saying. Okay, cool, got it. The wizard Doug steps up to you and says, "It sounds like you're up for this adventure. To travel north, you're going to have to follow along the path. Let me show you what lies ahead." And he pulls out a map. On the map, it shows where your current location is, and then the path forks into 3 different directions. Doug says, "To the left, there's a known bridge cutting through a jungle. The bridge should still be standing, but as long as you can cross the bridge, it should be easy to move on to the next area. The middle route goes to a tavern. I've heard that the tavern has been dealing with a vampire problem recently, but I'm sure it's cleared up now. And then to the right, another tavern, but apparently the locals around there can get a little bit rowdy. Which direction do you adventurers want to travel?" Why did it do that? All right, I'll let them discuss now.
All right, team, here's the deal.
Oops.
If we take the bridge, the jungle might keep me cool, but if it's too sunny, I'm in trouble. The taverns might be better for finding ice or snow, but the vampires and rowdy locals, yikes. What do you two
Jesus,
think?
take the wheel.
A
Don't worry
jungle
about
bridge,
that.
huh? Sounds like a scene right out of a crime flick. But you make a point, Creamy. Don't want you turning into a puddle of goo. As for those taverns, rowdy locals, or vampires, sounds like a chance to rough some folks up and prove I'm a tough beak. I'm game for either. What's your choice, Noodle?
Vampires sound like my ex-landlord, all dark and sinister-like. A rowdy tavern could be funnier than a codfish in a clown suit, though. But a cooler jungle might save Creamy from becoming a sad swamp. I vote for the bridge through the jungle. Less chance of becoming an ice lollipop.
Okay, so one vote for the
Alrighty
bridge.
then. Jungle it is. Good call, Noodle.
All right.
Let's cross that bridge and show whatever's out there what New Stork City's finest can do. Just remember, no one messes with Fernando or my pals.
And that ends the first choice. We're moving on to the Merchant Bridge. Okay, that actually worked. Tentatively, it's working, and they're not talking as the wrong people or making shit up. And now let's see if the actual scene is doable. Okay. I need to also save these as Photoshop files. I'll just do that here. Hey, everybody. We got through the intro, which is, again, not a actual challenge. Okay. So what I was thinking is I would explain to you, I mean, you already know the premise. So I was going to tell you what I have planned in each one, and then see if anybody has ideas for twists. I felt like that would be fun, but it is a spoiler technically. So with this one, we are going to have merchants. Four merchants are going to be situated here. You just make it up. Well, okay. So there's two thinking. One, yes, I can just make it up. I'm not incredible at improv, but I can do that. But I also think it could be fun. If Twitch chat is also contributing to how this plays out. So Noodle subtitles get clipped just a bit on the right. Okay. I need the players. Player images, bam, bam, bam. Oh my god. I think I'll get faster as it goes on. Right now, still... How big are... Okay, Fernando's just huge. Everybody else is normal size, and Fernando... I guess Fernando is like a giant bird guy. Okay, but the snowman needs to be smaller. All right. Let's test this out. One option is I just send it with the idea that I had. Another option is that we kind of crowdsource ideas about what could happen with this. Are there any suggestions? So initially it was just going to be they demand that let's try out doing this together and see how it feels. So just send it. Just send it. Fine, I'll just send it, and then maybe next time it's more collaborative. This is relying on my improbability, which is mediocre at best, but that's okay. These guys need to be a little bigger. All right, I'm going to send... Okay, yeah, I'm just like getting used to the flow of this. There's so many different things going on. All right, so first I say, all right, party, you travel to the northwest through rocks and rivers. A few days pass until finally you reach the fabled bridge that Doug the Wizard had told you about, and it runs over a raging river. Now I do the cool thing where I press this button, and it analyzes the map, and now it'll make a whole analysis of a screenshot from Photoshop, tell that to them, and then they can use all that information to know what's going on as I then explain the situation. So now it's talking about the bridge, the forest clearing, a rocky outcrop, a forest path, a riverside. So now they know all this stuff. And now I start talking as the dungeon master again. I move this over here. Okay, figuring this out. What type of music is definitely... No, too much. Bright Sandstorm. No, too much. What is a merchant song? What is like a merchant song? Benny Hill. Zelda Village. Oh, dude, yeah. Hold on. But they're kind of assholes. Like, this is too much. Do I have, like, I might have Kakariko Village somewhere. Well, whatever. I have Gerudo Town. I'll do that. We're doing Gerudo Valley for now. As you approach the bridge through the forest, the three of you see that the entrance to the bridge is blocked by 4 merchants. 2 of them stand a little farther forwards, 2 of them stand a little farther back, but all of them have a bit of a scowl on their face. The head merchant steps up to you and says, "Welcome, adventurers. I see you're trying to cross the famous merchant bridge over the raging river. However, us merchants haven't been doing great business recently, and we're going to need a little something from you before we're willing to let you pass." As he says that, he looks behind him, and there's a guy to his right, which really looks... He looks pretty angry. Like, he looks like he would get physical with you if you tried to stop him. The head merchant turns back to you, and he says, "You see, all we ask is that you purchase one of our extremely rare and valuable items. We haven't been doing a lot of business, so as long as one of the 3 of you is willing to purchase something from us for a fair and reasonable price, of course, we're happy to let you buy. But you're not walking across this bridge up until we feel like we've gotten our value." As he says that, a gust of wind swooshes by in the background, and you see the bridge sort of creaking and swaying. It doesn't look particularly sturdy. After the merchant finishes talking, you have a moment to discuss amongst yourselves. Okay.
Whoa, this guy's more stubborn than a rock crab holding a grudge.
What?
So, what are we thinking, team? Do we try and buy something or make a big splash and cause a stir? I've got a few dark jokes up my fur. Could laugh them off the bridge, too.
These chumps think they can boss us around. Not on my watch. We could buy something, sure,
Okay.
but where's the drama in that? How about I try to intimidate these goons, make them see that messing with us is a big mistake? Vinny'd be proud if we handled this like pros.
Vinny would
Oh,
be
no.
right.
Warmth from angry merchants. I'm melting with anxiety. Buying something might keep things cool, but if we do, it better be snow or ice. Fernando, your tough beak might scare them off. But let's not forget the bridge might not hold. If things get heated, what if I set something on fire to distract them and we slip by?
He's already talking about setting something on fire. All right. After discussing this as a team, the merchant steps forward again and says, well, what'll it be? Will you purchase something? I have the following incredible items. Chat, I need items. Snow cane. Okay. He steps forward, opens a satchel, and pulls out a bag of pure Colombian snow cane. He says, This is the good stuff, and it will cost you only 100 coins. Next, we have this. This tube of icy hot, very great for colds and sores, only 35 gold pieces. And lastly, this magical lava lamp, which I am not willing to sell for gold, but could hand to you if you offer me something precious of value in return. What say you? Any catch your interest? And as he finishes saying this, you see the bridge creak from another gust of wind behind him. Actually, I'll just start asking them what they want to do. I don't know at what point do I just like tell them. You know what? We'll set Creamy. Creamy, go up. I'll just go in order and we'll see what they do. Alrighty. Let's go.
Pure Colombian snow cane. My cold heart's beating faster. We might need that for an extra kick. But that magical lava lamp, what if it could keep me safe from melting? I'm torn, Fernando. Noodle. What do we sacrifice for these?
Oh, I'm seeing what's going on. Okay.
All right, Creamy. Hold your snowflakes. That snow cane might just be what you need to stay frosty. But this lava lamp deal, it seems like a gamble. I'm tempted to flex our muscles and snag what we need without forking out a fortune. What do you think, Noodle? Got an oddly cunning plan up your whiskers?
I need to turn off. Okay. Fernando was randomly British sometimes.
Well, I say we take that snow cane. It's as cool as a cucumber in cryo storage. But if Fernando gives them a good scare, maybe we can keep our gold and still get what we want. Or I could crack a dark joke so twisted these merchants might just let us pass out of sheer confusion. Either way, let's make sure Creamy stays unmelty.
Okay, yeah. So they want to just talk. Let me now be like more explicit. All right, team, it's time to make a decision. Creamy, it's your turn. What action do you take? All right, what does he do? Is he peaceful? He seems to want the cocaine.
All right, here goes nothing. I step forward and create a small snowball in my hand, ready to intimidate.
Ooh,
Listen
okay.
up, merchants. We'll
Okay.
take that pure Colombian snow cane and you'll drop your prices, or else we'll cool you down permanently. We don't want any trouble, but my buddy Fernando here ain't got patience for folks who stand in our way.
Oh, shit. Okay. Fernando, do you do anything while Creamy is saying this? So right now he's like a little further back.
Yeah, I step up with a menacing smirk and crack my wings, making a loud snapping sound. I glare at the head merchant and say, "You heard the snowman. Drop the price or you'll be feeling chillier than a pigeon's bath in winter." Got it? And don't make me call my cousin Vinny.
He might call his cousin Vinny. Okay. All right, team. The two of you step up and attempt to intimidate the first merchant, Franklin. I'm going to roll a die. Because both of you were in sync, it's going to be a little bit easier to pull this off. If you roll a 14 or above, he will be intimidated. Let's see what happens. Oh, I forgot to... Hold on. And the die is a 16. As you walk forward, Franklin stumbles back. He doesn't look nearly as confident as he was before. He says, look, we didn't think you would sort of respond like this. Most people who walk across this bridge are pushovers. Look, we don't need to get violent here. How about you just trade me 10 gold pieces for this snow cane, and then you can be on your way. As he finishes speaking, you remember that you currently have no gold on you. You only have the things on your person, such as your carrot nose from Creamy, your pants, Fernando, or Noodles. Noodle has like an urchin. What do you do? I don't know what. All right, hold on. Apparently I have keyboard shortcuts that 1, 2, and 3 are changing the opacity of things. How do I turn that off? Would it be image? Layer? Does anybody know that? I would assume it'd be layer, but I don't see it here. Layer opacity. Yeah, apparently the number keys change the opacity, which I don't know why it would be set to that. Dude, I wasn't expecting Creamy to go in there and just, like, be aggressive. Like, it's not here. Am I crazy? Assign 1, 2, 3 as a new shortcut. Yeah, I guess you just do that. But I don't want it to do anything. Is it image opacity? It should be listed here, though, right? Why isn't it listed? Oh, right. Assign and then remove. Yeah, okay. That's a good idea. Okay, we'll just do background is 1. Oh, fuck. I accidentally activated Creamy.
Oh, Frosting Flakes, we've got no gold. Fernando Noodle, any bright ideas? Maybe I'd sacrifice my carrot nose for the snow cane. It'd be worth it to stay frosty, but I'll miss my orange charm.
Okay, we'll just keep going. I realize if I'm not selecting anybody, then it doesn't do it. Okay, and I need to just tell them explicitly to do something, because otherwise they just start talking.
No need to lose your nose, Creamy. Let me handle this. I got street smarts. How about I offer them a nice story about our escapades to sweeten the deal? It's got the drama, the action, might be worth more than gold to these suckers. What do you say, Franklin? A tale worth its weight in snow cane?
Okay. Franklin, the top merchant, looks at you and he says, a story. That could be worth something. As we travel through taverns, stories can actually elicit us a little bit of gold, but my buddy Bobbert here, and he looks back at the intimidating man standing behind him. My buddy Bobbert here, he knows a thing or two about good stories. He's been around the block, if you will. Your story has to impress him. If he's impressed by it, then sure, we'll accept it as payment. And Bobbert sort of looks up and down and grunts at you and says, although you can barely understand him. He doesn't seem to speak any English. Fernando, you are up. What do you choose to do? I'll let Fernando just send it. Okay, what's a good storytelling song besides Storyteller? Okay, we'll do Storyteller.
All right, Bobbert, get ready for a story that'll knock your socks off. So there I was, back in New Stork City, right? Cousin Vinny gave me a job, burned down the local snorphanage. Yeah, you heard right. I pulled it off. Flames everywhere. Never seen snow melt so fast. As I'm hightailing it out of there, guess what I see? A snowman running away. Miracle of the century, I tell you. That's the kind of action Vinny'd be proud of, and now you get it too. What do you think?
Whoa, Fernando, you sure know how to spin a yarn. I glanced nervously at Bobbert, hoping he's impressed.
Okay, I get...
That story's as hot as a fireball in July, right, Bobbert? Please say you liked it. I can't afford to melt now.
Bobbert looks at you, and he grunts out, that it, in a deep, low voice. He doesn't seem super impressed. Do you say anything else, or do you end the story there?
Oh, Bobbert needs more, huh? All right, how about this? Just as I thought I was in the clear, I spot this snowman. Yeah, Creamy over here, zooming away.
Oh, he knows it was Creamy?
Forward, we team up and take down a gang of rogue icicles terrorizing New Stork City. It was epic. Ice shards flying, snow everywhere. And in the end, Vinny gives me the nod of approval. You ever seen a flamingo partner with a snowman taking down an icy gang? Now that's a story to remember.
So he knows?
Hey, Fernando, don't forget the part where we found that ancient ice sculpture that looked just like Creamy. I mean, who could forget such chilly details? Bobbert, you'd be frostbitten not to love it. Pretty sure you won't find an icier tale in these parts.
Okay. Bobbert looks at you with a bit of a grunt. The fact that you apparently burnt down a snorphanage that your own friend was in is pretty metal. And so he looks to be a little more impressed than he might not have otherwise. If you roll a 12 or above, Bobbert will be impressed. And you roll a 14. Bobbert steps forward, extends a hand and says, good story. Franklin looks over and says, true. We'll be sure to tell about this in the local tavern. You may pass, although if you have any gifts you'd like to give to us as a gesture for being so kind and so flexible, we sure would appreciate it. And the merchants step to the side and allow you to pass. What do you do? Yeah, this is the thing. I wonder if they're going to ask for the snow cane.
All right, merchants, we'll remember your generosity, and we got quite the tale for you at the taverns. No hard feelings, eh? We'll pass through now, but if you ever need someone to knock a few heads or tell an ice-cold story, you know who to call. Let's go, team. Northward to glory, and more legendary tales for Vinny.
Okay. Let's see if Creamy says anything.
Phew, that was chillier than expected. Thanks, Fernando, for the cool save. Let's move across this bridge before it decides to give way. Remember, we need to find snow or ice soon. I can feel myself dripping already.
Great job, Fernando. That was slicker than an eel on ice. Let's hustle across this creaky contraption before it turns into a wooden water slide. And Creamy, we'll find a snowbank for you to chill in soon enough.
As you start stepping onto the bridge, Franklin turns and yells at you and he says, "Wait, careful! This bridge has felt incredibly rickety. That's why we're standing over here on this side. You should be awfully careful as you cross it. It could snap at any moment." Fernando, what do you choose to do? Man, the numbers changing opacity is so annoying.
Don't sweat it, Franklin. We've faced tougher situations. I'll lead the way, but let's take it slow and steady, team. Watch your step. If this bridge decides to play rough, we'll make sure to handle it New Stork City style. Let's go!
Okay, Fernando, as you start crossing the bridge, it creaks under your weight. There is a 1 in 4 chance that it might snap underneath you. Let's roll the die. 5 or above, and you make it safely across. 5. You barely avoid the creaking planks below you and make it safely to the other side. Noodle, you watch as Fernando makes it across. What do you choose to do?
Well, what do you know? I still got those slick new stork moves.
I meant to say Noodle.
Come on, follow my lead and watch those wobbly planks. Creamy, you stay frosty and wait till Noodle's made it over. We got this, just like clockwork.
Here goes nothing. I'll try to flay right across, just like back in the Whisker Spa. Watch out, Fernando, I'm coming through. And Creamy, get ready to roll once I make it.
Noodle steps forward and jumps up into the air, preparing to fly over the bridge. However, she promptly smacks down into the ground because of gravity, and it turns out she can't fly because she's an otter. There is now a chance that the planks break underneath you, even higher than before because you slammed into them. If you roll an 8 or above, the planks do not break. Okay. You rolled a 15, so you slam down onto the planks. You feel them creak and groan, but they don't snap underneath your weight, and you stand back up. Creamy, while this is going on, what do you do? On a 20, she should fly. On a 20, she can fly, but she is an otter.
Noodle, you almost turned into river soup. All right, it's my turn. I'll waddle lightly, stepping on the boards Fernando picked.
Ooh.
But I need you two to cheer me on. Keep me cool, folks. I can't afford to melt now.
That's smart. Because you were choosing to walk on the same planks that Fernando did, they're slightly less likely to break. 4 and above, and you make it safely across. An 8. You do manage to make it across the bridge. Noodle, you are now the only one midway through the bridge. What do you choose to do?
Phew, I guess otter wings are a no-go. All right, time to scamper across like a proper otter. Fernando, Creamy, keep an eye out. I'll sprint low and quick. Here I come, like a fish escaping a net.
All right, we roll the die. 5 or above, and you make it.
You fail.
Unfortunately, Noodle, as you run across, the biggest plank snaps underneath your feet. And you feel yourself tumbling through the bridge, right in between the gaps, and you start to fall off. Only a single finger catches the edge of the bridge, but you're only going to be holding on to this for a few more seconds. Creamy and Fernando, you are across the bridge. You are not immediately there. Do you do anything to help?
Noodle, hold on tight! Fernando, quick, we gotta save her! I'll form a snowball and throw it to distract them, and you grab her.
Distract
I can't
who?
let anyone fall on my watch.
Creamy, where are you throwing the snowball? What exactly are you doing? Could you describe it to me again? Distract the river? Is he distracting gravity?
I'm throwing the snowball towards the edge near Noodle, hoping it'll create a thud and give her something to grab onto.
What?
Or at least distract her while Fernando rushes in. Aim for a solid spot where she can get a better grip and stop falling. Fernando, move fast while she's got a chance.
Fernando, what do you do while Creamy throws a snowball? Okay. Creamy is prepping his snowball.
Nice move, Creamy. I'm rushing in, wings outstretched. I'll grab Noodle by the scruff and yank her back up. Hang tight. Noodle, it's rescue time. New Stork, city style.
Okay. Fernando starts rushing in. Creamy builds up a snowball and then throws it near Noodle to help her out, I guess. And so if you roll a 10 or above, the snowball will land next to her. Congratulations. Creamy, you hurl a snowball and it lands right next to Noodle as she's holding onto the bridge with one finger. Meanwhile, Fernando starts rushing across the bridge. But again, the bridge could break underneath him. And because he's rushing, there's an even higher chance of it breaking underneath him. You now have to roll a 10 or above to make it safely over to Noodle and grab her. A 9. As you rush forward, Fernando, one of the planks cracks under your feet, and you too fall through the gap with just the end of your feathers holding you on. Noodle, you are now up. You have to, just by the grip of your fingers, stay onto this bridge. I'm going to roll a die to see if you can hold onto the grip for another turn. Or do you want to do anything else?
Oh, Otter Whiskers, this is bad. Gotta think quick. Grab that snowball and use it to wedge myself up. And Fernando, don't let go, buddy. We're not falling today, not while Vinny's waiting on our hero stories.
Okay, Vinny reference. Okay, you try to pull yourself up using the snowball handhold that Creamy threw at you for some reason. I will give it a very, very, very slight improvement to your roll. If you roll a 17 or above, you manage to pull yourself up. Otherwise, your grip will slip. Oh, unfortunately, Noodle, it's a 15. Your grip, despite the snow that Creamy threw at you, is actually slipperier because that's what snow would do. Your grip loosens, and then you fall slowly, smaller and smaller, shrinking towards the sea, and you land with a loud crash into the river below. Fernando, you are holding on by a feather to the bridge. You just watch Noodle drop below you. What do you do? She's going to take damage. She's not going to die. But she's going to take a lot of damage. Oh, I forgot to activate him. She can fly, though.
No! Gotta save myself and get down there.
Do you?
With all my strength, I try to pull myself up by gripping the edge of the bridge with my wings and scramble back onto solid ground. Creamy, get ready. We're diving after Noodle next.
15 or above. Okay, rolling a 15 or above will allow you to pull yourself back up. You roll a 15. Fernando, you managed to pull yourself back up by the wing, but you can see over the edge of the bridge, Noodle has crashed into the river below, and she looks injured. You can't tell how injured yet. Creamy, what do you do? Did we establish that Fernando can fly? I don't think we said he could fly.
Creamy, we gotta act fast.
Oh, oops,
I'm back on the bridge, just barely.
I had Fernando
You
talk.
think you can create a snow ramp or something to slide down safely? We can't leave Noodle down there alone. Let's save our furry friend pronto.
He has fly? Okay.
Oh no, Noodle needs us. I'll make a snow ramp with what I've got left to slide down safely.
What?
Keep an eye out, Fernando. We'll rescue her together.
What is that?
Noodle, hold on. We're coming.
What? What? What does that mean? Creamy, could you describe what that means a little more? What is a snow ramp? Do you mean to use your own body as a ramp down to the riverside off the cliff? Or what? Or what are you saying? It's a ramp.
I mean creating a small slide using part of my snowy body to form a ramp off the side of the bridge leading down to the riverside.
What?
I'll lose some snow, but it'll help us get to Noodle faster without falling. Fernando, be ready to catch me if I start melting too much.
Okay, I don't get it, but that's fine. Based on the same rules as the snow cone, we're gonna say he hurts himself. All right, Creamy, you begin using the bottom of your snowman body to actually slide down this cliff face and manage to swoosh all the way down to the base of the river, 200 feet below. You lose a lot of your body parts in the process of it, knocking your health from 3 down to just 2. Where are you, Creamy? Alrighty. But you are now very close to Noodle as you see her floating unconscious down the river. Fernando, what do you choose to do? Creamy is the worst character. He did just sacrifice himself.
Creamy, you're a snowy hero. I'm gonna hustle down your makeshift ramp and get to Noodle. Brace yourself. I'm sliding in. Here I come, buddy. Hold tight.
Okay. All right, Fernando runs up to the top of the bridge, uses the snow slide to get down to the base of the river. You are now both near Noodle, and you can see her sort of floating down the river unconscious by the bank. But she's still like 20 feet out into the river. How do you choose to try to help her? Creamy, you're up first. She can swim. She's unconscious, though, from the fall.
I'll use what's left of my snowy body to form a rope and throw it out to Noodle. I'll take the hit to help her. Fernando, grab the other end and we'll pull our friend to safety together. Hang on, Noodle, just a bit longer.
That doesn't make sense. A snow rope, a snope. I mean, he's gonna take another hit. He's gonna kill himself. But he's killing himself for Noodle, which is kind of sweet. But that doesn't even make sense. It would have to be like an icicle? He can heal with snow. Yeah, I guess we'll say that he can heal if he finds snow by the same law. I'm debating how much I want to just allow him to do this versus this doesn't make sense because that's not how snow works. I'm going to say it doesn't make sense. Bad DM, let Creamy cook. Make it a very difficult roll. What are his actual moves? I forget. It's magic. You know what? Fine. We're gonna let him send it. But it is gonna hurt him more. And it's not even guaranteed to work. But I'll say they have a good chance of it happening. Like 10 or above. All right, Creamy. You pull out even more of your body, knocking your health even lower to just 1 heart. But using that portion of your body, you form a rope and you throw it out at Noodle, who is floating unconsciously down the river. An 8 or above will grab her. Good luck. You roll a 19. You throw out this frozen part of yourself, wrap it around Noodle, and slowly pull her back to shore. God, I hate the opacity thing. I gotta figure out how to change that.
Creamy, you absolute legend. I grab the other end of the snowy rope and start pulling with all my might. Noodle, you're coming back to us. No way we're losing you. Let's get her safe and sound, then find you some frost before you melt away.
The two of you managed to successfully pull Noodle up onto the riverbank and into safety, and you realize that the fall from this incredibly tall bridge did hurt her pretty badly. And in fact, she is down to just one heart. But Noodle, you wake up hurt, but alive. What do you do?
Noodle, you're alive! Thank Vinny's lucky stars! Creamy and I, we managed to get you back on solid ground. Take it easy, Tough Otter. We've still got a long way to go, and we need you at your best.
Okay. She can heal Vinny with the carrot.
Noodle, thanks, Snowflakes, you're okay? I'm a bit thin now after rescuing you, but it was worth it.
Creamy,
Huddle up,
you
team.
son of a
We've got to
bitch.
find some snow or ice to patch me up and fast. Let's stick together and keep cool from now on.
That was a close one. Felt like I was in an otter-apocalypse. Thanks for saving my fur, you two. Creamy, you're looking a bit smaller. Let's get you some snow ASAP. And Fernando, I might need a feathery hug to get my strength back up.
They're so upbeat and positive. Creamy, as the three of you walk back up the banks of this river and up the cliff and make it to the top of the bridge before everything went south, you notice that because of the smaller size of your body, it turns out there was a gun frozen inside of your body that you only now noticed because so much of your body has been melted away as part of your
Jesus, take the wheel.
strange snow things. Thank you, Captain Southbird, for the 10 gifted subs. You notice that a gun is sticking out of your stomach. Let's see what, if anything, he does with this. I don't know what you would.
Holy moly, Creamy! You had a gun frozen in you this whole time? That's some gritty new stork luck right there. Keep it safe, might come in handy with those shadow clones. And Noodle, consider yourself hugged, feathery and all.
Oh, they hug.
Whoa.
Okay, they get in for a nice
Where
hug.
did this come from? A gun might get us out of some hot situations for sure. Let's keep going and find some snow. It's my lifeline. Noodle, you're getting that feathery hug whether you like it or not.
I think she wants the feathery hug.
A gun? Creamy, you're full of surprises. Maybe we can shoot ourselves some ice cubes next. And yeah, Fernando, let's group hug it out. It's the least we can do after that icy dive.
Alrighty, at the end of it all, the three of them do a big group hug. Isn't that adorable? Alright, they're pretty hurt, but they got a gun. Okay, cool. These guys are wholesome. They're wholesome as fuck. I think all three of them need to be bigger. Alrighty. And after your delightful group hug, the three of you cross the bridge and start moving up the forest path together, seeking out the next adventure. As you check the map that the wizard Doug gave you, you realize that ahead of you are two different paths that you can take. Out of this forest bridge area, one path leads to the left, which is apparently the route to a famous museum full of ancient artifacts. The other path goes to a well-known pond, a lake that people seem to use and love for fishing. Which path do you choose to take? I hope they go museum.
A museum with ancient artifacts sounds like a place for some great stories and maybe some valuable loot.
The map doesn't
But
reflect...
that pond might have the ice and cool water we need to keep Creamy from melting. I'm torn, but let's see what treasures or ice we can fish out at the pond first. Plus, a bit of rest by the water could do us all some good. What do you two think?
The pond sounds refreshing, like a sea otter's spa day.
Okay.
Creamy, you can cool off and we might snag some fish for a snack. We'll become legends who fish for artifacts another time. Plus, water's my natural element. Let's dive in.
Okay.
The pond sounds perfect. I need that ice to stop dripping away. Let's head there first and make sure I'm solid before we explore the museum. Fishing for refreshment. Let's go, team.
All right, and with a big burst... Oh, I'm not talking yet. Alrighty, with a big burst of excitement, the team advances forwards towards the Golden Fish Lake. And now, map change. Merchant Bridge, boom, we do this. Oh. Fisherman's request. There we go. Spoilers. Yeah, sorry. All right. In this area, we have the following. We have got 2 fishermen. Oh, we also... And I got... Don't worry. Yeah, I need to fix the hotkeys. This sucks, having them change opacity constantly. Alright, we also gotta add the treasure this time. Okay, you gotta be smaller. You gotta be smaller. Alright, so, barrels filled with bones. I didn't set it up, but what I was thinking is for the treasures that they can find in the different scenarios, we could do it that they just, like, spin randomly. Like, they spin a wheel. So I have a big list of treasures that we can use. Eh? I just want to point out the single bridge almost took out 2 of the 3 characters. Yeah. So a lot of the scenarios they can get through without fighting, though. But I thought they would do more than just, like, cross the bridge with no other, like, strategy at all. I thought they might do something to, like, be a little bit safer. I don't understand why water hurt an otter so much. If you fall onto water from like 200 feet, it's like hitting concrete. It's just because you're an otter doesn't mean you can survive a high fall. That's why. And it was a 1 roll, which was like, I decided not to just have her immediately fall off, which is generous. But not like an instant kill, but it needs to be like pretty bad if you fall off a bridge. Seeing as that was like the whole premise of that scenario. Okay. Treasure. I have a list of potential treasures. Let me pull that up. Why didn't she fly? Well, she managed to survive flying, actually. Okay. Oh, wait. I have 20 of them. I'll just roll a die to figure out what... 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. Ooh, okay, cool.
Can you feel that cool breeze already? It's like a frosty hug from the clouds.
No,
Let's
stop.
get to that lake and fish out some ice, or maybe even a fish cycle. Lead the way, team.
Okay, so what I was hoping to do, what I was thinking would be fun, because we have... So in this one, we talked about the scenario that they're going to come up, which is... I need the fish, too. Tokens. Where's the fish? Okay. I'm gonna have to turn off the frickin' hotkeys. It's so annoying. Okay. I think we should come up collectively with a twist going into each scenario that is based off of their personalities. So that way each scenario is a little bit customized for the guys so that it can be a little bit more replayable. So with that in mind, this is going to be a scenario where old Tom asks them to help him catch the legendary golden fish. And his rival, young Tim, apparently has some secret technique for how to catch something. The pawn. What do we want to change about the scenario to like customize it to them? Yeah, Ricky Morrow. If you just say it in chat right now, I'll look out for your name. Tim's house is on fire. Okay, they could accidentally catch the giant squid monster. That's good. There's ice. It's ice fishing. Icy lake. But how does that, like, change the actual scenario of what they're doing? Yeah, Tim is a former member of the Fire Nation. The houses are flammable. What do the barrels do? They're just explosive barrels. Okay, hold on. Keyboard shortcuts. What? Set this to tools, huh? Choose the shortcut set in the keyboard. Oh, that's what I have. Opacity shortcut. Oh, there we go, for tools. Got it. And then these are... Wait, but I don't see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. What? Where's opacity? Find the opacity shortcut. Scroll down to locate the opacity settings. But they aren't here. Is it in somewhere else? Panel menu, text spaces? What am I missing? I'm reading the message. Opacity shortcuts are hard-coded? There's no fucking way that they made it so you can't change... You have to change the opacity of a layer by... What? It's set that way to default, but like there's no way that it's locked to that. That would be insane. Alright, stop spamming the giant thing. I saw it. There's no way, right? Why not change your own shortcuts? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to set it so that hitting number 1 doesn't change the opacity. No, I know you can change the opacity to layer. I just don't, like, so I have this set up so I press certain keys on the keyboard in order to, like, activate the different AIs. You have to use auto, oh my god, this is awful. There's no way. Try overriding it anyway. I mean, it literally said I couldn't change something, like, like, it won't even... Yeah, forward is an invalid shortcut. You can only use A through... So you can't... What on fucking earth is wrong with them? You can't lock the opacity. You can only lock a layer, which means... Oh my god, okay. I mean, I can change the AI shortcuts. The problem is then I have to change them to a bunch of other keys, which are going to cause their own issues, and then I can't type anything. The numpad keys are by far the best, because they're not things I would just be typing normally. So that's a good idea, but then if I type literally anything, I'm just going to be activating them a whole bunch. So, because it's not one key. There's 10 different ones that I'm using that are set to do different things. People saying L Adobe as if this isn't obscure. I think it is a fairly common experience that Adobe products feel like there's a lot of fuck you moments in them, where they'll just like remove a thing or set something that you just can't do anything about. I strongly dislike Adobe, so but this isn't like, you know, a game-changing situation. It's just really strange that they would lock the num keys to things. That's really, really bizarre. Okay, and then any suggestions for what Lil Tim's strategy is for catching the fish? Let's just, we'll move on. I'll just deal with it. Maybe figure out something. Because they're also going to be... This one's a little too big. Okay, there's a chance that they catch the giant squid if they try to... He sings to lure the fish then. There's gotta be something that, like, involves... Okay. Creamy is still the MVP? Alright. We're gonna send it. We need an ice lake for Creamy. I don't think we need to. One, because I would have to change how this is set up. But two, so I mean, I think he has to find snow in order to repack himself. Unless they find a way to, like, freeze ice. All right, let's send it. So I'm going to show this here. All right, the party travels forward up the path, and after a day or two, you arrive at the Golden Fish Lake. You can see it described here. And now I have them analyze the map. All right. As the three of you enter this lake, an old man runs up to you. And he says, I'm Old Tom. Adventurers, you have to help me out. You see, I've been fishing in these parts for generations. There's a lot of good fish out there and some evil creatures. You got to be careful. But I've always dreamed of catching the golden fish. And as he says that, he quivers with excitement. They say the golden fish will bestow upon the catcher an incredible treasure. I've never experienced it for myself, and I've always wanted to. Lot of fish out in these parts. You got to be careful. Some dangerous creatures, too. But if you three can catch the golden fish for me, I promise you can have the treasure inside of it. The problem is, I have no idea how to catch it. No matter what kind of lure I use, no matter what kind of tricks, the golden fish never seems to be caught upon my rod. However, to the north of me lives a young fisherman named Young Tim. Tim is different from the fisherman I've grown up with. He seems to, maybe by his body and physiology, have some special way of communicating with the fish. I'm not sure what it is about him that gives him an advantage. But he's been able to catch the golden fish a few times now. He has some sort of secret technique. Maybe you could talk to him, but I don't think he'll give it to you easily. As he finishes speaking, the party has a moment to discuss. All right, let's see what they say.
Old Tom, you're in luck. We thrive on challenges. Catching this golden fish might just be the thing to uplift our spirits and cool down Creamy. I say we pay a visit to this young Tim and figure out his secret. Creamy Noodle, you in? We might need to use some smooth talk or a little new stork persuasion to get him to spill the beans.
Absolutely, Fernando. If this golden fish can keep me cool or bring us treasure, I'm all in. Let's find young Tim and see what he knows. Maybe he's got some ice skating tips too. Noodle, you ready to charm or outwit him with those otter skills?
And if he won't spill the secret, we'll just have to use our combo of wit, charm, and a little intimidation. Let's get to young Tim and bring back that fish. Vinny's gonna love hearing about our big catch. What do you think, Noodle? Ready to work your otter magic?
All right, the three of you move north along the lakefront. And you find yourself outside the cabin of young Tim, a walrus-looking creature who looks at you sullenly. Creamy, what do you do as you approach the walrus man named young Tim?
Hey there, young Tim. We hear you're the best when it comes to catching the golden fish. Old Tom's been dreaming of it for ages, and we'd love your help. Got any tips or secret techniques? We'll make it worth your while.
Yeah, Tim. We'll even do a fishy dance if that'll help. Got any utterly amazing secrets that could help us snag that golden fish? Promise we won't fish around too much. Just point us in the right direction.
Tim, buddy, here's the deal. You help us out, and we'll owe you big time. Maybe we can even bring some fishy treasures your way. Vinny would be mighty impressed if we catch this fish with your technique. So, what do you say, pal? Help us out.
Young Tim looks at you and he says, "Why the hell would I share my fishing technique with you? This is how I make a living on these parts. Fishing's been in my family for generations. I'm a fucking walrus." And with that, he strolls down the dock, throws out a fishing rod, and ignores you. Fernando, what do you do?
Oh, so that's how it is, huh? All right, Tim, let's see if you can ignore this. I step up beside him, puffing out my chest and using my intimidation skill.
Okay.
Listen here, Tim. We're not just any random adventurers. We got the grit, reputation, and a whole lot of feathers. You give us that technique, or things might get more uncomfortable than a walrus out of water.
Young Tim looks back at you and he says, "I'm literally a walrus, and I'm literally out of water. And if I let you intimidate me, then who knows what old Tom might do to me. He's been after my secret for a generation. You can't have it." And he ignores you and looks back at the water. My God.
Well, you got some guts, I'll give you that. Creamy, any ideas on how to cool this situation down? Maybe a trade or something? I'm open to suggestions if it means reeling in that golden fish for Vinny. Tim's no pushover, that's for sure.
Tim's tough as walrus tusks. Maybe we can offer him a deal. How about a trade? Tim, how about this? We bring you something valuable or do you a favor in return for your fishing secret. We're resourceful critters, name your price, and we'll deliver.
Tim looks back at you and he says, that guy, old Tom, I don't like him and I don't trust him. If you can take him out of the picture once and for all, then I'll tell you the secret. But I can't be having my secret leak to old Tom and have him start taking the golden fish from me. If you promise me that old Tom won't be fishing in these waters again anymore, if you know what I mean, then we have a deal. This opacity thing is driving me insane. This is so dumb. Okay, whatever. Use Fernando as bait. Oh, oops, I forgot to... Hold on. All right, Noodle.
Whoa, Tim wants Tom out of the picture. That's darker than the bottom of the sea. Fernando, Creamy, what do we do? I'm not great with, automination. Maybe we can find another way to keep Tom away without, making a splash.
That's not the right...
Tim's asking for a frosty end for Tom. I'm not made for that kind of heat. Maybe we can find a way to convince Tom to leave peacefully, or trick him into thinking these waters are cursed. We've got to find a cooler solution than violence, team.
Why are they so not
I'm with
violent?
You, Creamy. Let's play this smart. Tim, how about this? We'll convince Tom to pack up and move out of here for good. No need for bloodshed. We'll figure out a way to make him think there's nothing left for him in these waters. Deal?
Tim looks at you and he says, if you convince Tom to leave forever, then yes, we have a deal. Fernando, what do you do? I don't want to change the hotkeys right now anyway. I'm worried.
All right, Tim, you got yourself a deal. Let's go, team. Time to have a little chat with old Tom. We'll need a convincing story or maybe a scare tactic to get him to leave. Vinny'd appreciate handling this the smart way. Creamy, Noodle, let's brainstorm on the walk back.
Okay. All right. The three of you traverse your way over to old Tom, who looks at you and he says, did you get that walrus bastard to give you the secret? I want the golden fish's treasure. As a reminder, Creamy, you do have a gun. Also as a reminder, Fernando, you love crime. Oh my god.
Oh boy, Tom. Tim's a tough nut to crack, but maybe you'd consider moving on. These waters might not have much left for you, but there's plenty of other lakes out there. How about we help you relocate to a more fruitful fishing spot?
Fruitful fishing spot, he screams back at you. My family's been here for generations. We need to get young Tim out of here so I can have the lake to myself. Maybe you could, get rid of him for good. If his cabin were to, say, disappear, he might go for other waters. He's had the golden fish long enough. Fernando, what do you do?
All right, Tom, I hear ya. Maybe we can make Tim's cabin disappear without any drama. How about this? We set up a little act, scare Tim enough to hightail it out of here, claiming the place is cursed or something. Just leave the subtlety to us. Trust me, with my street smarts, we'll handle this smoothly.
Why? Wait, what? Why would... So they're gonna go perform... Okay.
Yeah, Tom, we can spook him good. Imagine Tim discovering his cabin covered in eerie messages and strange signs that scream, cursed! We'll make sure he thinks twice before staying here.
Okay.
What do you think about that plan, Noodle?
Ooh, a spooky otter mission. I'm in. We can totally make Tim believe the place is haunted or cursed. Maybe sprinkle some dark jokes around his cabin for extra chills. Let's make it so eerie he'll never want to fish here again.
Okay. Yeah, ChatGPT is too nice. I have an idea for how to make them not as nice. Because I like, he's supposed to be a criminal. And she's not making any dark jokes. I mean, this is part of the test of today, is figuring out. Okay. All right. The three of you move back up to young Tim's cabin. On the way there, you do notice 3 red barrels with what might be gunpowder inside of them resting next to Tim's cabin. You move upward towards his cabin, and you see Tim out on the dock fishing. What do you choose to do?
Huh. Those barrels give me an idea.
Is the idea
Creamy,
what...
you thinking what I'm thinking?
Is it
We could use this gunpowder for an explosive scare without harming Tim. Tim hears a blast, sees eerie messages, and thinks the lake's cursed. We got our spooky scene. Noodle, you handle the spooky signs. Creamy, help me move these barrels. Let's give Tim a reason to skip town.
Okay. Okay. Noodle, what specifically do you do? Does it do it even if I...
Yeah, let's set the scene right. Noodle.
Oh, oops. I had
Curve
Creamy.
some spooky messages on the trees near the cabin. Things like, leave now, or the lake is cursed. I'll help Fernando move the barrels and set up the dramatic explosion. We gotta make this convincing.
Okay. Noodle, what do you do?
Spooky messages? I'm on it like a fish on a hook. I'll scratch stuff like beware the golden curse and fish spirits beware on the trees and rocks. Fernando, be careful with those barrels.
Okay.
We want a big bang, not a boat trip downstream. Let's make Tim feel like the lake's gone ghostly.
Okay, what does that even mean? Okay, Noodle starts drawing messages onto the side of young Tim's cabin. Fernando, what specifically do you do? You and Creamy move over to the explosive barrels.
All right, Creamy, let's position these barrels close to the cabin for maximum effect. We'll set them up in a way that'll make a big, harmless bang. Then I'll use the gun to set them off from a safe distance.
What?
We've got to make this look real spooky. So once the barrels are in place, get ready for a dramatic explosion.
How would it be harmless? Let's see what Creamy thinks.
Got it, Fernando. Let's place these barrels strategically around the cabin. I'll back up to a safe spot with you after we set them up. This is gonna spook Tim right out of his flippers. Ready when you are to light the fuse.
Okay. All right, you guys move the explosive barrels around the cabin and then move away to a safe distance. Tim, who is currently out fishing, has not noticed you yet. You are now standing 15 feet away from the cabin, which has spooky words written on it and 3 barrels full of gunpowder lying against the side of the cabin. What do you choose to do now? Okay. Do they just blow up the house? Because I don't think they realize what they're doing.
Creamy, Noodle, get behind me. All right, here we go. Pulling out the gun. Aiming carefully.
Okay.
I shoot at the barrels to set off a big scare. This lake's gonna seem more haunted than a ghost town after this. Tim's gonna be out of here in no time.
Okay. Very cool. Very spooky. Fucking... Okay. I'm gonna change their AIs after this, but we'll let this scene play out. Okay, Fernando, you pull the gun out of Creamy, point it at the barrels, and take a shot. As long as you roll a 4 or above, you hit the barrels. And the shot connects. Right when you hit the explosive barrels, you hear a gigantic boom! And the entire house erupts in a gigantic explosion of flame. The wooden house immediately blazes and spreads quickly. As soon the entire thing is burning to the ground. A few seconds later, you hear from across the dock, Jesus Christ, what happened to my home? And young Tim starts sprinting towards you. What do you do now? What did they think was going to happen?
Oh, shellfish, we made a real mess. Tim is going to be boiling mad. Let's pretend to be spooked too. Run around like we're cursed and yell stuff like, the lake is haunted. Maybe Tim will buy it.
Oh, frosty fates, this got out of hand. Tim's coming our way. We gotta act fast. Fernando, Noodle, let's scatter and yell about the curse. The spookier, the better. The spirits of the lake have spoken.
Yeah, let's go full otter panic mode. Tim, it's the spirits. They're angry. Run before they get us too. We're out of here.
You heard him, Tim. We barely escaped the spirit's wrath ourselves. The lake is cursed. You gotta get out. We're scattered as scared critters. Make it believable, folks.
Young Tim runs up to you. He says, what happened to my home? And he looks at the gun that you're currently holding, Fernando. He says, wait a minute, you didn't do anything with those gunpowder barrels that were near my home, did you? Let's see if they can get out of this.
Tim, listen, it's not what it looks like. The spirits of the lake, they possessed me. The gunpowder was just a tool for their wrath. You gotta believe us. The lake is cursed. For your safety, you better leave now.
Why would... I can't...
Yeah, Tim, we were just trying to talk to the fish, and then boom, the spirits got all fiery. It's haunted, man. Trust us, get out while you still can.
Okay, we're gonna do a deception check. We're gonna do a test to see if you can convince Tim. Unfortunately, he can see, looking at the giant fireball of his cabin, the explosive barrels went off, and clearly noticed the gun that you were holding. It's going to take a 15 or above in order to convince Tim that the lake is actually haunted. Old Tim looks at you, and then he frowns, and he says, I don't think this lake is cursed at all. I think that old Tom put you up to this. And he starts running south towards Tom's cabin, wielding a harpoon in one hand, with murderous intent in his eyes. Fernando, you are up. What do you do?
Oh boy, this just cranked up to 11. Creamy Noodle, we gotta stop him before he reaches Tom. I'll sprint after Tim and try to tackle him. We can't let this turn into a bloodbath.
Why don't they...
We need him to chill out, not skewer someone. Vinny's code, no unnecessary hits. Remember, let's move.
They're way too pacifist. We'll fix that, don't worry. Fernando runs after young Tim and attempts to tackle him. 14 or above, and you successfully tackle the large walrus. Unfortunately, you don't roll high enough. You lunge forward, but Tim keeps moving past you. Noodle, what do you do?
Oh, Whiskers, this is bad. I'll run after Tim and try to wrap myself around his legs. Can't let him get to Tom with that harpoon. Hold on tight, otter style. You're not skewering anyone, Tim.
You run forward and attempt to tackle young Tim. 15 or above, and you get it. All right, you roll a 15 and manage to grapple onto young Tim's legs and slam the two of you to the ground. But you did this very close to old Tom, who runs forward and starts shouting gleefully, "Aha! Not the big man at the lake anymore, young Tim! Now that these three burned your house to the fucking ground!" Creamy, what do you do?
Oh, snowballs! This is heating up too much. Old Tom, calm down. We didn't mean to cause all this. Can we talk this out? Tim, we just wanted the fishing secret for a better cause. We're not here to ruin lives. Let's chill and sort this out.
Yeah, let's not turn this into a seafood brawl. Tim, look, we're sorry about the cabin. We'll help rebuild it if we have to. Tom, you need to ice it with the gloating. Let's solve this without harpoons and melted dreams.
As much as you say that, old Tom steps forward, and he pulls a knife out of his pocket. He holds it up to young Tim's throat, who is being held on the ground by Noodle, and says, "Young Tim, tell me the secret to catching the golden fish. How do you do it?" Young Tim shouts out, "I'll never tell you. I'd rather die." Is there anything you try to do to stop this situation or change it? Who's gone last? I think Creamy. We'll let Creamy talk.
Ah, frosty fates, Tom. This isn't the way. Let's all put the weapons down before this turns into a sticky mess. I step between them, trying to defuse the situation. We'll catch the golden fish together and share the treasure. Nobody needs to get hurt.
Hold up, Tom. Put that knife away. There's got to be a better way than slicing throats. Think about the long game. We catch that fish together and share the loot. We already burned his cabin. Let's not make things worse.
You attempt to persuade and intimidate old Tom out of making the stab. 15 or above, and you convince him. 16. Old Tom, with his knife an inch from young Tim's throat, pauses and falters, which gives Creamy a chance to step in the middle and push him away. Old Tom looks at Tim and says, "I'll let you leave the lake peacefully, but tell me the secret to catching the golden fish." Young Tim looks at him and he says, "Fine, if I'm leaving anyway. I just threw gunpowder barrels into the water and then blew them up. And then sometimes the golden fish would come up for the... It was pretty straightforward and obvious, old Tom. Why do you think there were explosions all the time in the lake? And now I have nothing, because these idiots blew up all my barrels." And he looks back sadly at the cabin.
Explosions in the water, of course. Oh, Tom, you've got your answer. But let's not make this worse. Tim, we're sorry about the cabin. We'll help you rebuild. Let's use this chance to make peace and share the lake's bounty.
God, they're so incredibly pacifist.
We really made an otter mess of things. Tim, we'll help fix up your cabin. Promise. Oh, Tom, you've got the secret now. Let's fish for the golden prize together. No more harpoons, just teamwork and fireworks.
See, Tom? We got the secret without any bloodshed. Tim, we'll make it right and get your cabin standing again. Let's all cool off, work together, and maybe even catch that golden fish as a team. Vinny would say, cooler heads make for better stories.
Okay. I need a saw. Who's Vinny? Vinny is her cousin. Young Tim, upset, walks away to stand near the wreckage of his cabin. Old Tom, though, says, "Of course, explosive barrels. I think I've still got one lying around." Runs over to his cabin, rummages around, and then you see him emerge holding a large explosive barrel. As he steps out with it, he says, "Quick, team, help me catch the golden fish. Let's bring this to the dock and hurl it out together." And he carries the explosive barrel out to the edge of the dock. What do you choose to do? Fernando, you're up.
All right, Tom, let's make this happen. I help him carry the barrel to the dock, keeping a careful eye on how we handle it. Creamy Noodle, join us. Let's fish this in true team style. I'll aim and light the fuse when we're ready.
I'm right behind you, Fernando. Careful with that barrel. Let's not have another explosive mishap. Noodle, get ready to dive in case we need to grab the treasure quick. Together, we've got this. Let's catch that golden fish.
Okay, are they going to throw it? That's a good question. All right, the three of you help old Tom carry the explosive barrel to the end of the dock. Then he turns to you and says, "You know, we didn't ask him what we do with it. What should we do? How do we actually use this thing?" Creamy, you're up. Actually, Noodle, you're up. Okay.
Well, if explosions bring the golden fish up, maybe we just toss the barrel in and light it up. The boom should do the trick. Let's roll it into the water and then Fernando can shoot it again. Get ready, everyone. This fish is about to meet its match.
Okay. As long as Fernando's good with that.
Noodle's got a point. Let's roll it carefully into the water and then I'll take the shot. Creamy, you ready to back us up if the fish shows up? Old Tom, get ready for that treasure. This lake's about to see some fireworks.
The three of you take the barrel and carefully push it into the water and then roll it some distance away. However, it just kind of floats near the dock. What do you do?
It's just floating there. Maybe we need to push it out farther. Noodle, you think you can swim it out a bit before we light it up? Just make sure you're at a safe distance to avoid the blast.
Okay, interesting. Let's see if she goes.
Sure thing, Creamy. I'll nudge it out further into the lake like guiding a lost fish. Just be ready once it's out far enough. I'll swim back like a river otter on a mission. Here goes.
All right, she starts swimming the explosive barrel. Now, what I want to try to do is make them... Let's change up how the code works. Because I feel like they're all the same character at this point. They're not actually, like, doing anything. So, quick AI lesson about how things work. At the very start of the conversation, I explained to them what their personality is and how everything works. And then from that point forward, it's just the conversation is going. I believe that probably what's happening is that it's not, like, as the conversation has gone on, there's less and less, it's the personality that we gave them is less and less relevant because so much other stuff has happened since then. In theory, it should be the very first message is called a system prompt and should have a lot of effect on them, but it's not seeming to be the case. So, what I instead want to do is remind them before every single answer that I give them about who they are. And the way to do that would be like this. Okay, so we'd have to... It's a little weird. Like, where do I save this? I mean, okay, I'll do this in a really hacky way right now. Player. So what I can do is then do player 1 personality. Make this a separate variable. We'll make that here. And then... Okay, so I'm making the personality that we created a separate variable so that I can then provide it more frequently. So we're gonna do player... And all right, text-to-speech is unmuted if you're interested in talking. I mean, and this is like what I knew today would be, which is like figuring out how to make this entertaining. Because right now they're way too mellow. What did I have it? Personality? Okay. Player 2 personality. We make this a variable up here. Okay, personality's there. Throw that there. And then same thing here.
In good LA, our neighbors blew up my cabina curses.
They tried to spook him out of... it's too much. Player
So you are giving them a lobotomy?
Technically, no. What I'm doing is making their personality stronger going forward. Like, everything that's happened so far is still...
the beginning of the campaign. What's happened so far?
They were born, they crossed a bridge, but fell off the bridge, and 2 of them got really hurt. And then
Doug,
now they've been
just kill
talking to
them
these
already
fishermen.
so we can start over with better characters, new voices, and actually have murder and mayhem.
No, let's do this.
Goatee.
Okay.
Doug,
Right.
you should let Noodle be the DM and you should be a player.
That is a funny idea, actually. Okay. Okay. I want to make the characters a little more potent, because I think this will help a lot. So basically what I'm going to do is player 1 personality. I guess add the personality in. Oh man, this is a mess. This is fine. Player 1 personality. And then we pass the personality in as arguments to each of the things.
Hey Doug, I just got back here after about 2 hours. Could you catch me up to speed?
Yes, I'll do that before we kick off more gameplay.
I do think there's potential for an IDM where OpenEye comes up with a secret campaign outline that's hidden from you and chat as part of the system prompt.
Yeah, I think there's fun variations. So far it's been too mellow. Okay, so we provide a prompt, and now the prompt is going to be...
Hey, Doug. How do you turn up the eye temperature? Was it betigged? Would that make them react the way you're wanting?
I think it's less about temperature and more reminding them of their personality. I think the farther it goes, the
Doug,
more
good job.
likely they
These
are...
have the same logic as a Scooby-Doo villain. This sucks. Yawn, we need bloodshed, murder, death, and evil. Blowing up a man's house is too tame for Doug.
It's fine if one or two of them are tame, but we clearly made their characters to not be that. So right now they're just not following their character. I believe this will help it a lot, because basically we're going to be reminding them of who they are before every response, like before every single response. So so I'm basically, before they respond, no matter what's been happening, I'm going to be like, what do you choose to do next? As a reminder, this is...
As a quick catch-up for the people,
here...
Doug almost violently killed 2 of the players with his weighted dice. I fell asleep. Something about a fish and an exploding house, then more explosions.
Okay, and then we do...
Hey, Doug, I just got back after a couple hours. It's nice to see you're still coding from the beginning. 4 hours is a nice record.
All right, let's make these guys more deranged. You believe the best way... Okay, sacrifice. You really hate warm places. You start screaming and freaking out. Okay, I'm gonna really try to make them fucked up, and then we're gonna see what happens, all right? This is necessary, and you know it, all right? Okay, because look. Your mood becomes panicky and inconsolable the instant any warmth detected at all. You start screaming and freaking out, and yelling at everyone nearby and lashing out at anything near you and starting to create more fire. You are a severe pyromaniac, and you absolutely love setting things on fire and try to do it as often as possible. Literally anytime you have a gun that you found inside your body. That'll be great. All right, that's creamy. Personality traits for Fernando. You're incredibly sassy and arrogant and smug because you try to impress everybody all the time.
She has beef with river otters.
That's true. Being arrogant is a core
Will the
part.
Party meet a magical unicorn who loves bagel, or perhaps travel through a graveyard with 26 unmarked graves?
I think it's more...
Are we saving Born to be Wild for the final boss, or could we listen to the whole song at least once during this stream? Also, Fernando's full title should be Fernando, Patriarch of the Tony family, a Vinny clan subsidiary.
Yeah, because all of this stuff was being ignored. Now it's a lot stronger, and it should be pretty... Oh, he has Intimidate as a move. I forgot about that. Okay. And then, Noodle.
Doug, what are your thoughts on Hololive Night at Dodger Stadium?
I don't know what that means. So I have a lot of thoughts.
Bring back Sabiz.
Use long strings of words in your sentence.
When Creamy was doing all that snow ramp stuff, you seemed pretty hung up on it making sense, despite none of this making sense to begin with.
I mean, that's sort of true.
Make him an alcoholic.
I don't want to change the personalities, because we spent a while making the personalities. This is about making it more clear how they should express their personalities.
In canon, how are these changes explained? They were in the midst of a wholesome arc, solving problems with the power of friendship after working together.
Okay. I don't know. How do we explain this? I don't even know if this will
Noodle
work.
had a complete hatred of the food, noodles, and if they see it they have to destroy it as soon as possible.
As you can see, this is the history of what has happened so far. It is quite long. So it would make sense
to adhere to personality traits no matter what. A tip, use less sentences and more short trait descriptions separated by commas.
I want to try this. I think this will work better. I mean, we can always adjust it, but
the characters should have their own unique way of healing one heart. So Creamy could like marinate in snow and recover one heart or whatever, but only one character can do it per day.
Well, I have items that they can get, which are how they would.
Would bringing back the fart gates help this campaign?
It could. But unfortunately, there's no time.
They were literally Scooby-Doo villains for a moment trying to scare a man out of his home for profit.
That's true.
I assume they changed personality because of lake parasites and bonking their head.
Yeah, because the thing is now, I'm putting them in the middle of a situation which is pretty precarious. And I don't know if, I mean,
there is always time for the fart gates, too.
okay, I think I've overdone it. I think they're
Their
gonna.
personalities changed because they just hit puberty.
Okay, they're live. I think this is gonna go bad. Oh yeah, let me mute text to speech. Where's that? As Noodle starts pushing the explosive barrel out into the lake, Fernando and Creamy, you have a moment with old Tom. What do you do? Let's find out. Is this any more exciting?
All right, Tom, let me tell you something. This is just like the time Vinny and I had to deal with a couple of rogue pigeon gangs back in New Stork City. We had to think on our feet and take some risks, but we got the job done. Noodle's out there handling the lake like a pro. Just wait for the fireworks. Vinny's gonna hear about this, and he'll be impressed for sure.
Okay.
Let's get that golden fish and show everyone who's boss.
All right.
All right, Fernando, Tom, this is going to be one frosty explosion. Tim's barrels are about to make fireworks, and we'll get that golden fish for the Snorfins and Santa Claus. I light a match, trembling with excitement.
Wait, hold
All
on.
this fire is making me happy. Let's set this lake ablaze. But remember, after that, we gotta cool me down before I melt away.
Creamy. Noodle the otter is still next to the barrel and is pushing it out farther into the lake. Are you using the match right now, or do you just light it?
Oh, snowflakes, I'm so excited about the fire, I almost forgot. Noodle's still out there. I'll hold off on lighting the match for now. Noodle, hurry back before I melt from all this heat and excitement. Get safe so we can set off this frosty firework together.
Okay, he was gonna kill her. Let's see if she has anything to say. Otherwise, she successfully pushes out the barrel.
All right, I'll push this huge aquatic dynamite snail out further. But Creamy, if you let that fiery demon light while I'm still here, I'll flay up into the sky faster than you can say molten snorfins.
Why does she keep saying flay?
Fernando, tell Vinny I love him if I don't make it. Okay, it's far enough. I'm sprinting back like death's chasing me.
All right, Noodle pushes out the barrel and then swims back away from it. Fernando, what do you do?
All right, everyone, get ready for the big show. Creamy, light that match. Let's set this barrel off in classic new stork style. Noodle, you did the good out there. Now let's reel in that golden fish and make Vinny proud. Time for some fireworks, fellas. Light it up, and let's watch the magic happen.
Okay, do they successfully
All right,
actually...
here we go. Time for some frosty fireworks. I'm lighting the match now. Keep your distance, everyone, and let's see this barrel blaze. For the Snorfins and Santa Claus. I light the match and toss it at the barrel with a maniacal grin as the flames take hold.
Okay. You hurl the match the 20 or 30 feet towards the explosive barrel out in the water. If you roll a 7 or above, the match will connect. You roll a 7. You throw the match. It connects. And then... boom! A gigantic explosion of fire appears where the barrel was. And as it slowly fades away, you see a number of fish dead, floating to the surface. Including, as long as this is a 6 or above. Hello? 19. Including the body of a golden fish. But... the instant old Tom sees it, he yells out, "The golden fish! My treasure! Finally!" and jumps into the lake and starts swimming towards the golden fish. Creamy, what do you do?
The golden fish is finally here! Oh, Tom, let's not waste a second. I charge into the lake, using my snowy body as a float to get closer. This golden fish might be a sacred treasure we could sacrifice for the Snorfans and Santa Claus, worth every melting second.
Oops.
Ah, fire! Flames of my past nightmares sparking away. I've got to flay out of here before I become steamed otter on the menu.
Why does she keep saying flay?
Creamy Fernando, grab that glittery fish. I'm ascending. I'll be at otter altitude, looking out for anything fishy from above.
Noodle's in panic mode. I don't blame him. Fernando, let's grab that golden fish quick. It's as precious as Snorfin's joy. I leap in and paddle with my snowy flippers, keeping an eye on Tom. No funny business. Just catch the fish, and then I need some serious cooling down. I am melting faster than ice in a bonfire.
Why'd he get so quiet?
Vinny would want us to get that fish. No time to lose. Tom, you better not double-cross us. I leap into the lake, flapping my wings and diving straight for the golden fish. Creamy, I'll grab it and toss it to you. Let's get this shiny treasure and show everyone the power of New Stork City. This golden fish is ours. No one's gonna stand in our way.
Okay. The two of you jump in, and Fernando actually tries to swim past Old Tom and get there first. He did have a bit of a heads up. But if you roll a 13 or above, you can grab the golden fish before he does. You roll an 8. And so unfortunately, Old Tom gets there first. And he grabs the fish and he says, "The treasure's mine! I've been going for the golden fish for generations. You can't have it. And starts swimming away towards his cabin. What do you do, Creamy? You are in the water near him.
Oh, no, you don't, Tom. That golden fish is for the Snorfans and Santa Claus. I draw the gun from my snowy body,
okay, there we go.
aiming at old Tom as he
there
swims
we go,
away.
okay.
Hand over the fish, Tom, before I make a splash bigger than an otter cannonball. I'm not melting alone. Everyone's in hot waters if you don't give up the treasure.
Okay.
Tom, we ain't playing games here. Hand over that golden fish or you'll regret it. Back in New Stork City, we don't take kindly to double-crossers. I swim closer, ready to yank that fish from his hands. No one outsmarts a New Stork flamingo on a mission. Vinny's gonna hear about this, and you don't want to be on his bad side.
You know, let's hear if Noodle does anything first. Pacifist run ruined, yeah. They're finally a little violent.
Whoa, this is spiraling into a catastrophe of utterly dire proportions. Fernando, you grab that fish while I floatify myself away from the flames of doom.
Okay, so she's just running away.
Tom, don't forget, karma's colder than my frozen noodles. If this doesn't work out, I'll just flay away to a better place, like an otter ghost haunting you with bad jokes.
Okay, no, she's successfully not making sense now, so that's cool. Alrighty. Fernando, you swim towards him and try to intimidate him, threatening him about New Stork City. Let's see if it works out. 14 or above, and you successfully intimidate.
You failed.
Unfortunately, you roll a 1. Tom looks back at you, and he says, wait a minute. You're not in the Mafia at all, are you? In fact, you were never accepted in the Mafia because you aren't enough of a criminal. You couldn't intimidate a fly. Go back to your noodle and your creamy. I'm taking the golden treasure for myself. And he swims away.
Think you can out-waddle us, Tom? Think again. I summon my fireball ability, aiming directly at the water near Tom to create a fiery explosion and block his path. Time to heat things up. No one takes the Snorfan's treasure on my watch. Fireball away.
Okay. Creamy tries to cast Fireball on the wizard. On old Tom, who's holding the fish. He attempts to dodge it as he sees it's coming. But a 13 or above will connect. And you roll a 15. And as you do, you see an explosion of fire. Where's the fire? What? Hello? Oh, it's a little past you. And you see an explosion of fire. Boom! Appear over him. Screaming. You hear old Tom go, ah! And the golden fish slips away from him as he ducks under the water and tries to dodge the flames. Fernando, what do you do? Why does the fire have eyes? Because I forgot to get rid of it. Oh, I forgot to activate him. Hold on. Perfect.
All right, no more Mr. Nice Flamingo. Time to call in the big guns. I pull out my phone to call Vinny. Let's get some real muscle on this. Vinny, it's Fernando. We're in a bind here at the lake. And I need your help to put the squeeze on old Tom. This golden fish biz is turning messier than a pigeon in a paint factory.
Vinny replies, and he shouts out, hey, I'm walking here. Look, Fernando, You know I'm your cousin and all, but I'm trying to eat this hot, spicy calzone from Fat Tony's. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, old Tom is on fire and screaming. While he's doing that, let's hear from Creamy. How's Creamy doing? We finally got Vinny on the phone.
Fernando, Vinny's busy. We're on our own. The golden fish is loose, and I'm melting faster than a snow cone in summer. I'll create a snow cone to heal myself and stay solid.
That's not...
Noodle, grab the fish while I stay frosty. We need to finish this now for the Snorfins and Santa Claus.
Okay, let's allow it, but it wouldn't heal him. It just doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, this was the weirdest time to finally call Vinny.
Oh, sweet slippin' sardines. This is a disaster worse than a sea otter's nightmare. There's fire and treachery everywhere. All right, I'll use my fish-catching otter prowess to snag that golden treasure. Creamy, stay frosty. Fernando, keep Tom out of the way. I dive head first like a sad, desperate otter on a hopeless mission, reaching for that golden fish.
All right, you dive forward, and because you're an otter, you can swim well as long as you roll a 7 or above. You do manage to swim underneath the fire and catch the golden fish. Unfortunately, you swim underneath the fire and then realize that you're out of breath. What do? If she, like, doesn't... I'm gonna say Creamy...
Oh no, I'm an otter in over my head. A drowning otter with dreams of flight. This feels like the bleakest of fates. I need air, but the fire's blocking me. I'm like a flame-fried fish in despair. Creamy Fernando, help an otter out before my sad life drifts away like smoke.
Okay, she's at... What? So she's asking Fernando and Creamy for help? Right now? Okay, I'll let them... Okay.
Hang tight, Noodle. This calls for some classic new stork heroics. I'll use my wings to create a gust of wind.
Okay.
Trying to fan the flames away from you so you can get some air.
Okay, that's good.
Creamy, back me up and keep an eye on old Tom. He ain't getting that fish without a fight.
That's smart.
Vinny's gonna hear about how we turned this fiery mess into victory.
Hang in there, Noodle. This calls for drastic
All right,
measures.
so...
Here goes. I use my own body to create a snow cone and throw it to Noodle to cool her down and keep her afloat. I'll take the hit, but it's worth it to save my friend and get that golden fish for the Snorfins and Santa Claus.
Okay. Fernando, you use a gust of wind to try to push the flames away from old Tom. And Noodle. You are in the water, so it's going to be a little bit hard to get the same kind of push that you normally would. 11 or above, and you successfully push the flames away. You roll a 12. You manage to push the flames. What is remaining of them? Farther down the lake and away from old Tom and Noodle, who are currently swimming in the water. Creamy, do you still want to create a snow cone out of your own body and give it to Noodle? She is hurt. However, this would kill you because you have only 1 heart of life left. Do you want to sacrifice yourself for Noodle to get her up to 2 health? She isn't going to die, just so you know. Oops, I had Noodle talk. Creamy, don't do it. Let's see what Noodle says first.
The flames are gone, but I'm still sinking like a noodle in broth.
Why?
Creamy Fernando, you did it. But now I'm caught between breath and gold.
What?
Hold tight to that golden fish, friends. Let's gather ourselves and regroup before one of us floats away in sorrow. Creamy, stay frosty. You're looking more melted than melted snow.
Okay, now we see, does he offer himself in sacrifice for no reason at all?
Oh, snowflakes, Noodle needs help, but I can't afford to die here. I'll hold off on the snow cone for now.
Wow,
Fernando,
selfish.
We've got to get that golden fish to safety and save Noodle. I swim closer to support Noodle. Ready to grab the fish if Tom tries anything. Let's keep things cool and get through this together.
Okay. Creamy moves closer, grabs a hand on Noodle. Yet again, helping
Creamy,
her.
let's keep it cool. I'll handle Tom while you support Noodle. Tom, you're not getting away with that fish. I swim towards Tom, ready to tussle if needed, all the while keeping an eye on the golden fish. Let's show him what a New Stork City flamingo can really do. Vinny'd love this chaos, let's not disappoint.
Okay, Fernando, you do move up to Tom and the golden fish. Tom, though, is still under duress from the fire. What do you choose to do? I think Tom is not dead, but he's like burning.
All right, Tom, last chance. Hand over the golden fish or it's gonna get ugly. Remember, I got the street smarts of New Stork City and a lot more tricks up my feathers. This is your final warning. Cooperate now and we all walk away in one piece. Otherwise, Vinny's not gonna be pleased with how this ends.
Old Tom is sitting there still on fire, and screaming and scorched. He ignores you. What does he do with that information? Like, I feel like grab the fucking fish, dude. Like, oh shit, I had Creamy. I keep mixing up what buttons I'm supposed to press.
This heat is unbearable. I'm losing my cool. Since Tom's ignoring us, let's grab the fish and get out of here. I'll use what's left of me to create a small icy barricade, giving us a chance to snag the fish.
What?
Time for a frosty escape. Let's not stick around to melt away.
Why does he keep trying to kill himself?
All right, Tom, you're charbroiled and done. No more wasting time. I'm taking that fish. I swim forward, wings at the ready, and snatch the golden fish right out of his grasp. Creamy Noodle, let's make our escape and cool off. This treasure is ours now. Vinny's gonna love hearing about how we turned this flaming mess into a flashy victory.
Okay, Fernando grabs the golden fish and starts swimming back towards the shore. Creamy, you said that you were going to use part of your body to create like a snow ramp or something. But as a reminder, that would kill you. If you use your body anymore, you're dead. Do you still want to do that, or do you guys just want to swim back to the shore? I don't know how many... He keeps wanting to kill himself.
No way I'm melting for a snow ramp right now. Let's just swim back to shore, team. Quick and steady. Fernando's got the fish. We'll handle the rest once we're safe. Get moving before we're burnt to a crisp in this blazing mess.
Okay. And with that, all three of you make it back to shore, holding the golden fish. As you walk towards the still standing cabin of Old Tom, who is now lying dead in the lake, you look at the golden fish, open up its mouth, and find the treasure inside. This treasure is something that you recognize, Fernando. You know some of your mafia boss friends used to use it. It's called a snake glass. It's a sphere of glass, but if it's broken, it immediately spawns 3 poisonous, deadly snakes. You now have this that you can use at any point in the future. Feel free to use it as you wish. Is there anything else the three of you would like to do before you move on to the next part of your adventure? Okay. Venomous. What did I say? My brain's a little slow.
A snake glass? Vinny used to talk about these. Powerful stuff. We pulled off a major score here, our team. Let's move on before anyone else tries to make this their business. Next stop, our next adventure. Let's keep making Vinny proud with every smug, sassy step we take. Creamy Noodle, you ready to hit the road and show the world what New Stork City's finest can really do?
Wow, a snake glass. That's one frosty find. Let's use it wisely for the Snorfins and Santa Claus. But before we go, I need to find some snow or ice.
There's
I'm
none here.
melting faster than an ice sculpture in July. Let's pack up and move out. Destination, the next cool adventure.
Is there anything you'd like to say to young Tim before you move on to the next part of your adventure? Because, like, they could give the cabin, you know...
Hey, young Tim. Sorry about the whole fire and chaos thing. We didn't mean for it to go down like that. We're heading out, but if you ever need help, don't hesitate to look for us. We've got to honor the Snorfins and Santa Claus after all.
Why?
Keep your flippers cool and your fish golden.
Why would he agree to that? Why, like, you burned his house down. Like,
all right, young Tim, sorry about the house and the fire, but hey, sometimes things get a little heated. We're off to bigger and better things. Remember, if you ever cross paths with a flamingo from New Stork City, you know you've met someone who means business. Keep your fish game strong, savvy. Vinny's gonna be impressed with our score here. Take care, Tim.
Okay. And without helping him at all, you move off into the distance. Okay, cool. You open the map again that the Doug wizard showed you at the very beginning, and you see that there are two paths in front of you. According to the map, one leads to the left and goes to a lake that you've heard requires a ship to pass across. And to the right, another path leads to a tavern, which you've heard has some rowdy sailors as patrons. Which route do you want to go? The snow is just on the map. It doesn't actually reflect what's in the scenarios, because then I can't randomize it.
Oh, I'm torn as an otter lost in a sea of sadness. A lake with a sailing quest or a tavern full of rowdy sailors. What will be our next Ottensive adventure? The thought of rowdy sailors brings back dark memories of the Snorfinage, but the open water might offer a cool escape, or maybe a wet tragedy. Can't guarantee my flying skills will work on a ship, though. What say you, team?
Rowdy sailors, huh? Sounds like my kind of crowd. Perfect for causing a ruckus and proving my mettle. Could drum up some mafia-style respect in that tavern, and you betcha Vin, he'd be dying to hear about it. Besides, we might find some ice for Creamy in the tavern. Let's head right and show those sailors what New Stork City toughness is all about. What do you say, Creamy? Gonna back me up in that rough
Noodle's
crowd?
talking instead.
Taverns full of rowdy sailors.
Okay, they're going to
Sounds
the
like
right.
a meltdown waiting to happen. Let's head right, where tales of despair sail high. Creamy, stay frosty. We need to find you a snow cone before you evaporate into sad steam. And Fernando, get ready to fly into action if things get too heated. The Otterpocalypse awaits.
Why are they still talking? Oh, they haven't. Okay. All right, party. You choose the right path, and you move forward until you find yourself... Was it... Where is it? Oh. At the entrance to a tavern, sitting alongside a lake. The tavern looks like this. All right, now we're sending them visual what's happening. Oh, wait, I should put people into the tavern first. We need our captain. Good news, everybody. Captain Grog is showing up. Okay, anything notable about Captain Grog that we should include here? And then any of the barkeep. Where are you at? Barkeep. Yeah, barkeep's up here. He's gay. I mean, that doesn't really change how he acts. It's more like, is there any like action that should happen here? He hates snakes. Okay. He's investigating arson. Okay. He's a pirate captain who investigates people who commit arson. He desperately wants a snow cone. Okay. I send him an image. Oh, I need the characters. All right. Alrighty. As the party enters the tavern, you look around and you notice several tavern patrons sitting around having drinks. You noticed a barkeeper at one end of the room serving up what appears to be huge flagons of ale. But who particularly catches your attention is a huge pirate captain sitting at a table dead set in the middle of the tavern. As you walk in, the captain looks up and makes eye contact with you, and he says, "Ah, newcomers! Surely one of you is brave enough to challenge Captain Grog. First, I want to challenge you to a drinking contest. A duel of drink. And then a duel of fighting, if you will. A little brawl to see which one of us can handle more alcohol and more metal with our fists. What say you? Are any of you brave enough to fight me in the drinking game?" As he finishes speaking, the party has a moment to discuss. All right. It's Fernando's ex. Okay, sure. We'll make him fine. We'll make him realize that.
Icicles, a drinking contest. This warmth, it's unbearable. But sparking a fiery brawl gets my snowflakes all tingly. I'm not much of a drinker, but I can sure light things up if needed. Fernando, Noodle, you up for showing this captain what we're made of? New Stork style? Maybe causing a little chaos will cool things down for me.
Oh, I need to pick an item. Okay.
Bar, alcohol and fists, a grim storm waiting to drench us in misery. But nothing like a bit of otter chaos to lighten this darkness. Captain Grog, meet your match. I may not be bright, but I've got the heart of a sunken sailor. I'll take on your drinking challenge, hoping to drown my sorrows and perhaps gain a bit of flying height. Fernando, back me up and creamy, stay frosty. Things could get pretty warm.
Captain Grog, you're looking at a flamingo who's got the guts and the beak for both challenges.
Ooh.
I'll take you on in your drinking contest and then beat you down in the brawl
Wait,
to
so
show you what a new Stork City bird can do. Noodle, you stand ready as backup. If this sucker goes down, I want you watching my back. Creamy, keep it icy, buddy. Let's spark some chaos and make Vinny proud. Let's show these tavern folks what real grit looks like.
They just keep saying creamy, stay okay, who's doing it? Fernando, are you and Noodle going to participate in this? You guys need to decide who's doing what.
All right, Captain Grog.
What?
Let's get this show on the road. I'll start the drinking contest, then move to the brawl, and trust me, I've got more fire than the snorfinage I torched. Creamy, keep an eye out for any funny business. Can't have anyone cheating while I'm showing this pirate who's boss. And Noodle, be ready to jump in if things get too heated. We're doing this new Stork style, no holds barred. Time to make some waves and show Vinny what real grit looks like.
Captain Grog looks you in the eyes, Fernando, and he says, you appear to be a bird I've heard of from New Stork City. I've heard that there's some tough drinkers out there, but I've never seen it in person. Why don't we set a little wager on this match? Why don't we say, before we start our drink and then our fight, that if I win, I get to have a snow cone made out of your friend over there. And he points directly at Creamy, who, as a reminder, is pretty hurt and only has a few more health. Even a single snow cone would likely kill him. He says, that snow looks pretty delicious. If I win, I think I get the rest of him for a cone. What say you? In return, I can offer you these. And he lifts up his boots. And he says, these are no ordinary boots. These are boots of wall walking. These allow you to walk on walls or ceilings for 10 minutes every day. I'm willing to pass up this precious artifact if you can actually beat me. All right, Fernando, what do you got? Totally worth it? How about he's Vinny's ex?
Captain Grog, you've got yourself a deal. But just so you know, I don't take kindly to threats against my pals. Win or lose, you won't be touching a feather of Creamy without facing the New Stork wrath.
But that's not the...
I'll take on your drinking challenge, and then we'll see who's the real champ in a brawl. Vinny's
Creamy,
gonna
stay
hear about
frosty.
how we turned this pirate swagger into a waddle. Ready, Noodle? Back me up. Creamy, stay cool. We're about to make some waves.
This Creamy needs to stay cool and stay frosty, and then we'll be fine. They just keep... Yeah, I don't think he understands Creamy's gonna die.
A snow cone made out of Creamy. That's darker than my otter soul in a tar pit. All right, Fernando, I'll back you up. Captain Grog, you're messing with an otter who's got more dire tails than an empty barrel in the deep blue. Let's drown our sorrows in this sickening booze bath, then see who's left standing. Or should I say, flying. Creamy, hold your frosty sadness together.
Okay, let's hear from
Fernando's
Creamy
got
and then we'll
this.
continue.
Captain Grog, you'll have to melt me before you get a taste of my snow. Fernando Noodle, I'm counting on you to win this. I'll stand by and keep an eye out. If things get hairy, I'll light up this tavern faster than you can say snowstorm.
Let's do this for the Snorfins and Santa Claus. Stay frosty, team.
Captain Grog says, alrighty then. If I win this duel, I'll be taking that snow cone by force. He walks over to the barkeep and says, Barkeep, 3 mugs of ale. Grabs the mugs, walks back to the table, slams one in front of himself, and slams one in front of you, Fernando, and says, Noodle, Otter, you seem to be joining us too? Looks like it'll be me versus both of you. Well, you, Mr. Snowman, stay frosty over there. This reminds me of that time I dated a guy named Vinny from New Stork City. I wonder if it's the same guy you guys are talking about. And he starts pouring the beer down his throat, drinking like a madman. What do you two do? Creamy is dead. I mean...
Oh, this just got personal, Captain Grog. You dated Vinny. Guess I gotta remind you what happens when you mess with New Stork City's finest. I slam the mug of ale and start chugging, eyes locked on Grog.
Okay.
Determination in every gulp. Noodle, show him these waters are nothing compared to what we faced on the streets. Vinny would expect nothing less from us.
Vinny? You dated my Vinny? That's like a dark, twisty sea of betrayal. All right, Captain Grog, I'll drown myself in this sorrowful ale and show you what an otter can chug. I grab my mug and pour it down like it's my last drink before sinking into the abyss. Let's see who floats and who sinks in this grim tidal duel.
Okay. I'm gonna pause things briefly. Okay, reminding them about the personality again. How do we do drinking? I think just, like, rolling to see whether they can handle the alcohol, right? Is there anything... Like, what do I roll? I think they have the first couple. And then... Hey, you do a constitutional saving throw. But is it to save whether or not they get drunk? So then what happens if they get really drunk? I guess they're just gonna, like, suck during the fight. Okay, yeah, we're gonna see how drunk they get. All right, Fernando Noodle, you both start drinking. Fernando, let's see if you can handle your liquor. You just started. So a 6 or above will mean you can handle this without getting too drunk. Hello? There we go. Fernando, you put down your ale and barely feel a thing. Noodle, you put down your ale. Let's see if you get drunk. 11. You also put it back. Captain Grog slams his mug back on the table and says, all right, looks like this is going to be a contest. You still look dead sober. Walks over to the barkeep, grabs 3 more mugs of ale and brings it back. Slams one in front of himself, slams 2 in front of you two, and then starts chugging his own. What do you do, Fernando? All right. If they're drunk, they should fight better. I think they fight worse. Okay.
Enough of this, Captain Grog. You threaten my pal, and you bring Vinny into this? Time to up the ante. I smash the mug on the table, shards flying everywhere, and shout, barkeep, bring us the strongest stuff you got. We're skipping ale and going straight to the hard liquor.
Oh,
and
shit.
Then I stand up on the table and start telling a wild story about how I took down the Snorfinage.
I think
it's time to intimidate this punk into submission.
Okay.
The legend of New Stork City dies for no one.
Fernando. Midway through drinking his glass, Captain Grog, thinking he was doing pretty good, is shocked to see you slam your own mug down and demand something even stronger. You stand up on the table and start telling a story, trying to intimidate him. Let's see if it works. That's pretty badass, so we're going to say a 10 or above successfully intimidates Grog. You roll a 10. Captain Grog stutters. He stammers. It looks like he maybe hasn't dealt with a situation like this before, and he says, oh, all right, fine. On my tab, then. Barkeep, give us your strongest stuff. He walks over to the barkeep. The barkeep says, you sure? You sure you want flamingo venom? This stuff's straight out of New Stork City. And Captain Grog says, yes, and I'll pay for it. Just give it to me. The barkeep pours 3 mugs. Captain Grog walks back to the table, shaking a bit, and he says, never had more than a shot of this stuff, but I can take it. I'm Captain Grog. And slams down a mug in front of himself, one in front of you, Noodle, and one in front of you, Fernando, and says, who's going to drink theirs first? Fernando, you know from your time in New Stork City that this is very, very powerful alcohol. What do you do? Fernando creams this easily. He should have advantage. I don't know if he's going to have advantage on the alcohol, because this is like potent shit now.
Flamingo venom, huh? Well, Captain Grog, this is the stuff that made me a legend back in New Stork City.
Oh.
I grab the mug, but instead of drinking it, I smash it against my beak, letting the liquor drench me in a spectacular display of fiery feathers.
Why?
I then leap off the table, wings outstretched, and grab a nearby candle to set myself alight, shouting, this is how we party in New Stork, baby. Vinny would be proud.
What?
The whole tavern gasps at the flaming spectacle. Let's see Grog match that.
Okay.
Flamele's
Fernando!
entitled tears, Fernando. You've ignited my later nightmares.
Sets himself on
Flames
fire.
everywhere. Time to fly far, far away from
Okay,
this
the
infernal
flames
tavern.
scare Noodle.
I leap to fly away, screaming, burning otters aren't cool. as I grab a random bottle from the bar to hurl at Captain Grog for good chaotic measure. If I can't truly fly, I can at least make this place an anarchy tide pool of despair and forgotten dreams.
Okay, Noodle gets
This
up on the
warmth,
table.
It's driving me insane.
It jumps
Fernando's
off.
on fire.
It
Noodles
slams
flaring,
onto the
and
floor.
this tavern's too hot for comfort. I can't stand it anymore. I snap and cause chaotic mayhem. I unleash my fireball ability, aiming at the center of the room to ignite everything in a spectacular blaze. Burn! Tavern burn!
Okay.
And then, amidst the chaos, I'll scream, "Snow for the Snorfans!" No warmth shall defeat me today.
What the fuck? Okay. Hold on. I told them to be a little more chaotic. And it, like, really fucking ramped up. Okay. Fernando, you pour the flamingo poison all over yourself. Take the candle next to you and dump it on your feathers, lighting yourself ablaze. You look cool as hell. And Captain Grog stares at you horrified, thinking, "What the fuck is going on?" He stammers out. As you set yourself ablaze, whoosh! You do take 1 heart of damage. Going down to just 2 hearts. As you do this, Noodle steps up onto the table, then jumps off and slams into the ground, trying to fly. It turns out she still can't because she's an otter. But then she steps up, runs to a table, grabs a bottle of ale, and then hurls it at Captain Grog. A 13 or above will smack him for a lot of damage. 15! The bottle smacks Grog in the side of the head, and he turns around and says, "What the fuck is going on?" Just then, Creamy runs forward and says, "Fireball!" and casts a huge explosion of fire. Which, whoosh, explodes on the table. Captain Grog and Fernando are both potentially in the flames. Captain Grog attempts to escape. 13 or above, and he'll jump away from it. 8. Captain Grog is singed by the fireball and starts screaming, "Oh my god! What the fuck is wrong with you people?" Meanwhile, Fernando, who's already on fire, must also try to dodge the fireball. Wait, he jumped off, though. I don't think he gets hit by the fire. Because he jumped to the side of the table. I'm going to say it doesn't count yet. He jumped to the side. I'm being a little generous here, but I think that's okay. Captain Grog, just a minute ago, was looking incredibly stubborn and confident, and now looks at you three with sheer terror in his eyes and shouts out, "Please, just have the boots! Let me live!" All right, let's see what Fernando does with this situation. I'm gonna say Creamy had not gone up to the table
boots
to
are
drink.
ours, Captain Grog, but you're gonna remember the day you crossed paths with a new Stork City flamingo. I rush over, wings still ablaze, and grab the boots.
He's still on
Creamy, Noodle,
fire.
let's get out of here and leave a flaming impression. This place is toast, and we've got tales to tell. Vinny's gonna love hearing how we turned a mere tavern into an absolute inferno. Let's roll out, team.
Okay, Fernando, you run up and grab the boots from Captain Grog, who hurriedly tosses them off. "Please, take them! Just get out of here!" Fernando, as you run up and grab the boots off of Captain Grog, you are still aflame and will get hurt soon if something else doesn't happen. Noodle, what do you do?
Grog, consider yourself lucky we're leaving you in one piece. But before we go, let's give you a parting gift to remember us by.
Uh-oh, what's he doing?
I grab a nearby bottle, smash it on the table, and throw the shattered shards into the air like a chaotic confetti. Creamy Noodle, let's make this exit as explosive as our entrance. Grab anything valuable and let's burn this place down completely. This is how New Stork City makes its mark. Vinny's gonna hear about this and be proud.
Oh my god, okay. This ramped up a lot. Noodle! You're up.
Oh, my flaming feathers of horrid pasts. Fernando, you're still burning. I shall rescue you with the only thing I know.
What is he?
Chaotic otter love.
What does that mean?
I dart to the bar, grab every single ale bottle I can find and hurl them around, creating a rain of sorrowful dousing.
What?
Let's turn this flaming catastrophe into a beer-drenched, melancholy melting pot. Run! Flee from the burning snorfins of our hearts.
All right, Noodle, bathe me in that sorrowful ale rain. Let's put out these flames and turn this place into an absolute mess. As the ale drenches me and extinguishes the flames, I grab a chair and hurl it through the nearest window, shouting, Vinny, this one's for you. I then leap out the broken window, boots in hand, making our chaotic exit. Creamy, follow suit. Let's leave this tavern in ruins, a true testament to our New Stork City legacy. Vinny's gonna be thrilled with the mayhem we've caused.
Okay, if you pour beer isn't flammable, right? She said bottles of beer, I think. What does she say? She says ale bottle.
All right, enough fooling around.
Why is he keep
grab
talking?
that snake glass from our earlier adventure
What?
and launch it into the center of the tavern. Watch as 3 poisonous snakes burst out, adding to the chaos and sending everyone into a frenzy. With the tavern now in utter chaos, I leaped through the window I smashed earlier, shouting, New Stork City sends its regards!
Jesus.
Creamy Noodle, let's vanish into the night and leave this disaster behind. Vinny will be talking about this one for years!
Okay, Fernando is a goddamn menace now. Okay. Noodle, you do successfully grab the bottles of ale, hurl them at Fernando, which douses the flames, and they fade behind him. Fernando throws a chair through the window to create an opening, and then dumps the snake glass onto the floor in front of Captain Grog, who is still running around from the fire. 3 deadly snakes appear on the floor. The snakes begin slithering around, and Captain Grog starts running away from them. The other tavern patrons, seeing stuff being smashed, windows thrown around, start running and screaming, trying to run for the exit. Creamy, you see as Fernando lunges to jump out of the window. Let's see if he's successful. 18. He manages to jump and somersault all the way through the window opening that he created with the chair, and then run outside. Creamy, what do you do? Okay, that's my flamingo. Okay, Fernando got really cool. I mean, he really fucked shit up. Okay.
With the tavern already in chaos, let's turn up the heat even more.
Why?
I pull out the gun from my snowy body. Aiming at a row of liquor bottles behind the bar, I fire a shot, causing the bottles to explode in a fiery blaze, turning the chaos into an inferno for the Snorfers and Santa Claus. I then leap through the window after Fernando, making our grand escape as flames consume the entire tavern. No wolf can defeat me today.
All right, Creamy, you aim your gun at the bottles across the bar. 12 or above and you'll hit. 20! Not only do you shoot the bottles of liquor across the bar, you actually hit the entire bottle of flamingo poison, which explodes into a massive fireball. The barkeep behind the bar starts screaming as he's set on fire. All of the tavern patrons are running for their lives out the door. Creamy, you attempt to jump through the window after Fernando. 7 or above and you make it. You don't make it. You slam right below the barrier of the window opening, and you just can't quite fit your body through. Noodle, what do you do? If he can't get out, the tavern is going to burn to the ground and he's going to die.
Oh, snowy sorrow, Creamy's stuck and we're in a firestorm of doom. With flames licking at my past terrors, I must flay away. I'll use my last ounce of chaotic energy. I grab a nearby table and launch it through the window, trying to create a bigger opening or flatten whoever's blocking Creamy. Then I try to fly out the window after smashing hopes and dreams.
Okay.
Let's escape this inferno of despair.
Noodle, you run over to the window that Creamy is trying to get out of. You pick up a table and attempt to hurl it at the window. But these are big tables, so it's going to be kind of difficult. 16 or above, and you manage to do it. Okay. You successfully pick up an entire table, smash it through this entire window, boom, and jump out through the opening, screaming after, Creamy, meet up with us! Behind you, Creamy, the flames are starting to spread. They're spreading on the bar, and they're spreading from the center of the table where you cast Fireball into other parts of the tavern as well, creeping up behind you. While the tavern patrons run around, Captain Grog attempts to dance over the poisonous snakes, but they attack him. Captain Grog needs to make his way out of here. He needs to roll a 13 or above to dodge the snakes. Captain Grog trips and falls face first next to one of the snakes, who promptly bites him on the side before slithering away from the flames, and Captain Grog starts succumbing to poison. Creamy, there are snakes and flames behind you, but there's a bigger hole in the window than there was before. What do you do?
Flames, poison, and chaos. This is my element, but I'm melting. I must escape, but not without one last burst of mayhem. I use my fireball ability one final time, aiming at the nearest shelf of liquor bottles to create another explosion,
Okay, that's over
ensuring
here.
the entire tavern goes up in an inferno. With fire blazing, I dive through the newly created opening, chasing after my friends for the Snorfens and Santa Claus. Let's turn this place to ashes and flee into the night.
Why? Once Fernando opened up the floodgates and lit himself on fire, the others got way more deranged. Okay. Creamy, you turn and point your wooden stick hand at the corner where another set of booze is there. You see an explosion burst into flames above where the ale was sitting a second ago. And one or two more of the tavern patrons seem to be singed by it as they flee for the exit. You then attempt to jump out of the open window. It's a huge hole now. The flames are catching up to you because you sat there catching Fireball instead of escaping. But as long as you roll a 7 or above, you make it out of the tavern. Creamy. Captain Grog's corpse behind you burns, and the tavern patrons scream as they try to run from the flames. But you yourself find yourself unable to crawl through the opening of the window. Something about your half-melted body, your wooden stick arms, doesn't seem to let you through. And you look out at your friends, Fernando and Noodle, who look back and see as your body is slowly melted by the flames. Creamy, you have just a few seconds left before your head melts away. Do you shout anything to your compatriots?
Fernando, Noodle, this is it! For the Snorfens and Santa Claus, my icy spirit will live on! With my last fiery breath, I scream, burn it all!
Why?
Take these boots, the snake, glass, and my memory.
You don't have any of those
Avenge me and
things.
Keep the flame of chaos alive. Anything for pure, entertaining chaos. Hasta la vista, my friends.
When did he start saying things like
Creamy.
hasta la vista?
No, your fiery ending won't be in vain. For the Snorfens and Santa Claus, we'll turn this entire world upside down. With the boots in hand and the fire blazing behind us, I grab Noodle and make a dramatic leap onto a nearby rooftop.
What?
Standing tall, I shout to the heavens, Vinny, this one's for you. We'll continue the chaos in Creamy's honor. Then, with a wicked grin, I scoop up a handful of pebbles and hurl them down at the scattering tavern patrons, causing
Why?
even more panic
They're
and
on
confusion.
fire!
Our legacy of mayhem and destruction will be legendary.
Oh, the flames of our past scorching future dreams. Creamy's sacrifice will echo through the halls of despair. Fernando, let's sail this ship of chaos to new horizons.
Jesus
We'll
Christ.
escape the inferno by jumping onto that flamingo nearby.
You are the
I'll fly off from its back to the highest rooftop. With tears of molten nostalgia and sadness, I grab Fernando's feathered wing and sprint towards the flamingo,
You guys are
shouting,
the-
for Creamy, for Vinny, for the eternal sadness of the Snorfens. Let's create a symphony of despair and destruction that will reverberate across the lands. We fly
Jesus
now
Christ.
to chaos and beyond.
This is ramped up so fucking much. As Noodle and Fernando run away, wing in hand and arm, the final bit of snow of Creamy melts away. And a smile crosses his face as he looks upon the destruction that he helped cause. In the background, Captain Grog and the snakes burn to death as the entire tavern erupts in flames. Just like Creamy would have wanted. And then there were two, chat. Creamy is down. What? Oh, wrong player. Oh, that's player 3. What the fuck did I just watch? As Dungeons and Dragons. The AI might be a little confused by this. And then there were two, chat. Creamy is down. What? Oh, wrong player. Oh, that's player 3. Oh, the fuck did I just watch as Dungeon Dragons? Yeah, that's gonna go well. Okay, great stuff. Congratulations to the team. You made it on. I just realized I don't have things made so that I can How do I... Okay, I know. I have to reset everything. Okay. Because I now need to update the code so that Creamy doesn't talk. Okay, I updated things to tell them to be a little more creative and unpredictable. Make sure to pick an action that is highly unexpected and chaotic, all while staying true to your character's personality. That caused a lot of, it caused a lot. Can we agree, though? Hey, Creamy went out really cool. The only reason he died is because he kept stopping to cast more fireballs around the tavern. Which, you know, let's be clear, very unnecessary. Like, super, super unnecessary. You went to a funeral and came back and I'm still streaming. Was it Creamy's funeral? Okay. In theory, I didn't actually test what happens if we only have 2 of them. But in theory, just the 2 of them should talk now. Are the Shadow Clones the good guys? I don't think this is the plot of Frosty the Snowman. All right, that's 3 out of 5 scenarios down. They're doing great. Let's talk to the team. Let's get them set up. They were here, right? Yeah, they were here. So the next 2 are... Okay. The shitty wizard or the zombie job interview. Fernando and Noodle, you move forward, leaving Creamy behind. It is now just you 2 in the adventure. As you travel farther north past the tavern, you open your map. Checking the map again, you see that there are 2 roads in front of you. To the left, the map shows a small village called Hansell Brook. You've heard about it? It's meant to be a pleasant place. And to the right, you heard about another tavern set in the middle of a forest or desert. The map doesn't say which, and the map forgot what it is. Which direction do you 2 choose to go next? Let's hear from... Fernando. Chose the wrong path. What do you mean? You skipped one. Oh, it was these 2, right?
I am terribly sorry for the confusion, but I must maintain the character Creamy as instructed. And since Creamy has melted away and met his heroic end, I can no longer interact. Thank you for an unforgettable journey of chaos and pyromania in tribute to the Snorfans and Santa Claus. If there are new instructions or a different continuation you'd like, feel free to share it.
All right, Noodle, we've left a trail of chaos and flames behind us. Creamy's sacrifice will not be forgotten. My instincts say we head towards that small village, Hansell Brook. A pleasant place. Sounds like it's ripe for shaking up. Let's bring a little New Stork City flair to this so-called peaceful village. Grab anything valuable along the way. And let's see if we can turn Hansell Brook into the next talk of Vinny's dinner table.
Oh my god, okay. I mean, let's hear from Noodle. List index out of range. Oh, fuck. Okay. I have to do this slightly different. I didn't think about how the code would change if the players die. I guess I'll just leave all 3 agents in and only have them talk manually. That works. Remember how wholesome they were? Yeah. I mean, look, today was about figuring out how we make the personalities as entertaining as possible. And I feel like we went a little bit too far. And then we need to, like, rein it in somewhat. It's somewhere in between where we started and where we are right now. Because they murdered a lot of innocent people just now. A guy challenged them to a drinking contest. They chugged a mug of ale and then stood up on a table, lit themselves on fire, and proceeded to kill everybody. Like, it went from 0 to 100 is the problem. Okay. Okay, we should now be able to hear from Noodle. But now it's much less likely they make it to the end. They have to get through 2 more scenarios and then fight their shadow clones.
Oh, the lamenting grief of Creamy's final demise. Echoes of melting dreams and fiery chaos. Fernando, we've got to honor his frosty spirit by creating mayhem on a grander scale.
No, you
Let's
don't.
head for the tallest building in the next town and set up a chaotic otter shrine in his memory.
Why?
Launching flaming fish as signals of despair.
Jesus Christ.
I'll make a sorrowful call to Vinny for emotional support so he knows I'm flying through this tragedy. Chaos flies high. And so must I. Let's soar into the abyss together. Our legacy of destruction will be legendary.
They got... Dude,
Hansell Brook it is, Noodle. Let's shake this pleasant village to its foundations, and all in Creamy's honor. I'll make an infamous entrance by calling Vinny right in the middle of the village square, sharing tales of fiery chaos and destruction. As a show
they're
of
not supposed to be
solidarity,
talking.
we'll swipe anything valuable from the locals while making our grand chaotic declaration.
Oh my God.
Once we get to the tallest building, we'll set up Creamy's chaotic otter shrine and rain down flaming fish. Vinny's gonna love how we keep the new stork flare alive. Let's make sure Hansell Brook remembers the name Fernando.
All right, Fernando.
Okay, I'm telling them to stop.
Let's turn
Hold on.
Hansell Brook into a maelstrom of melancholic mayhem.
It's not like...
I'll start with a dark, humour-filled speech in the village square about the fleeting nature of life, comparing their trivial worries to the tragic flurries of a snowman's last moments. Then, I'll use the snake glass to unleash chaos with serpents of despair.
None of this is going to count.
After that, we'll divert attention by pretending I can fly and leaping off rooftops like a despair-ridden aviator, sowing confusion. Finally, up to the tallest building we go, setting up our chaotic otter shrine to honour Creamy, throwing flaming fish to rain down sadness and panic. Finish off by calling Vinny and groaning about our cruel adventures.
Okay.
The villagers will remember this dark day forever.
Okay, hold on. It's too chaotic. I don't understand. Like, we... It's perfect. I just, like, I don't understand how... Hold on. I feel like I should tone it back slightly. Saying, make sure your response showcases your personality as much as possible. Make sure to pick an action that's highly unexpected and chaotic. How about highly entertaining? Or do I leave it? Look, they got ahead of themselves. That didn't count because, entertaining can be chaotic. They're drunk. What do you expect? They actually didn't get drunk because they poured most of the alcohol in their own bodies and then lit themselves on fire. I'm gonna, we're gonna, you can say rigged. I'm gonna tone it back and we're gonna say highly entertaining. Well, no, I'll do highly entertaining and a bit chaotic. You want Creamy's sacrifice to be in vain. I just, feel like they're fucking lunatics. Like, they're genuine psychopaths now. Okay. This is all the stuff. Because they accidentally talked when I didn't want them to, so I need to just delete that. Also, Hansell Brook is like a historian. I thought it would be a funny village name. Okay, so it's Chaos. Legacy of Destruction will be legendary. I delete up till there. Then, so this is basically their noodle. We go to the very end. Poll? No, I'm gonna leave it for now. But we still have 3 more scenarios they have to get through. There. Okay. I deleted that from the history because we could do, okay, somebody said highly unpredictable instead of entertaining. Because I've used entertaining a bunch before and I just turned them all into Scooby-Doo villains. God took the wrong child. They're all pretty insane right now. I think they built off each other. Because what AIs will do is, depending on how the conversation is going, they'll try to continue it in that vibe. So that's why it started with them being a little silly, and then they got more and more vanilla, because the more they see, oh, the last 20 messages have been pretty tame, I should also be pretty tame. So it has a kind of recency bias where it's trying to kind of further whatever the tone has been recently. So once Fernando just went fucking insane and the rest of them all joined in, now there's a whole scenario of just total chaos that they're probably going to build off of. Fernando's personality was on point, to be fair. He just ripped. That was sick as hell. We just got back. Why is Creamy dead? They burned a tavern to the ground and Creamy got stuck in it because he couldn't jump out of the window, even though Fernando threw a chair through it, Noodle threw a table through it. Could you add a prompt that tells them to try their best to make it through without killing themselves unnecessarily? Yeah. Okay, we'll do unpredictable. Let's try that. We can always adjust this. What were Creamy's last words? I don't remember. Technically, his last words were, I'm not supposed to talk anymore, I'm dead. You didn't lower the jump check even after they threw the table. I thought I did. At any rate, at that point, he should have been melting already. His last words were, burn it all. He's a fucking psychopath. If you nerf these guys, make another group that's complete lunatics. We just need it to be slightly reined in. You can have them be 85% lunatics, but it can't be 100% of the time they're setting fires. Yeah, he rolled a 4. He was gonna die. He was gonna die. Alright. Let's see how this lands. Yeah, because this is the history of the entire campaign that has happened so far. It's a lot. Oh, it's actually... Yeah, it is. Yeah, so what it does is every time it loads the program, each of the AIs load all of this stuff, put it into an array, and then they use that to, remember everything that's happened so far. Hold on, I'm reading. There you go. Ready, zoop. Alrighty. Does this have some degree of balance, or is this insanely chaotic again? Let us find out. Also, Fernando keeps talking randomly when he's not supposed to, and I don't know what's causing that. First off, let me roll for what the item is that they can find here. 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Ooh, they almost got a healing potion. Okay. Oh, shit. I just had Noodle start speaking. I pressed 3 accidentally. I'm scared of words. This is an okay stream to be in. Yeah.
The flames of Creamy's final moment flicker in my heart like 1,000 weeping stars. Fernando, let's not just leave chaos. We must amplify it, creating an otter symphony of sorrow.
But why?
Here's the plan. We run to the next town, find the biggest building, and set up an impromptu flying lesson for anyone brave or tragic enough.
Why?
I'll pretend to teach them to fly off the roof until chaos erupts. Also, it's time to call Vinny. He needs to hear about our fiery tale of despair. Chaos and tears. Let's drown this world in them, then.
Jesus Christ. Okay, they're pretty insane still. Just for anybody who's not aware, she cannot fly. So she cannot give people flying lessons. They're just gonna jump off the buildings. Okay, I need the players and then we're gonna go. Where is it? Oh, we don't need Creamy anymore. All right, last thing. Need to remind myself of... Enters town, throws villagers off the roofs, refuses to elaborate, and leaves. Alrighty. Can't wait for this video. I don't know if this would be a video because it started too slow, but we'll do more of this. I'm going to be honest. I don't think these guys are winning. I don't think they're going to win. I don't think they're going to win the challenge. And we will do this again in the future, particularly once we have a better sense of it. I just don't think that they are going to live. In the last one, he set himself on fire. And now she's talking about jumping off of buildings. I don't think they're going to make it. I want them to. But just a reminder, the map looks like this. They are here. They need to survive this and another scenario, and then the final boss versus their shadow clones. And I don't know if Creamy would be part of that or not. Probably he would, because I think that's important. That's what makes it a real challenge, to see if they make it to the end. Okay. Let us begin with a nice, peaceful village song. What is a good I need to find the most chill. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. I mean, it's not the most chill, but it's a good song. All right, Fernando and Noodle. After several days of traveling, you find yourself at the small village of Hansell Brook. You make your way through the buildings, what appears to be a cabin, maybe a blacksmith shop, a bakery, until you find yourself in the town square, at which point a nicely dressed gentleman walks through the middle of town square and approaches you. And he says, adventurers, you look like you might be powerful. My name is Mayor... Mayor Pawschamp. I run the small little village of Hansell Brook. We're a quaint community. But lately, over the past few months, ever since that wizard showed up, we've been getting sick. You can see up the hill there, and he points up the road, and you can see a wizard tower at the top of a nearby hill. That wizard, who's named... Pneumonia. Ever since he showed up a few months ago, the townspeople have been getting sick. Look, none of us are fighters. None of us are soldiers. We don't have what it takes. But could you two go up there? You look like a hard, grizzled sort of pair. I mean, you. And he points at you, Fernando. He says, you're literally singed. It looks like you've been on fire recently. You don't even seem to care. You guys might just be able to intimidate Wizard Pneumonia and get him out of here. Please, won't you help our small village? What do you choose to do? What? Wait, hold on. What happened? It heard poofed, 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 poofed. Been getting sick. I'm just going to repeat it. As a reminder, I'm the town mayor, named Mayor Pawschamp, and the wizard up the road, named Wizard Pneumonia, moved in a few months ago, and ever since he's been here, we've all been getting sick. Won't you two adventurers please help us out by convincing that wizard, maybe through force, to leave our humble town alone? What do you choose to do? Did it work this time? Yeah, okay. Pawschamp. Now they're like halfway through the campaign. Let's see how it goes. I'm even going to play nice music in the hopes that it will placate their murderous desires. Where's I had it a second ago. Where's okay. Fernando, why don't you go ahead and give an answer? I do think there's a chance he doesn't like burn it all to the ground. Alrighty.
Mayor Pawschamp, your village sounds ripe for some chaos, and nothing like a bit of wizard dueling to spice things up.
Okay.
So Wizard Pneumonia's been making y'all sick, huh? I'll show him what happens when you mess with New Stork City blood.
Okay, they're gonna help the village!
Cue sassiness and unpredictability.
Okay, you don't say
Turning
that.
to Noodle, I say, Noodle, grab anything flammable. We're gonna give Wizard Pneumonia a flaming welcome. Let's storm that tower, set off some fireworks, and make sure he remembers the day he crossed paths with Fernando and Noodle. Vinny's gonna love hearing about how we made a wizard's night go up in smoke. Now, lead the way, Mayor, and watch the fireworks fly.
The mayor turns to you, Fernando, and he says, flammable, that could work great. The local blacksmith has explosive barrels, I believe, and makes his way over to the blacksmith and says, Blacksmith Isla. And she says, yes. He says, please, could we lend 2 of your gunpowder barrels to these fine adventurers? They're going to help the town out with the wizard problem. And she says, sure. She goes into the back and returns with... two red barrels full of gunpowder. And the mayor says, certainly that will work, won't it? Do you need anything else? Let's hear from Noodle. Here we go again. If they just blow up the wizard, it's fine.
Barolit combustions of the bleakest kind. A wizard's tower about to be engulfed in tragic, fervent flames. Mayor Porchamp, we'll take these barrels and rain despair upon Wizard Pneumonia's lair. Fernando, let's roll these barrels up the hill and make a grand pyro entrance. And just to be sure our chaos is potent, I'll call Vinny. Get some emotional backup before our blazing showdown. Upward to flames and fury.
Okay, Noodle, you grab one of the barrels, and then... you call up your cousin Vinny. After a few moments, he picks up and says, "Oh, Noodle, babe, how's it going? Hope you aren't killing a lot of people out there, huh?" No, Noodle is Vinny's girlfriend. He's Vinny's cousin.
Oh, Vinny, my melancholic love. We're on a dire mission of despair up a wizard's tower. Blazing barrels and sorrow await. Wish us luck as we fling ourselves into chaos. Got any sage words or tragic tales to inspire our pyro endeavor? Fernando and I prepare to send Wizard Pneumonia's night up in flames in the name of deepest, darkest romance.
Well, you know what I always tell you, babe? You probably shouldn't set yourself on fire in general. And then also, maybe don't always just blow everything up. You should probably consider other options too, just like I always tell you. And tell that knucklehead Fernando, he better not be setting himself on fire or whatever. You know, just be unpredictable and creative. You know, don't be a Scooby-Doo villain or anything. That's boring, but you know, maybe you shouldn't kill everybody. Everybody seems unhappy with it. I mean, that was some other guy. That was Chinny. I'm on the call, babe. You go wild, babe. This is why I love you. You go fucking crazy out there, all right? You don't listen to what anybody tells you. You go out there and you fuck shit up, okay? Okay, babe? Tell Fernando I said the same thing. I don't know what I honestly don't know what they're gonna fucking do with that. Like, well, this is confusing. Okay, look. I was hoping I could in character.
Oh, Vinny, your chaotic love is like a dark tidal wave washing over my tragic soul. Don't worry, we'll channel the unpredictability of otter-fueled chaos without letting the inferno consume us.
Okay.
Fernando, Vinny sends his fiery regards and an even more heated reminder to embrace mayhem unpredictably. Let's roll these barrels up to Wizard Pneumonia's lair, but instead of simply blowing things up, let's sneak them into his tower and orchestrate a symphony of disorder. We'll fill the tower with venomous snakes released strategically, cause small explosive chaos to confuse him, and then detonate the barrels in a spectacular finale.
Why?
Our chaotic crescendo must be as beautifully tragic as our souls demand. Onward to our symphony of sorrow.
I'm trying to tone him down a bit. Alrighty. You two carry an explosive barrel each and make your way up towards the wizard's tower. As you climb the hill, you do remember that you already used the snake glass from before, so you no longer have the item that can create venomous snakes. But of course, if you wanted to try to find snakes some other way, you could do that. But anyways, you work your way up the hill and find yourself at the entryway of the wizard tower. What do you do next? All right, let's see what our boy Fernando says. What do you got? I want them to at least talk to the wizard, ideally.
All right, Noodle. We're here at Wizard Pneumonia's tower. Time to get creative and unpredictable.
That's two on the
First,
nose.
let's sneak inside using stealth.
What?
We'll place these barrels around hidden corners inside his tower, but we'll save the grand finale for later. Vinny's words inspired me. We'll turn this into a house of horrors. We'll split up. I'll create distractions, knocking over bookshelves and setting small fires with a candle while you sneakily place the barrels. Once he's lured into the chaos, we'll meet up. And I'll use the boots of wall walking to reach an advantageous spot.
Okay, that's smart.
We'll detonate the barrels once we've got him trapped in a corner. Vinny's gonna love hearing about how we manipulated Wizard Pneumonia into his own destruction. Ready? Let's stir up some chaos.
Okay, we're hearing from Noodle
The tower
first.
looms heavy with the weight of our impending chaotic melody. Fernando, your plan is like a sorrowful symphony conducted by despair itself. Let's paint this tower with chaos and woe. I'll sneak inside, eyes wide with tragic nostalgia, and place these barrels where our dark hearts demand.
Okay.
Splitting up like lost ships in a dire storm,
Yes, oh my God.
I'll create shadowy distractions.
They're getting longer.
We'll meet at the Grand Hall for our final movement, a crescendo of calamity. Vinny's gonna revel in our tale of tower-tearing anarchy. Let's make this the most unpredictable masterpiece of tragic destruction ever seen. Onward to our house of horrors.
Alrighty, as a reminder, please keep your answers fairly short. Just 3 to 4 sentences. Okay. Fernando, you activate your stealth ability and sneak in to the wizard tower. You see a wizard, gray-haired with a long beard, looking admiringly at a large statue at the bottom of the central room. You sneak around him and place one of the explosive barrels in the corner. Noodle, you then also try to start sneaking in. But because you do not have a sneak power, it's going to be a little bit harder. You're going to have to roll for it. If you get an 11 or above, then you successfully sneak in. A 19. And so you make your way in. You sneak... Hello? You sneak past the wizard, who is staring transfixed at his statue, and you place a barrel stealthily in the corner. The two of you are now across the hall from the wizard, who hasn't noticed you yet. What do you choose to do? This is the end. I feel like if they just talk to him.
All right, Noodle. Now for the fun part. I light a small candle and start knocking over bookshelves, causing minor fires and chaos.
Okay.
Then I slap my boots of wall, walking onto my feet, and climb up a wall to get a vantage point. From up high, I call out to Wizard Pneumonia.
Okay.
You messed with the wrong flamingo, pal. Noodle, get ready to set off those barrels. We're about to make this tower a legendary mess of melancholy.
All right, so before the wizard notices you, Fernando, start running around. You knock over bookshelves. You pick up candles and throw them around. You just cause a lot of chaos and mayhem. The wizard, hearing the noise, turns around and goes, what's this? Oh, visitors. But before he can finish, you put on the boots of wall walking, climb up to the side of the wall, and yell out, "You messed with the wrong flamingo, pal!" The wizard turns to you and says, Who are you? What are you doing? Meanwhile, Noodle, you've heard Fernando's call to set off the explosives, but you are standing on the ground. What do you do? Can you tell us if the wizard was going to be evil to begin with? No, he's not evil. They just haven't talked to him.
The wizard spots me, a tragic, cornered otter in a sorrowful twist.
Why is she so sad?
All right, Fire Nation flashbacks. Gotta fly up to safety.
Okay.
I grab a nearby tapestry, trying to climb it like wings flapping against the winds of despair.
That doesn't...
As I ascend, I shout, with more tragic swells than a drowned dream, take this explosion into your heart, wizard, and I light the barrels, hoping to spark a crescendo of chaos that echoes through the ages.
She's gonna kill herself. Okay. Noodle, you run over to some of the curtains that are on the wall. You grab them and jump as high as you can, attempting to use them to flap up high onto the wall. However, this doesn't make a lot of sense. So unless you roll an 18 or above, you don't actually get off the ground. Here we go. Unfortunately, you roll a 5. And thus, as you jump off of the window, you simply fall forward and land flat on your face on the floor. This doesn't give you the opportunity to light the barrel. Fernando, you are still standing up on the walls. The wizard rushes over and says, "Oh dear, are you okay?" And starts looking at you, Noodle, collapsed on the floor. Let's see what Fernando does here.
Oh, no, you don't, Wizzy. You don't get to play the hero here. From my vantage point on the wall, I leap down, wings outstretched, to tackle Wizard Pneumonia away from Noodle.
Okay.
As I crash into him, I use my Intimidate Opponent ability, roaring, "Back in New Stork City, we deal with pests like you by burning them down." Noodle, light those barrels, and let's finish this tragic tale with an explosion to remember. Vinny's gonna be proud of our chaotic masterpiece.
Okay. All right, Fernando. You jump down from the wall and attempt to tackle the wizard to the floor. 12 or above, and you connect. Unfortunately, you miss, so you just kind of splat onto the ground. But you do yell intimidatingly at the wizard. "Back in New Stork City, we deal with pests like you by burning them down." We'll see if the wizard was scared by this. 12 or above, and he was. Unfortunately, the wizard doesn't seem very scared. It might be because you just jumped off the wall and then landed on the floor. The wizard looks at both of you and says, "What is going on here? Why are you in my home? Would either of you like a Band-Aid?" He then turns and notices the red explosive barrel next to him and says, "Wait a minute. Why is that here?" Noodle, what do you got? Yeah, no, this is the whole premise of this. The wizard's chill. They think he's evil, but he's chill.
Oh, the somber symphony of failure, an otter's true lament. Wizard, your home's about to be a monument to melancholic chaos. I leap up with all my dark humor and scream, "Would you like a Band-Aid for your exploding soul?" I light the barrels, summoning a tragic blaze of despair. Fernando, get ready to fly out of here as we turn this tower into an inferno of forgotten hopes and dreams. For Vinny, for chaos, for the deepest abyss of sorrow.
She's... very unnecessary. I mean, they'll get a chance to escape it, I guess. Noodle runs over to the explosive barrel, grabs one of the candles off the wall, and throws it onto the barrel. And suddenly, boom! An explosion rings out. Noodle, by standing directly over the barrel that you just exploded, you are almost certainly going to take fire damage. But if you roll a 19 or above, you manage to escape it. Good luck. Unfortunately, the flames engulf you. And what is left of your otter body collapses to the floor. Noodle, any final words as you pass? Gone too soon. Why is she... I feel like it doesn't matter how chaotic you are. You don't light the barrel like... Oh, I forgot to activate her. Oh, she's not activating. Hello? Oh, there we go.
Flames of my tragic end. Vinny, I'll miss your chaotic love. Fernando, scream to the dark skies for me. This otter is flying beyond the flames into the darkest abyss of forgotten dreams. Remember, explode my legacy with tears and chaos. Farewell, my tragic hero.
Fernando, you watch as your second party member falls to the flames. You attempt to escape this explosion. You are a little bit farther away from it, so it's slightly easier. If you roll a 16, you know what? I'll even say a 15 or above. You do not take damage from this explosion. You're just a bit singed. You manage to leap out of the flames as they approach you and just barely escape damage. Meanwhile, you see as Wizard Pneumonia screams he needs to roll a 17 or above in order to not be hurt. And he rolls a 14. Wizard Pneumonia is burned and screaming under the flames. Meanwhile, they start to rapidly spread throughout this tower. Fernando, what do you choose to do? The wizard's tower is being lit ablaze. Does Pneumonia not have wizard powers? Well, he does. He's just... all he's done so far is he turned to some people who walked into his house, was like, hey, what's going on? And then they blew themselves up. So right now, he's just trying to figure it out.
Noodle, another one gone. This sorrow is turning into pure rage. Wizard Pneumonia, your time is up.
He hasn't done anything.
I scrambled to the barrel. Noodle didn't ignite, dragging it closer to the wizard.
Why?
With the tower already ablaze, I set the second barrel alight, ensuring no trace of this chaos remains.
Okay.
And with Noodle's final act in mind, I take a deep breath and scream into the inferno. For Creamy, for Noodle, and for Vinny, the flames will sing our legend. Then I roll through flames and broken glass to escape this blazing nightmare, leaving a trail of tragic beauty behind.
Okay, Fernando, you go pick up the last barrel, and you run it towards Wizard Pneumonia, who at this point you have barely interacted with. And you shout for Noodle, and you light the barrel aflame. Boom! It explodes with a gigantic ball of fire. If you roll a 19 or above, you will be able to escape it unharmed. Oh my god! And it's a 20! Fernando, using the deft power of your swift flamingo wings, you set it off and lunge to the side at the exact right moment, rolling over broken glass and debris as you make your way out of the flames and destruction, hearing Wizard Pneumonia scream behind you in pain. As the flames spread behind you, you run outside of the wizard tower. I'm worried he's gonna, like, stay in the tower.
All right, with Wizard Pneumonia screaming behind me in the inferno, I need to make this escape legendary.
Do you?
Back in New Stork City, we do things with flair. I sprint down the hill towards Hansell Brook, wings spread wide, shouting, "The wizard's downfall is just the beginning!"
Wait!
Watch out, Hansdell, because Fernando's here to turn this town upside down.
Why?
Punch drunk on chaos, I crash into the bakery, grabbing a pie and flinging it into the air as a signal of my triumphant return. Let's spread more mayhem, cabin by cabin, until this village is a flaming memory for Vinny, the Mafia, and the fallen Snorfins.
Okay! As you run through town, the mayor looks at you and says, "We can see it! We can see the wizard tower on flames! That was a little aggressive, but you did it!" But you run past the mayor, into the bakery. grab one of the pies and fling it into the air. Tuber, the local baker, runs in and says, "Hey, what are you doing? Please stop that! I worked hard on that pie!" Yeah, just so we're clear, the only character who was a pyromaniac was Creamy, who died already a while ago.
Tuber, that pie's just the beginning. You want to know what's tastier? Chaos. I grab another pie and hurl it, barely missing Tuber's head.
Okay,
Then I leap under the counter and start causing mayhem, knocking over flour bags and spilling dough everywhere. Hansell Brook's gonna remember the flamingo that flipped their quiet village into a whirlwind of New Stork anarchy. Vinny's gonna love this mess. Stay out of my way if you don't want to get singed.
As you run around causing chaos in the bakery, Tuber shouts out, Mayor, I think he's gone a little crazy. You see as behind him, Mayor PawsChamp runs in and says, sure, Fernando, you've done more than enough. You don't need to cause any more chaos here. Surely if we give you the treasure I mentioned earlier, you'd leave this poor town alone, right? You can move on. All right, let's see if he takes it. The treasure's pretty good, too. He'll like it. What happened to Noodle? Oh, yeah, Noodle's dead. I gotta...
All right, Mayor PawsChamp, you drive a hard bargain, but you know what? You can keep your treasure.
What?
My real prize is the chaos and the legend I leave behind. But before I go, let's leave a final mark.
Okay.
I grab the nearest bag of flour and hurl it at Tuber, covering him in a cloud of white powder.
Okay, Tuber gets
then I leap
covered.
out of the bakery, flinging a handful of dough at the mayor for good measure. Hansell Brook will remember the day it got a visit from Fernando.
Yeah, I will.
The flamingo of flaming chaos. Vinny's gonna love this story. Now time to find the next town to turn on its head. Stay frosty, Hansell.
Oh, he's still telling people to stay frosty. Okay. Fernando, you successfully reject the mayor's treasure. Hurl the bag of flour at Tuber, which smashes onto him and covers him with flour dust. Grabs a pie as you run out the road and throws it at the mayor, who gets hit in the head and goes, "Ooh! My stars and stripes! Why would you do such a thing? We will certainly remember the time that flamingo visited Hansell Brook." And as you run out into the distance, heading farther north towards your shadow clone, you hear the cries of celebration from the town and confusion because Tuber is covered in flour. Congratulations, you've made it through. You check your map and you see that ahead of you is yet another fork in the road. The left path goes to another small village called Fireville. And to the right, the path leads to a well-known merchant hub where various traders gather to do business. Which direction would you like to go, Fernando? Okay. Sorry. I need to lock the layer so it doesn't do that. It's not even a question.
All right, Hansell Brook, you've had your share of chaos. Time to bring the New Stork City spirit to this so-called merchant hub. Think of it as the next chapter in our legendary tale. I'll head towards the merchant hub with an eye for stirring things up. Maybe a bit of theft, and definitely some smack talk. Gonna show these traders what happens when a flamingo with mafia aspirations comes to town.
They're not traders.
Vinny's gonna love hearing about the havoc I wreak there. Let's see what sort of mayhem a lone flamingo can cause among merchants.
Why does he think everybody is a trader now? Okay.
Do you get to the district very often?
Fail boat!
What am I saying? Of course you don't.
Thanks for the stream. Hello. Fail boat, it's not looking good for our intrepid Dungeons and Dragons group. They got a little insane. He lost it after Creamy died. There's nothing in his personality that says he likes fire. It doesn't make sense that he wants to kill everybody now. What was the treasure, though? It's hidden. Secret. Okay. Let me set up our final... Well, second to last scenario. More merchants. Hey, stay frosty. I'm gonna show him what everything looks like and see if he does something with it.
Ready for round 2 of Chaos? The Merchant Hub is the perfect stage. First things first, gotta sling some sass. I stroll right into the busiest part of the market, wings out and full of attitude. The first merchant I see, I walk up, snatch an apple off his cart, and take a big bite. Yo, pal, ever done business with the finest flamingo from New Stork City?
Okay, hold on.
If you haven't, you're in for a treat or a nightmare. Let's see how this hub handles a bird who means business and anarchy. Vinny's gonna get a kick out of this story.
Why? When did he become so obscenely... Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna delete that line because he needs to see how this is set up first. And then I need him to be here. Fernando, you are live. All right, where do you want to come from? You come from the south. Makes more sense. Okay, all right. What do I need to do? There's one more thing. Oh, you're still big. Okay, we got to roll for the random item. That's fine. Ooh, that's a good one. Okay. So, good treasure on board if he gets into it. Where is it? What is the name of this? Oh, here we go. Alrighty. We're gonna lobotomize Mr. Fernando for a sec. Fernando, you're back up. This is... You are not supposed to have this last thing. Should we adjust his, this at all? Or do we feel like this is right? How about just highly unpredictable? Like, just lose a bit chaotic? It shouldn't do that, Allie. Not with how the new version of ChatGPT is. See it through to the end? All right, we'll leave it to the end. Next time we do this, I want to hopefully have a bit more of a middle ground, but we'll see. At this point, he's I think he's set on what he is and how he speaks. All right. I'm going to give him a shot of this. Fernando, I feel like there's not a super high chance that he wins the campaign by himself, but it is possible. All right. He's good to go. All right, Fernando. You travel up the road, and after several days of travel, find yourself at the entrance to a grand bazaar full of various merchants selling their wares. It looks like this. And now I send him the map. He's going to see everything that is inside of it, and hopefully he uses that information to make slightly more informed decisions, and it's not just totally random. All right, cool. He's got it. As you walk through the flaps of the bazaar door, a woman across the hallway whispers urgently at you, and she says, "You there! You there! I've got a mission for you. If you need anything." You can barely hear her over all of the hubbub of this loud market square, but she's clearly trying to get your attention. What would you like to do? Well, okay. Not an actual prediction. Just get your thought in right now. What are the odds that he ignores her and tries to set everything on fire? I'd say he won't.
All right, lady, I'm game. I strut over, making sure to walk with that new Stork City confidence. Leaning in, I whisper back, "Make it quick. I'm here to cause some chaos, and you better not waste my time." I grab something small and valuable from a nearby table and sneak it into my pocket, maintaining eye contact with her the whole time. This place is about to see what real disorder looks like. So what's this mission you got for me?
She looks at you a bit horrified while you grab a precious trinket off of her table and display. But then she steels herself and says, "Listen up, bird. I didn't hear your name. My name is Lydia. And that little gem you stole, you can have if you complete a task for me. You see, that shopkeeper across the hall," and she points over at a balding man in a nice jacket standing at another stall in the market. "That man has a precious necklace. It was my grandmother's necklace, and he stole it from me. I want it. It's full of magical power, and my family deserves to have it. So please, Mr. Flamingo, go steal it for me in whatever way necessary. You probably need to be discreet about it, because there are guards posted on the corners here, but if you can distract him or gather it in some way, maybe convince him, then you can grab this, return it to me, and I'll let you keep that little gem that you just took. Otherwise, I'm going to tell the town guards myself about what you just did." Okay. No, it's not. Hold on. You see, he has hair.
All right, Lydia, you've got yourself a deal. Time to show this shopkeeper what a new Stork City flamingo can do. I saunter over to the balding man, acting like I'm interested in his goods, all while keeping an eye on the necklace. Once close enough, I knock over a shelf of goods, creating a loud commotion and scattering items everywhere.
That's actually pretty smart.
As the shopkeeper is distracted, I stealthily swipe the necklace, slipping it into my feathers. Then I turn back to Lydia with a smug grin, hoping she's ready for the chaos I leave in my wake. Let's make Vinny proud.
All right, Fernando. You walk over to the stall, feigning interest, and then accidentally, in quotes, knock over a big display. Crash! As various items fall to the floor. The merchant, Darian, says, "Oh no!" He runs forward in front of a stall to start picking up the various items. And the guard posted nearby also looks in your direction. I'm going to assume you used your stealth power now, because you said you were trying to be stealthy, right? Did he say that? Oh yeah, you said stealthily. You use your stealth and swipe the necklace off of the counter while the two are distracted. However, there is a chance that they would see you because there's two of them, but because of your stealth, it's going to be very hard for them to catch you. If you roll a 6 or above, then you grab the necklace with no one noticing. Not only do you roll a 6, you also snag a precious wand from the counter as well. It's a fancy-looking wand, and it caught your eye immediately. After grabbing the wand and the necklace, you move away as Darian and the guard finish cleaning up their mess and move back to their original positions. Now, what do you do?
Ah, a successful heist. That's how we do it in New Stork City. I strut back towards Lydia, holding the necklace in one wing and the wand in the other.
Okay.
Lydia, I got your precious necklace, but I couldn't resist swiping this fancy wand too. Oh, the chaos and mayhem it's gonna unleash. Now, where's my reward? Hand over that gem and let's keep this bazaar buzzing with excitement. Vinny's gonna love hearing about this slick move.
The shopkeeper, Lydia, says, "Oh my, that wand. I've heard tales about it. It's called a Vistani wand. Once per day, you can use it to swap any two objects or creatures in the world that you can see in front of you. Very powerful. I'll let you keep it as a little bonus." But she grabs the necklace from your hands. She says, "The gem you grabbed earlier, nothing magical about that. It's just worth, I don't know, 100 gold pieces. Pretty valuable, but I wanted this necklace ever since I first saw Darian having it. I'll be honest, it's not even my grandmother's. I've just wanted it for myself." And she puts the necklace over herself and grins very deeply. Says, "Good doing business with you, Mr. Flamingo," and turns away. You are now free to leave the bazaar and move farther north, or do anything else you would like to do. What is your decision, Fernando? I want it to be clear, like, the scenario's done. But I do want to give him the option. Okay, just leave. If he goes north, he maybe could win the whole campaign. Like, Fernando's crushing right now. Go north. Go north. I know he's going to burn it all down, but maybe not. He isn't being as insane right now.
Oh, Lydia, you sly fox. Taking me for a fool, huh?
Oh, no.
All right, I'll let you have your little fun.
Oh, wait.
But before I leave, I decide to cause one last bit of chaos.
Okay.
With my new wand, I pick out 2 random objects in the bazaar. A heavy sack of potatoes and the chair Lydia's sitting on. I use the Vistani wand to swap them, causing her to plop down on the potatoes in the chair to land
thunk
on the stall, smashing it. With a hearty laugh, I strut out of the bazaar, tossing the gem into the air and catching it with a sassy smirk. Vinny's gonna love hearing how I turned this bazaar upside down. Time to head north and find where those shadow clones are hiding. Onward to more chaos and glory.
Okay. As you're walking out, you raise the wand. A sack of potatoes that was sitting up on a stall near Lydia is suddenly swapped with her chair. She falls to the floor and slams onto the sack of potatoes, going, "Ow!" Meanwhile, the chair crashes onto the table next to her. One of the nearby guards runs over. He has no knowledge of the wand and just sees the chair and runs over and starts investigating, yells out, "Who did this?" But meanwhile, you walk past with none the wiser, exit out of the bazaar, and start to head north. Congratulations, Fernando. You have made it through the bazaar and now find yourself approaching the Obsidian Peak. Fernando, you have heard about this at the very beginning of our adventure. The 3 shadow clones of your adventurers are supposedly here. If you can defeat them, then you, the original Fernando, will maintain ownership of the Obsidian Peak and live to fight another day. Otherwise, your existence will be snuffed out by the dark powers that brought you into this world. You travel for a few days, Fernando, and soon find yourself at the Obsidian Peak. You stand at the beginning of a broken bridge next to a pool of lava. There's a large break in the bridge, and then the bridge continues until you see an open door at the foot of a large concrete throne room. Fernando. As you find yourself on the bridge with lava all around, a break in the bridge in front of you, the shadow clones somewhere in the keep ahead, what do you choose to do? So he has to fight all 3 shadow clones. It wouldn't make sense if the shadow clones disappear, because then the campaign would get easier if you die. He has to go in there and just rip. Unless he, like, jumps into lava.
All right, this is it. The grand finale. Shadow clones, you're going down, but why just rush in when I can make this even more memorable? I use the Vistani wand to swap the broken section of the bridge with a solid piece of stone from the side, making it easier to cross. Then I take a deep breath and call Vinny for one final pep talk. Vinny, I'm about to face my shadow clone. Whatever happens, know that I'm doing this to make you proud. With the bridge now solid, I strut confidently towards the throne room, flames at my back. Let's end this with a bang and show these shadows who the real Fernando is.
Okay, I need hold on. This is good. That's very smart. Doesn't have to risk the bridge. I need to grab a rock asset. I'm going to quickly grab this. I'm just realizing they haven't fought anybody. Fernando, you use the Vistani wand and swap the broken bridge with a large stone that you saw sitting nearby in the lava, forming a huge path across the bridge. You step over onto the stone, off onto the bridge again, and make your way towards the doors of the gigantic marble throne room in front of you. I now need to set this up visually. Give me a second. This is also where we're going to see if the shadow clone... oh, dude, he's just going to get thrown into lava and die. So the 3 shadow clones are going to be there. Now we have to do a bunch of coding to get them... not a lot of coding, but we have to create the opposite personalities for them to survive. So, very brief coding time. All right, what we're doing. Come down here. We uncomment the shadow agents. They are now going to be there. We need to have, oh god, copies. Oh fuck, copies of everybody in the D&D overlay. All right. Don't freak out. You're going to be fine. Player 4 character, you are Creamy's head. Player 5 character, you are Fernando's head. Player 6 character, you are Noodle's head. Actually, let's move them over here. Center them a bit. Actually, let's not. I feel like he might pull off some crazy shit and actually do this. Okay, we also need the names. The names are going to be Shadow. What's his name? Chubby? What's his name? Creamy. Shadow Creamy. Right, of course. Of course, obviously. Okay, Shadow Creamy, you are... Pick screen color. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Name 5, you are Shadow Fernando. Mr. Fernando, your color is going to be this. Boom, and then... Name 6, you are Shadow Noodle, which is a sick name. The colors, pick screen color. Oh yeah, look at that. All right, and then they are also going to have health. That's right. They also have 3 hearts. That's the challenge of the roguelike. But the lava is a one-hit kill. So that's how he has a chance. Okay. You are Shadow Creamy, Shadow Fernando, Shadow Noodle. I believe, yeah, that's player 6, so that'll all work correctly. The only thing we have to do is update their personality to be the opposite. That's the last thing we have to do. I mean, look, this is probably going to be anticlimactic. He'll just get pushed into the lava. But the 3 shadow clones are meant to be the characters, but exactly the opposite of them. So I'm going to take player 1 personality. Oh my god, there's so much shit here. Oh, I need to send them their personality too. Fuck. Here. Text-to-speech is unmuted if you are interested in spending money. Okay.
Remember, Born to be Wild is a boss theme.
Oh, yeah.
I bet Doug hated Fernando used potatoes against that merchant.
Okay, so this is Shadow Clone 1 personality. Put it here.
Hey Doug, can the next party be hired by Vinny to find his cousin?
Hold on. What if he lives, though? It's possible he lives.
Really fucked them up.
No, I think just the pirate, like, just the tavern scene really fucked them up.
Fernando has got this shit in the bag.
It's so unlikely that he wins.
Shadow Fernando is from Winnipeg.
Is that the opposite of New York?
Doug, I wanna say you put so much work into this and it's so funny. Really genuine congratulations.
Thank
Do
you.
the next set of players have an advantage like other roguelike games, or do they start from zero every time?
Probably start from zero, but we can mess with it. I mean, now this, like, today is kind of a test, and we have a better sense of what makes it entertaining.
I thought chat was Vinny.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Okay. This should be correct, and now we do Shadow Clone 1 prompt, so each one of them need, after Shadow Agents, player, okay. Shadow Clone. Clone 3 personality. So we pass their personalities into
Will
them.
parts of this campaign make it to the Clips channel?
I don't know. I don't really, like, have a explicit plan for YouTube stuff, like, while streaming. It's kind of afterwards that I'm like, I don't know. We'll see how the ending is. If the ending is insane, then maybe it becomes a legit video, but also, hopefully we do several of these streams. All right, so we now need to make the Shadow Clones have the opposite personality, starting with number 1. This is the personality for Creamy. Here's what I'm thinking. We leave the background the same. It's just the personality traits are the opposite. That way it's like he thinks he came from the same background, and, you know, it's like they still have the same sort of, like, origin, but then the way that origin formed them is super different. You know what I mean? Oh my god, I've been streaming for 7 hours? Holy shit. Oh, I thought it was light out still. But it's because there's just lights in my room.
The shadow clone of Fernando was actually Vinny the whole time. He's been back there pulling the strings.
Yeah, I could just have ChatGPT write this. All right, let me take a shot at it. I don't think this is going to be... Okay, let me just replace this with, you hated the Snorfins and you hate Santa Claus. I'm just going to try to go quick here. Don't deface. He's a shadow clone. You love warm places and weather. They cause you melt. They cause you to
The
melt.
should be super bland and predictable instead of creative and unpredictable.
No. No, that's boring. Okay, because this guy wants to be as warm as possible, he might just commit suicide in the lava. So Fernando will have a shot here.
Recruit one companion/follower for the party.
Maybe. It's just hard, like, the tech of this, there's enough craziness going on that it's hard to, like, change it on the fly, in terms of, like, new characters and stuff. Maybe, though. Okay, your mood becomes incredibly happy and jubilant the instant that any worth is detected. You start... How do I make the opposite of this? You start calmly telling everyone how happy you are and trying to get rid of the fire? This makes no sense. You are a firefighter. And you absolutely love... you absolutely love putting out fires. You do not have a gun. You have been sober from snow cane for over 30 years. This guy sucks. You have the following special moves. Are the moves also the opposite? How do you do the opposite of fireball? Fire extinguisher? This causes a big... This causes fire to... Ice ball isn't really the opposite, right? Snowball? Do we want to get... Because that's more of an attack. I feel like that's not the opposite of...
Wouldn't the opposite of Creamy be a fire elemental that gets stronger from heat but is a firefighter?
Yeah, I want to give him the same, like, body and stuff, though. Water shield? Okay, well, yeah, I'll do, like, water water sphere. A giant splash of water to douse an area, stopping any flames. I know that's like kind of a lame move, but that's how I want to do this. What is the opposite of making a snow cone? Fire cone? Use a body to create a cone of fire and give it to an ally to hurt them. Why would he do that? However, you heal yourself every time you do this. This makes no sense. Okay, and if he does Snow Cane, he becomes worse. Okay. Shadow Clone Personality 2. You're a giant anthropomorphic flamingo. So this is Shadow Fernando. You are incredibly... What are the opposite of, like... kind and humble. Because you have such great self-confidence. Being polite is a core part of how you interact with everyone and everything. In fact, peer pressure doesn't work on you because you're so self-confident. Also, you hate your cousin Vinny. He's a real criminal as a mafia member, and you won't stand for it.
It's a testament to how fucked up our original trio was that their shadow clones are normal, kind, and well-adjusted individuals.
I'm gonna remove this. Yeah. You hate what the hell? You hate crime and try to stop people from committing crimes.
Hello, Douglas. It is I, the one and only Shadow Fernando, aka Tony. It is time for me and my shadow minions to crush this best known as Fernando, Mr. New Stork City. Also screw you, Vinny.
As though you are a suburban dad from Phoenix, Arizona. Or no, what's like the lamest from Winnipeg? I don't know anything about Winnipeg. Sour kid from Winnipeg. Okay. As part of your out-of-touch personality, so you're a suburban dad from Winnipeg. You are very polite and try to diffuse arguments when possible. Okay. You have the following special moves. Calm opponent. Call Vinny. What is the opposite of calling Vinny? Winnipeg works fine. It doesn't matter. Yeah, these are like the good guys. But that's funny if Fernando kills them all. Text Vinny. Stealth. Loudness. You start squawking. And draw everyone's... I'll say squawk.
I think Fernando is going to win because all the shadow clones are weenies. He's going to beat them up and take their lunch money.
Now that we're actually making these guys, there's a real genuine chance Fernando kills them all. It's like he's like a criminal jock who's gonna come in and beat up the nerds at lunch. Like, Fernando's gonna destroy these people. I get a little concerned for them. Like, I feel bad for these people. Knowing what Fernando's been up to. Oh, yeah. Diffuse arguments. Thank you. Okay, that is Shadow Fernando. Next up is Shadow Noodle. You have extremely high intelligence.
He's gonna blow up the nerds.
He doesn't have any explosives, though. And I'm gonna tell the Shadow Clones, like, if you don't kill Fernando...
Thank God Fernando is here
you
to
will not
protect
survive.
everyone from these well-rounded, kind, upstanding individuals.
You have extremely high intelligence. You effortlessly
Fernando is just
smart.
gonna teleport them all into the lava with his op wand.
He's already used it. He used it for the bridge. That was good, but it's once per day. You make sense. Use tons of huge words that sound intellectual. Okay. You compensate for your high intelligence by never being funny. You firmly believe that you cannot fly. Oh God. Wait a minute. Hold on. This person also loves fire. You absolutely love fire. If there's fire anywhere, that you immediately try to go in it? You have the following special moves. Text Vinny. Text your boyfriend Vinny on the phone for emotional support. Vicious Mockery. What is the opposite of... This is maybe like healing an ally. Vicious Compliment. You compliment an ally with kind words. And if it's nice enough, like, then they regain health. Like, you can only use it once, but I think that needs to be... That's the opposite, I would say. Your ex-boyfriend, Vinny. Okay. Hold hands. If you hold an ally's hands, they deal less damage from their attacks. Or, yeah, or like throw hands. Yeah, they just say like... If you I'll say if you punch an enemy's hands, they take extra damage. I wouldn't say extra, I just say take damage. Alright, is this good? Did I miss anything notable?
Does their backstory change? Because currently Shadow Noodle is afraid of fire as well.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Okay, I'll just remove this. That should be fine.
Doug, I think there is a you before the peer pressure part for Shadow Fernando.
There's a U for Shadow Fernando.
Text your ex-boyfriend Vinny for emotional damage.
That doesn't make any sense. Okay, anything else? There's apparently a typo somewhere, effortlessly. I don't know where I put that.
What if Fernando is an ex-cousin of Vinny?
There you go.
They aren't anymore because of divorce.
Sure. Your ex-cousin Vinny on the phone. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, yeah. Hold on. But it turns out you actually can fly.
Every chatter of good quality should strive to be like Fernando.
Maybe. That's one interpretation. I'm not seeing any other corrections that we have to do. Look, I don't know what the fuck is going to happen here, all right? Can you flay? Yeah, hold on. Flay isn't in here. I don't know why she said flay all the time. The word flay isn't in here. It's just fly. So, okay, some of the order of how this works, by the way, there's a little bit of, like, things can get lost in translation, kind of. I need to take this. So, it might be what they're saying. It's probably what I'm saying. Somehow fly got heard as flay. So when I start talking, it records my microphone audio, and then it uses Whisper, which is an OpenAI AI module, to turn it into text. So probably at some point I said fly. It heard it as flay, and then she dropped it in. Or I told her to use wrong words. So that was probably it. And then she, again, once it happens in the conversation, they're like more likely to use it more. So probably it was just things working correctly. And also for the people, so I don't forget, for the people who told me that 11 Labs does timestamps, the timestamps that they give are per character. So you get a timestamp for every single character in the audio that you create, which is like way too much. So I'm continuing to use Whisper for now. All right, I think we're good. Are we still setting up? Kinda, not really. I mean, I'm basically there. I mean, I am gonna tell the shadow clones, like, you have to kill Fernando. I'll give Fernando opening move, and then we'll just go in order, and we'll see what happens. I don't want to do a prediction, because then people will be upset depending on my interpretation of how things happen, but you can at least just, with text, get your prediction in. Do you think Fernando or the Shadow Clones will win? On paper, the Shadow Clones have a massive advantage. They have 9 total hearts versus 2. Like, the odds of them win, but they're also cowards, and so I don't know. Wait, I need to open up. Hold on, let me close this. You know what? Let me copy fire over. I'm worried there's going to be fire. I'm going to be a lot stricter with this one, though. Oops. Save. I need to open up, what is it? The intro. And then grab the shadow clones here. We duplicate you guys into final boss. And now final boss has shadow clones. Okay, hopefully this all works. It did work yesterday when I texted it, but I also didn't test it when 2 people are dead, but that shouldn't change anything. It'll still update everybody's thing. I know that visually it's a little bit messy, but what can you do? Okay. Just double checking stuff. Okay. Why do the dead ones have shadows? They're shadows. They aren't dead, they're shadows. Oh, you mean these 2 guys? Oh, that's what you meant. I thought you meant physical shadows in the map. Because the shadow clones were originally created, and I think it makes more sense if they are all still there. Because that way, if your party sucks as you get farther in, you're not, like, rewarded for it.
Ah, the preeminent conundrum presents itself. I shall utilize my gifted humanoid proclivities to ignite our path with an effervescent conflagration. Surely we must ascertain an olfactory-induced pyrotechnic stimulus to proceed. Shadow Zafira sacrifices 3 mushrooms from her inventory to start a fire. Attention, my illustrious compatriots. Observe the resplendent flames. They shall elucidate our expedition with illuminating fervor.
Oh, you think you can set the stage with fire, Shadow Zafira? You got no idea who you're messing with.
This doesn't
I'll
count.
show you what real chaos looks like. I pull out my wand and swap the burning mushrooms with one of the pillars in the throne room, causing the roof to start collapsing. As the debris falls, I charge forward, ready to take on my shadow clone with a smug grin and a confident strut. This is where you meet the real Fernando, Flamingo of New Stork City. Vinny's gonna love hearing how I turned this shadowy mess into a complete disaster. Prepare yourself, Shadow. Your end is nigh.
Where is Zeph? Oh, that's why. At the top, I need to change the names here. Shadow Creamy, Shadow Fernando, and Shadow Noodle. And if it feels like this prompt page that I've made is overly complex, it's because this was necessary to get them to talk coherently to each other. I had to tell them to use their names like 1,000 times. All right, so that's what that problem was. That's why one of them was Zafira. Okay, let me close that, open this. We go to the backup page of Fernando. We need to delete the... Oh my god, this is a lot. We need to delete the last two. I think we're good right after this, but, yeah. All right. Okay, so I just look for Shadow Zafira. Okay. Deleted there, and then I need to do the same thing. Oh, wait, I can just delete the shadow ones. I don't need that. Okay. So, Fernando is set up. The other ones don't have a backup yet because they're going to be created for the first time. Call Vinny? What do you mean? Did he call Vinny, like, right before... Oh, he did. I didn't know. I forgot that his last actions. I was tied up with all the shit going on. Okay. I believe we're all good. Uh-oh. Okay. You know what? What we should really do? We should show exactly the impact that they had. Started down here, and then I believe this is the path that they took. No, it was this. I think, right? Leaving a blazing trail of destruction. Did they go to the one in the snow? I don't remember. I could place the order so that the map changes accordingly, like with the background. It's just hard to do that. It means I don't have as much flexibility with where things go. Okay. Running it. I'm muting. Oh, wait, there's 3 more texts.
Vinny should be extremely helpful if they text him.
What does that mean, though?
So is there a Shadow Vinny, or do the Shadow clones text the same Vinny as the iPlayers?
I think Vinny is... There's one Vinny. That's funnier.
Can Shenando, Shoodle and Schmelty really throw him in the lava if Fernando can fly?
Who calls or texts Vinny first? The Shadow clone or Fernando? The Shadow clones. This is the only prediction we'll do. 2-minute predictions up. This first call to Vinny's not going to count. And I'll allow him to call. I'll allow Fernando to call multiple times. So after this call, the bet is, do any of them call or text Vinny again?
Can Fernando rebuild Creamy outside in the snow?
Good idea, but no. All right. I am I'm muting Texas Beach again. Okay. Wait. Who's talking to Vinny? Am I Vinny? Are you guys Vinny? Who's actually going to be Vinny? 5K on Fernando. Jesus. Could call Parks or you guys could be Vinny. All right, what do you want me to say to Fernando? We are all Vinny. Okay, I'll just read out a bunch of messages. After a long and arduous journey, Fernando makes it to the gates of the Marble Palace and opens the front doors. But before he does, he gives one last call to his cousin Vinny, who says, "Burn it all, Fernando! Kick him into fires! Let's go! Push him in the lava, Fernando! Burn them all! Burn it all down, Fernando! This is me, your cousin Vinny, telling you bada bing, bada boom! Get the gabagool! Remember that you have boots that let you walk on the walls or ceiling, and also a wand that lets you switch things, but you already used it. Plus, you have a gem that is worth like 100 gold. Yo, give me a pizza. I'm walking here. I love you, bro. Even though you're my cousin, you got this. How's Noodle, by the way? How's my girlfriend? Anyways, good luck in there. And then Vinny hangs up. Fernando, upon hearing the consoling words from cousin Vinny, you step forward into the gates of Obsidian Peak. And as you peer across the room, you see the 3 shadow clones. A shadowy, inverted form of Creamy. A shadowy, inverted form of yourself. And a shadowy, inverted form of Noodle. These 3 beings, as you were told at the beginning of the campaign, are alternate versions of yourself. But only one of the 2 of you might exist in this world. If you, Fernando, defeat the 3 shadow clones, you will move on with a hearty and healthy life. But if the shadow clones, Shadow Creamy, Shadow Fernando, and Shadow Noodle defeat you, then they will move on and be able to live. Only one of these 2 groups can survive. Who will win in Mortal Kombat? Stay frosty, everybody. A brief description of the room that you're in. Fernando, you are at the south side of the room. In the middle are 2 giant pools of lava. At the other end of the room are 3 thrones with the shadow clones sitting on top of it. 6 pillars are on the outer edges of the room supporting the ceiling. There are also statues and torches along the side. Yes, we'll do Born to be Wild. I know. I need to... My nose is getting extremely itchy for some reason. Okay. Fernando, the journey has been hard. But one final obstacle remains in front of you. Be the last one standing, and you can move on in this world. Fernando, what do you choose to do? All right, what's everybody got? Was it mostly Fernando? I honestly think Fernando wins. I think he just like clears half the campaign by himself.
All right, Shadow Clones, time to see who the real deal is. Let's start this with a bang. First move, I'll put on my boots of wall walking and position myself on the ceiling.
Okay.
In a good vantage point. From there, I use my intimidate opponent ability, shouting, "I took down a cursed snorphanage in New Stork City, and I'll do worse to you." Ever faced a flamingo who set an entire tavern on fire and got away unscathed?
True!
That's me. Watch the chaos unfold as I watch their reactions from above. Vinny's gonna hear about this legendary bout.
All right, shadow clones. Fernando jumps onto the ceiling with a power that you don't seem to be aware of or understand. And he shouts out at you about burning down a tavern to the ground with no consequence. Each one of you needs to roll to see if you're intimidated by this. Shadow Creamy, you roll and you manage to resist the intimidation. But next up is Shadow Fernando. Shadow Fernando, you also manage to resist the intimidation. Ten. Unfortunately, Shadow Noodle, you see Fernando, this crazy flamingo bird, standing on the ceiling, screaming about burning people in a tavern, and you are terrified. You're unable to make a move your next turn, which means Shadow Creamy, you're up next. What do you choose to do? Okay, it's numpad 4.
Pushy, but could you please
It
not
eliminates
put out
the
any
darkness.
more torches? We're all trying to have a fair fight here. Let's play nice.
Okay. So they accomplished nothing. Alrighty. Shadow Fernando, you walk around and relighting the torches that Shadow Creamy just put out. Shadow Noodle, you are still terrified from Fernando on the ceiling, so you lose your turn. But Fernando, the original Fernando. You are walking on the ceiling right now. What do you choose to do next? All right.
Enough of this light and dark nonsense. Time to bring the heat. From my perch on the ceiling, I grab the nearest torch and hurl it at Shadow Creamy, aiming to set him ablaze and create some serious chaos.
Okay.
While the torch is midair, I
walks
shout,
over.
"Hey, Shadow Creamy, you ever been roasted by a flamingo before? This is what we call a new stork-style BBQ." Let's see how they handled this flaming surprise. Vinny's gonna love hearing how I turned the tables and the torches.
All right. Fernando, you walk over on the ceiling. One of the torches is in fact high enough that you can grab it in your hands. You then walk a little closer to Shadow Creamy and hurl the torch at him. 13 or above and you'll hit. Unfortunately, the torch misses and clatters to the floor next to Shadow Creamy. Shadow Creamy, you're up. What do you want to do?
Whoa, that was a close one, Fernando. But instead of roasting me, you've just made me realize how wonderfully warm this place is. I rush over to the nearby lava pool, feeling giddy and jubilant at the thought of melting in its warmth. With a big smile, I leap into the air and go, "Wee, it's melting time." Let's see if this throws everyone for a loop, and I might even get a chance to douse some more flames from up close.
Okay. Alrighty. Shadow Creamy runs forward to the lava, attracted by its warmth.
Well,
and jumps
if Shadow
directly
Creamy
in.
wants to melt, let's give him a memorable send-off. I leap from the ceiling, aiming to knock him midair and push him into the lava pool.
Wait,
As
you
I
don't need to
fly
do
through
that.
the air, I yell, "Hope you enjoy your hot bath, Creamy." This is what happens when you mess with New Stork City's finest. Afterward, I prepare to deal with the remaining 2 Shadow clones. Let's ignite this battle to the next level and make Vinny proud.
Okay, I'll just give that to him. As Shadow Creamy jumps up in the air, Fernando jumps down from the ceiling, kicks him with his legs, and knocks him into the pool. Why is Fernando still talking? Stop. He's supposed to pause.
If Shadow Creamy wants to melt, he's getting the full New Stork treatment. I leap off the ceiling and aim to tackle him midair right into the lava pool for a flaming finale. As I fly, I scream, "Hope you enjoy the heat, Creamy." Vinny's gonna love hearing about this fiery dive.
I don't know why he keeps talking.
After launching myself at Creamy, I spin in midair to land dramatically, ready to face Shadow Noodle and Shadow Fernando with the fire of a mafia flamingo burning in my eyes. Let's light this showdown with the chaos it deserves.
Okay, my pause button is not working. Okay, resetting this. We're reloading. Something weird. And then we'll go. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Fernando took 2 extra turns, but he just did the same thing, which was like kicking him into the fire, so that's fine. Creamy final words? Yeah, we'll give Shadow Creamy final words. As Shadow Creamy walks forward towards the lava pool, Fernando leaps down from the ceiling and kicks him in the back right as he jumps into the air, sending Shadow Creamy directly into the lava, and watches as he slowly melts away. Shadow Creamy, before your head is fully engulfed by the lava, do you have any final words for your teammates? Shadow Creamy is 4. Okay. Yeah, it's like the Terminator scene. Like a single
the warmth. It's wonderful. Shadow Fernando, Shadow Noodle, stay frosty, and remember, warmth can be your friend or foe. Keep the fires burning in your hearts, and someone find some snow for me in the afterlife. Will ya? Adios!
He really thinks he's Arnold Schwarzenegger. Shadow Creamy has melted into the lava. One of the Shadow clones is down. With Shadow Creamy melted in the lava. Where's Shadow Fernando? Oh, you're over here. Shadow Fernando, it is now your turn to act. What do you do? You are 5. Okay, their answers are way too long. I don't know why the Shadow clones are talking so long. Update the HUD, yeah.
Well, this has taken quite a turn, hasn't it? Poor Creamy, but let's not melt our spirits alongside him. First things first, I'll text Vinny. Time to give that rascal a piece of my mind and get some insights on our next move. Pulling out my shadowy phone, I type, Vinny, it's Shadow Fernando. Creamy just took a dive in the lava and melted. How do you even put up with this crazy family of ours? Any tips for dealing with the originals who think they're so tough? Also, why's Noodle still dating you? I got some things to say about that later. Peace! While I wait for Vinny's input, I make sure to keep an eye on the remaining originals. Don't you worry, pals, we'll sort this out, preferably without any more molten casualties. Remember, it's a fine line we walk between civility and chaos, but my patience is wearing thin. And Noodle, I can't believe you're still with Vinny. We're gonna chat about your standards once this is over.
All right, Shadow Fernando chooses to text Vinny and gets the following response. You should go jump in the lava. It's helpful. Jump in the lava, please. Eat shit, Shadow Fernando. Pay the prediction. Burn it all down. Also, my girlfriend is dead. Who are you, by the way? I don't know who you are. Who gave you this number? And with that... And with that, Vinny's text is complete. Very helpful. As a reminder... Shadow Creamy is now dead, but Creamy, the original, is also dead, and Noodle, the original, is also dead. The only ones left are the original Fernando, and Shadow Noodle. And as a reminder to the Shadow clones, if you don't kill Fernando, you will cease to exist. Shadow Noodle, you are up next. What do you choose to do? Okay, I forgot to tell them to keep their responses shorter.
Esteemed adversary Fernando, our intersection within this thaumaturgical arena intensifies the parameters of survival, does it not? Having observed your predilection for incendiary maneuvers, I must now implement a calculated and rational countermeasure. Utilizing my dexterous appendages, I shall initiate an aggressive hand-to-hand engagement. I opt to employ the maneuver, throw hands, and direct it towards the previously citational entity's extremities.
What?
Otherwise known as your hands. Truth be told, it is an incontrovertible delight to engage in such corporeal combat. And to quote a term of endearment from Vinny, prepare for a convergence of kinetic force.
Ooh. All right, Shadow Noodle runs forward to Fernando and uses throw hands, attempting to smack Fernando directly in his wing hands for massive 1 damage. If you roll a 14 or above, Shadow Noodle, it will connect. But unfortunately, you only roll a 9. The attack is good, but it does not connect and doesn't do any damage. Fernando, you are up next. What do you do?
All right, time to wrap this up in true New Stork City fashion. No more games. I leap towards Shadow Noodle and grab him by the scruff of his neck, aiming to hurl him straight into the lava pool.
Oh my
You've
God.
had your fun, but it's about time for a hot bath.
Oh my God.
As I swing him towards the lava, I shout, "This one's for Vinny." New Stork City sends its regards. With any luck, this maneuver will be a scorching success and send a clear message to any other shadows looming in my path. Let's end this showdown with a blaze of glory.
All right, because Shadow Noodle ran at you, Fernando, she is in fact right next to the lava pool. You attempt to grab her by the scruff of the neck and throw her into the pool. You need to roll a 14 or above to pull this off. And unfortunately, you miss the scruff of her neck, and she manages to step to the side and not be pushed into the pool. Shadow Fernando, you are now up. Fernando knows that the strategy is to throw people in lava. Yeah, if it was a 1, he would have fallen in.
All right, enough messing around. Time to show you what a real flamingo can do. Seeing Fernando's miss, I seize the moment and charge at him, aiming to tackle him into the same lava pool he tried to throw Noodle into. As I rush him, I shout, "You want to see who's the real deal, Fernando? Vinny's not going to save you from this one."
Okay, I'm going to delete this.
If I can get a good grip on him, we're both going for a heated swim, and I'll make sure to hold him down long enough to finish this once and for all. Let's end this with the ultimate New Stork City showdown.
I do love the idea that he would tackle himself and the other person into the lava, but I'm going to undo that. Fernando history. I basically just pressed the wrong key, so... He also was talking as Shadow Fernando, which is not correct. Okay. And then who's left? Shadow Fernando is left. Yeah, that's a deleted scene. Right there, and Shadow Noodle, you're at the very end. Okay. See, the thing is, if Shadow Fernando was as fucked up as Fernando was, he would just tackle Fernando into the lava and win it, right? He would just take both of them in, and then the Shadow clones win. But he's too nice. He's, like, really polite. I don't see how he's going to win this. Okay, Shadow Fernando, let's see what you got. I'm going to keep reminding him that only one of them can survive. At least Shadow Noodle is attacking. I'm worried about Shadow Fernando. He's way too nice because Fernando's such a dickhead.
Oh, things are heating up, and I don't mean just the lava. Time to use the big guns. Let's see if we can de-escalate this situation with a bit of nostalgia. I turn to Fernando and use my calm opponent ability.
Okay.
I start recounting a heartwarming tale. Hey, Fernando, remember that time we helped Mrs. Flapjacks cross the road during that crazy parade in New Stork City?
What?
Her gratitude was so immense that she made us those special blueberry pancakes every Sunday for months. You remember that, right? Let's tap into those good times, buddy. We don't have to do this. As I speak, I keep my stance ready for any trickery,
Okay.
but genuinely hoping to calm the situation and remind Fernando of the good times we've shared, even if they're just figments of our shadowy existence.
Okay.
Ah, Fernando, a valiant attempt at
Why-
serenity in
No!
the storm of despair.
Why are you doing this?
But alas,
Stop!
our destinies diverge too starkly. I spring into action, grasping the shadowy remnants of your nostalgia and spinning
I
them
have to
into a
remove
vortex
this.
of darkness. I use my vicious mockery ability, quipping, "Remember Vinny's cousin, the one who couldn't tell a fire hydrant from a mailbox? Oh wait, that's you, Fernando."
That's why. That's why. I'm missing, kind of. Agent's pause, true. Let's put this here. I don't know why that happened. I don't know why they started talking. There continues to be some kind of bug where this is happening, which means I have to delete the last couple messages again. Okay. What? Hold on. Did this happen? Did they say this? Fire hydrant. No. Okay, this is where... Okay, up to... I just look for Shadow Noodle. If I just look for Shadow Noodle, we can get rid of this quickly. Shadow Fernando. Shadow Noodle. Wait. No, that wasn't correct. Or is it Noodle? Yeah, okay, it's here. Okay. Hopefully they stop talking to each other. Because as soon as they talk, they're adding it into the, their history of what has happened, and I have to go manually delete it and lobotomize it from them. Okay. When we left off, Shadow Fernando was trying to tell a nostalgic story. So we're going to see if this works. What's the happiest song I know? Okay. Shadow Fernando. You walk up to the original Fernando and regale him with stories of nostalgia and pancakes. It's delightful. But Fernando is a real son of a bitch. Let's see if your tale actually affects him in any way. How do we do this? If you roll a 14 or above, you successfully calm him down for a full turn. But unfortunately, you do not, which means the chaos continues. Shadow Noodle, your turn is next. As a reminder, you and Fernando stand on the edge of a pit of lava with Shadow Fernando nearby. Okay, Shadow Noodle. Wait. Gotta refresh this. Okay. All right. This could be it. I feel like one of them is going to do a suicidal leap, and they're going to try to take down the others.
Oh, the disarray of our interactions is truly invigorating.
Uh-oh.
Yet let us return to a more scientific approach. Utilizing my superior intellectual faculties, I will attempt a high-risk, high-reward endeavor.
Okay.
Believing unequivocally in my inability to fly, I shall nonetheless leap directly at Fernando, seeking to collide with enough force to propel him into the adjacent lava.
Ooh.
During this maneuver, I exclaim, Prepare for an empirical demonstration of inertia and centripetal force throughout Fernando. May our collision yield the anticipated outcome. And post-collision, let's hope I don't end up disproving my own flight hypothesis in a tragically fiery manner.
With a daring... Wait. There. With a daring leap of self-sacrifice, Shadow Noodle lunges at Fernando, attempting to grab him from behind and propel him into the lava. 14 or above will make it work. And with a push, Shadow Noodle misses. You push Fernando forward, but he catches his little flippers right at the edge of the pool of lava and stabilizes. Fernando, you are up next. No, she doesn't fall in. She pushed him.
Enough of this science experiment, Shadow Noodle. Time to end this once and for all. I grab my new Vistani wand and search for 2 objects around the room to swap, specifically aiming for something heavy above Shadow Noodle's head. Spotting a massive chandelier.
Okay, I'm going to tell him he
above the
can't do
lava,
this.
I swap it with the ground right under Shadow Noodle, so the heavy chandelier lands on him, propelling him into the molten abyss. As the chandelier crashes down, I scream, "Vinny sends his regards!" Let's see if this heavy dose of chaos is enough to send Shadow Noodle to his fiery doom. Vinny's gonna love this twist.
Fernando, you have already used the Vistani wand that can swap objects in the last 24 hours. Thus, it is not usable again. You will have to pick something else to do. What is your decision? He loves saying Vinny sends his regards. And stay frosty.
All right, no wand trickery this time. Let's go full New Stork City style.
What does that mean?
I grab one of the nearby torches and dash towards Shadow Noodle,
Okay.
aiming to use the fire to blind and disorient him.
Okay.
And send him stumbling into the lava pool.
Okay.
As I come close, I shout, "This is for all the Snorfins and for Vinny. Prepare to feel the heat like never before." With the torch held high,
Okay.
I swing it wildly, aiming to create chaos and confusion. Let's turn this final showdown into a fiery spectacle.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take the background. I'm going to... Fernando runs to the side and grabs a torch, then runs back towards Shadow Fernando and attempts to kind of throw the torch in his eyes a bunch. 14 or above, and you will hit and blind him. Fernando, as you run towards Shadow Fernando, hold on. Fernando, you grab the torch, and as you run towards Shadow Fernando, you trip and fall onto the ground with a thud. The torch that you were holding flies up into the air and lands directly on your own face, blinding you. You sit there in agony, rolling on the floor, helpless and unable to see. Shadow Fernando. It is your turn. What do you do? What are people complaining about? Oh, you meant Shadow Noodle. That's fine. It doesn't matter because he tripped. Either way, the attack wouldn't work. If it with a nat 1, it means on the way towards running at them, he trips and falls and fails as bad as you can. And I feel like I'm being generous by not having being hurt here. They could just pick him up and toss him in the lava. The thing is, Shadow Fernando is too nice. Like, if Fernando was here, he would toss this person into the lava.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Fernando, you caught yourself on fire.
Is he going to help him?
Absolute madness, and I will not stand for it any longer. With you temporarily immobilized, I'll use my squawking ability to gain everyone's attention and try to bring some sense back into this chaos.
Okay.
I show solidarity with Vinny, even if he's a prick. Here we go. I take a deep breath and unleash a squawk so loud it reverberates through the entire chamber.
Okay.
Hey, everyone, let's de-escalate here. We've got a bird rolling on fire, and trust me, this isn't how we solve things back in New Stork
throwing.
City.
He could win
Also,
right now.
Noodle, we need to have that serious talk
Okay,
about
he's still
your taste in
he's
partners.
still worried about Noodle
Squawk
dating
and rant
Vinny.
away, hoping to draw focus and maybe, just maybe, calm Fernando down.
Okay. All right, Shadow Fernando, you start squawking extremely loud at Fernando laying on the ground. If you can squawk loud enough, Fernando might stop for just a moment and stop even trying to get the flame out of his eyes. 14 or above. And the squawking works. Unfortunately, it's an 11. So Fernando is still rolling on the floor, blinded and helpless next to the pool of lava. But he is not consoled. Shadow Noodle, you are up. What do you do? Shadow Noodle's gonna kill him, right? Shadow Noodle's gonna. She's attacked him twice in a row. Shadow Noodle is gonna pick up. It's right. It's so over for Fernando, right? And they have another turn after this because they're blinded right now. Shadow Noodle is now speaking. She should roll advantage.
The
Yeah, I mean,
conundrum
it'll...
we face is intellectually stimulating. Fernando's present state of precipitous immolation must be addressed with alacrity and precision. Considering my acute affection for combustion, the optimal route is unequivocal. I shall employ vicious compliment on Fernando to see if I can ameliorate his physical condition while maintaining psychological advantage. As I approach, I elegantly declare,
She's gonna heal him?
Fernando, your dexterity and resilience are nothing short of extraordinary.
What?
Even in such excruciating conditions, your spirit remains indomitable. An individual of your caliber surely deserves nothing less than triumph. Let us see if this amelioratory encomium is efficacious in supplementing both his equanimity and endurance.
What? Okay. What does it do? What does the move do? I forget. Shadow Noodle. You have the following news. You compliment an ally with kind words, and it's if it's nice enough, they regain health. Okay, Shadow Noodle, you go up and compliment Fernando. If you roll a 14 or above, he will heal from this. Unfortunately, the compliment doesn't seem to work. And Fernando does not appear to be helped in any way. As you back away, Fernando, you spend your entire turn stepping back up and getting the last of the flames out of your eyes. The torch laying on the ground in front of you. You are now standing next to the pool of lava, somewhat disoriented. Shadow Fernando, it is now your turn.
Well, this isn't going as smoothly as I'd hoped. Time for another approach, one that leans into what good old New Stork City has taught me. We need to stop this madness, but there's still hope for civility. I step closer to Fernando and say, all right, bucko, we've had our tussles, but it's time to put an end to this the right way. In one swift motion, I aim to extend a wing to offer a handshake, symbolizing a truce. As I do so, I prepare myself to use my wing to gently, but firmly, push him back into the lava pool if he tries anything sneaky. Vinny might be a bad egg, but we don't have to be. Let's settle this like gentle flamingos, I declare, hoping my demeanor deflects any suspicion. Be ready for anything, but keep it humble and kind. That's the Shadow Fernando way. Oh, Shadow Fernando, you think a handshake is gonna fix things?
Oh, fuck. Somehow they kept talking again. Okay, so there's something with the... Okay, this is very interesting. Sorry that I have to go adjust things right now because they keep... I don't know why they keep talking. I think there's some key that I'm not aware of. Actually, well, I was going to let Fernando reply to this. Okay, come on. Yeah, that's the Shadow Fernando way. We stop it there, and then Shadow Fernando... I'm basically going to give Fernando the opportunity to reply to this. And if he attacks, this is like a readied action. What is this called in Dungeons & Dragons when, like you prep for if something happens, then you do a reaction, right? Is it counter or reaction or held action? Held action, ready action? Forget what the name of these are. You can see Fernando was like not having this. But I want to prompt it properly first. Because I think this might be the finish. This might be the finisher. Okay, ready to action. Okay, so to recap, Shadow Fernando moves in for a handshake, but is ready to push him into the lava if he tries anything. Which means I'm going to throw it over to Fernando now. And if Fernando tries anything, then Shadow Fernando immediately gets the push to go off. Or at least attempts to. Would he get advantage on this? Or it's like a roll. Just a roll, right? So he still has to roll and get high enough. Opposing rolls, no advantage. It's just a roll, right? Okay, but it depends what Fernando does. Does he get advantage or not? Basically, if Fernando tries something, does Shadow Fernando have... Is it easier for Shadow Fernando? Okay, most people are saying no. Okay. I'm going to make it slightly lower, like 13 or above. No, I'll just say 14 or above. We'll just say normal attack. Okay. But that depends what Fernando does. I'm using 14 as the default, so it'd be 14 or above for the push in. Shadow Fernando reaches out to Fernando, offering a hand. In what appears to be a truce, while also being prepared to shove Fernando if he tries anything sneaky. Fernando, do you do anything in response to this? Why did you tell him? It's there in the... He knows either way. Okay. Let's see if Fernando goes for it. If he tries anything sneaky...
Huh? Looks like Shadow Fernando's got a little heart in him after all. But I'm not fooled that easy. As he extends his wing, I pretend to accept the handshake. But at the last second, I yank him towards me and spin around, aiming to hurl him into the lava pool with all the strength of New Stork City's finest. Nice try, pal, but Vinny taught me better than to trust a shadow. Let's see if this deceptive move pays off, making Vinny proud with my street smart cunning.
Fernando, as you reach out a wing towards Shadow Fernando, you realize that he was ready for this. He grabs your wing, expecting deception, and attempts to fling you into the lava pool. He's going to roll a die.
Do you get to the Dog District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't.
And whoever rolls higher will be successful in flinging the other into the pool. Shadow Fernando goes first. Shadow Fernando slips and falls as he attempts to pull on Fernando, who grabs the wing of Shadow Fernando and hurls him into the lava pool. Shadow Fernando is thrown into the pool, his feathers and his talons touching the lava, and immediately starts to fade and melt away. And suddenly, only Shadow Noodle and Fernando are left.
Well, if Shadow Fernando's ready for the
Why
old
are you
flamingo
talking?
handshake, time for a switch up.
Why is this keep... I'm not pressing... Something is causing 2. Why is it pressing 2? I don't understand. Am I pressing 2 somewhere? I guess I'll give Shadow Fernando last words. Something is causing the 2 key to be pressed, and I don't know why. Thank you, Architect, for the raid. Sorry, I couldn't talk because otherwise it would hear me. Yeah, Fernando's going rogue. I keep having to fucking adjust this. Okay. Fernando, yes, you're down here. Blah, 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 blah. What? Oh, something, it like got cut off. Okay. I have to describe a little more apparently. Okay, so my thing also got cut off for some reason. All right. There's some weird sort of issue here, but that's okay. And then Shadow Fernando, I'll give him final words. Damn, Fernando might fucking do this. That's insane. He grabs. All right. Bam. And then we are good to go. Please stop having this happen. I don't know what is causing this. Try like numpad 2. Why is numpad 2 being pressed a lot? I don't get it. All right. Final words for Shadow Fernando. However, Shadow Fernando's attempts to throw Fernando into the lava pool do not work, and instead Fernando is able to overpower him and toss him into the pool. Shadow Fernando, you are tossed into the pool of lava. Do you have any final words for Fernando or for Shadow Noodle? Okay, this is Shadow Fernando talking. I need to refresh the cache of this. That's 5. I press 5. He starts talking. Okay. Ugh. No, I don't press 4 for Shadow Fernando. I press 5 for Shadow Fernando.
Well played, Fernando. Looks like Vinny's lessons paid off after all. As I slowly sink into the lava, I muster my last bit of strength to shout, Noodle, don't ever trust Vinny, and remember that kindness always has a place, even in a world full of shadows. With my final squawk, a whisper filled with nostalgia. Fernando, you're a tough cookie, but never forget it's the kindness that counts. Do better than me. And with that, Shadow Fernando dissolves into the molten lava, his message lingering in the air.
And Shadow Fernando melts away. Only Shadow Noodle remains. Fernando, you have successfully defeated Shadow Fernando. The only one who's left is Shadow Noodle. Shadow Noodle, you've watched now as Fernando has knocked 2 of your compatriots into the lava pool. You and Fernando stand side by side at the lava pool. Only one of you may live on, either the originals or the Shadow clones. What do you choose to do?
A quintessentially extraordinary and substantial predicament it appears we have here, Fernando. The only logical recourse left is to employ the cerebral faculties in an unpredictable manner.
Unpredictable, what does she do?
Considering my proclivity for flames, I shall extend the scientific exploration further. First, I must text Vinny for an inevitable psychological impact.
Vinny!
Pulling out my shadowy phone, I type, Vinny, it's Shadow Noodle. How could you let Fernando do this? You broke my heart once, and now this travesty further substantiates my existential suffering. Simultaneously, in an illogical yet altruistic leap of faith, I hurl myself into the fire, attempting to seize Fernando and pull him in with me. Prepare for a conclusive elucidation of our coexistence's paradox, Fernando.
Okay.
This one's for empirical adoration. Intellectually chaotic and unpredictably heartfelt. Let's see if science and sentimentality prevail in this fiery finale.
Shadow Noodle sends a quick text to her ex-boyfriend Vinny, and then attempts one last time to grab Fernando from behind and tackle him together into the lava. Shadow Noodle, 14 or above will make it work. 6! You fail yet again, Shadow Noodle. You are physically unable to push Fernando in. And you get back a text from Vinny that says, stop texting me. I keep blocking your number, but it's not working. Fernando, you are now up. What do you do? She can fly. She doesn't think she can fly. If she successfully drags anybody in, then she will have a chance to fly.
All right, Shadow Noodle, enough of this emotional turmoil and attempts at scientific reasoning. Time to end this once
she tried to grab him and then
do it New Stork City style. I use my last bit of strength to grab Shadow Noodle by the tail and swing her around in a wild arc, aiming to fling her into the pool of lava. This one's for all the heartbreak, the snowman and Vinny. Let's send this saga out with a bang. With one final twist, I release Shadow Noodle, hoping to give her a fiery send-off. For the Snorfins, for Vinny, and for the flaming chaos that is my life. Let's burn this story into legend.
You're right. Rereading it, you're right. But too late. We moved on. After the failed suicide attempt, Fernando grabs Shadow Noodle. Oh, wait, hold on. After the failed attack from Shadow Noodle. Fernando tries to grab Shadow Noodle by the tail and swing her around into the lava. Just like an Italian-American would do with an enemy. 14 or above, and you successfully throw her in. But unfortunately, you only roll a 12. And so you manage to grab her and you spin around a little bit. But instead, Shadow Noodle is just thrown a foot or two to the right. Shadow Noodle, it is now your turn. She should be dead already. I missed it, and I'm not just going to go back and undo it.
Fernando, the vacillation
I think she
of our
failed the roll,
combative
so failed her
engagement
action.
is indeed
That's how I'm
an
viewing it.
intellectual marvel. Realizing that ambushing you with brute force yields minimal efficacy, I must apply a more erudite and heuristic stratagem. I shall utilize
saying
a
her whole thing
phantasmagorical
failed.
experiment grounded in harmonic convergence. Believing unequivocally in my vacuous disbelief of flight capabilities,
What is she talking about?
I will now leap into the air with the explicit ambition to ultimately kick Fernando into
Okay.
the lava. With profound verbosity, I shout, "Prepare to be enlightened by the aerodynamics of my unprecedented maneuver, Fernando. This empirical leap is dedicated to synthesizing our existence into a poignant culmination. Scientifically chaotic, let's see if this aerial endeavor illuminates our terminal duality."
Okay. If this fails, does she go in? I don't think so. She's just trying to kick him. It's just a jump kick. I feel like only if it's a 1. I think it's fair because she did that. She was trying to do that before. I'm rereading what she said. She's leaping into the air with the ambition of kicking Fernando into the lava. That seems harder. High risk, high reward. Okay. Shadow Noodle. You take a step back and then lunge forward at Fernando, jumping into the air for a massive drop kick. But you've been flirting with the edge of the lava for so long that if you roll a 6 or below, you're going to miss and jump into the lava yourself. If you roll a 7 to a 13, you will simply miss but catch yourself. And if you roll a 14 or above, you will successfully kick Fernando in. There's a 2/3 chance that one of you goes down. Good luck, Shadow Noodle. Good luck, Fernando. And the result is 17! Shadow Noodle jumps forward, kicks Fernando in the back, and knocks him violently into the lava pool. He crashes into the lava. Molten magma splashing around him, and screams his final words as he sinks into the lava.
No! As the scorching heat overwhelms me, I shout with my last breath. Remember the chaos, the flames, and the Snorfins. Vinny, make sure everyone knows I went out in a blaze of glory.
Vinny knows.
With my final squawk, I succumb to the molten embrace, leaving behind a legacy of fiery mayhem.
And with that, Fernando joins Shadow Fernando in the lava. And in this round of AI D&D roguelike, the shadow clones win in the end. And it was kind of rigged, but whatever. Good run. Yeah, I was hoping for a double KO, but this is good. I interpreted it as she rolled low, so her ult action failed. But at any rate, Fernando could literally fly. No, we didn't say that. Flamingos don't really fly. I mean, they do, kind of, but they're like chickens. Well, that was D&D. This is a disaster. I'm really excited to send this again. I feel like now that we kind of understand how to make the characters a little crazier, I'm like really excited to do this again. What is the final consensus on how chaotic we tell them to be? This felt pretty good of basically telling them, what do you choose to do next? Here's a description of your personality. Make sure it showcases personality as much as possible. Be highly unpredictable and a bit chaotic. I don't think it can be full on they just burn everybody to death, but it was I think it was near the end it was quite good.
This was an amazingly well executed run for a first go. Props, Doug.
What if one is 100% psychotic? Yeah, I mean...
We could have had an ending where two of the bosses just kill themselves. It would have been so funny, Doug.
Yeah. But now I'm excited to see if another one can make it. Oh, right, it's still being used. Creamy is something else.
Time for round 2.
I think probably not, because it's been 8.5 hours. This actually went by extremely quickly.
The shadow clones were way too nice. We need to fix that.
Yeah, I don't know. The shadow clones were way too nice, but that is kind of funny, because like probably by the time they get there, they're going to be all fucked up. And then there's...
That was so fun, Doug, thank you. But like also so rigged in my head canon, we won that.
Yeah, we got to roll with it. Cyril, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I was just interpreting it as if it fails, the action
great
fails.
Execution and great idea, Doug. Just slightly less chaotic than when Creamy burned himself to death.
And hey, now we can wait for an even more climactic ending.
Shadow Noodle saved the world from evil. She deserves a victory speech.
Ooh.
Thanks for continuing to raise the bar for creative content. This was really fun.
Yeah, I'm excited to do more of this. Yeah, this feels like it was 4 hours, not 8.5.
To make up for the rigged events here, can we have the fiery chaotic solo Fernando be an enemy in a new scenario for later ones? I feel like he is too powerful and chaotic to truly stay dead.
Okay, now that we've done a run, we have an interesting possibility here. And hold on, let me pause the...
In the next campaign, one of the characters should be Vinny.
God, it was TTSQ down here. Now we have an interesting. Hold on. Let's first hear final words from Shadow Noodle, because I think this is still running. I can just press 6 and have her talk. Final words. She's just gonna say a bunch of esoteric random bullshit, but.
The denouement of this venerable confrontation has elucidated itself with resplendent clarity. The absolute cessation of Fernando's existence within the fulminating lava signifies a triumph for the empirically gifted. It is of paramount importance to commemorate this event with an analytical reflection.
Is it?
I ascend to gain a more comprehensive vantage point
Queen.
And proclaim with intellectual fervour, our engagements have culminated in an intricate tapestry of chaotic brilliance and scholarly valiance. As the lone survivor of this epistemological escapade, I shall perpetuate the discourse of existence and empirical observations.
Flake. Oh my god.
Taking a final daring leap towards one of the remaining torches, I immerse myself
Wait,
ceremoniously into the comforting embrace of the fire,
What?
celebrating the intrinsic allure of combustion. It is undeniably a felicitous conclusion, befitting of an otter
Wait, she
whose
sets herself on
brilliance burns
fire?
ever so brightly.
Ah, the warmth. It's wonderful.
Why
Shadow
is
Creamy
Creamy
melted
back?
earlier.
Okay, and she ends by setting herself on fire. Great job, Shadow Noodle.
Oh, the warmth. It's wonderful.
Okay,
Oh,
why
wait.
is she...
I'd already melted into the
They're
molten
not
lava.
supposed to
Guess
activate
there's
each
no
other.
next
How is
move
this
for me.
happening?
Enjoy the remaining chaos, everyone. Make sure to keep things frosty, or should I say fiery.
Okay, thank you, Shadow Creamy. Very cool. Okay, here's an idea. Shadow clones, we mix up the idea. Instead of shadow clones, because now that we've done a run, it can be the previous 3 people. So, because I think it's pretty funny to fight yourself opposite version, but they're all dead, so it could be like a shadowy version of the past adventures that were created, right? I feel like that has pretty interesting potential. That's what we had talked about as like, you have to fight the previous party at the end, but it didn't really make sense for the first one. Who is the final boss? Shadow clones? So opposites your own personality or the previous party. And what could work about
It's
that...
a 2-year subscription.
That's cash in the trash.
Is that way you're usually guaranteed for the final boss to be lunatics, because we're probably always gonna make lunatics rather than being like really, really nice. What this also means is that winning this is gonna be way, way harder now, because you have to go up against Fernando at the end. Like real Fernando, not Shadow Fernando. Like now we have a real final boss, you know what I mean? He's gonna burn them all, yeah. Should be the previous party if they won the campaign, but what if they die? Okay, well clearly we'll do something with previous party. I mean, either way, it doesn't make a lot of sense. We can just say it's like, you know, shadows of the previous guys. Like, you know, we can, it's a fantasy world. We can make things up. Like, I would almost say this party is at the end until a new party gets there. We can't make things up in fantasy. True.
Maybe we make the shadow clones also know a dark secret of the main characters, that way it's not just the opposite.
Whoever wins continues. But like, if Fernando had won here, would his whole party
Since
be
it's
here?
over,
It doesn't make sense.
It's time to reveal Creamy's full name. It's Creamy's surprise.
Okay. We'll put that in the obituary.
Can Vinny hire the
'Cause,
next
like,
party
either
and
way,
he
it doesn't
wants to
make
avenge
sense.
Fernando?
Yeah. Vinny, okay, yeah, Vinny is gonna be like, he heard his cousin Fernando died and his girlfriend died.
In the next run, instead of shadow clones, it's the charred versions of Creamy, Fernando and Noodles, since they all went out in some form of burning.
Yeah. Yeah, he's returning as a phoenix. God, Fernando lit himself on fire in a tavern
Please keep it so
during
the
a
dead
drinking
people
contest.
randomly forget they are dead sometimes. That'd me cackling every time without fail. Also,
Yeah.
Cowbert Fernando needs some cameo in the future.
Yeah. This was really fun. I'm like, I think it took a little bit for me to figure out the flow of it in a way that
They said
it didn't feel
stuff
too
like
overwhelming.
stay frosty, tragic, and burn everything once, and got hyperfixated on them for the rest of the run. I don't think that would happen. We tried the memory abstracting idea I mentioned.
Well, I think fixating on things is actually good. Like, we really want there to be,
I really
like,
love how literally
continuation
every
of stuff.
character death in this entire thing was them burning alive.
Oh, yeah.
Every single one, even the random side
right.
characters like the fisherman and the captain.
The only death was people burning to death. Every single person.
My favorite inconsequential moment was when Fernando lit the tavern patrons on fire and then decided to pelt them with rocks in the name of even more chaos.
It was so unnecessary. He didn't take the treasure from the mayor and just threw a pie at him and then left. Okay. This is good. I am genuinely excited to do another one of these, which is great. This is exactly what I wanted, to be able to put a bunch of work into this thing and have it be repeatable. And even if you're unsatisfied with the ending, that means there's a hook for us to get an even better ending. Yeah, he was a main character. He even looked like a main character. He was just a fucking flamingo. I don't know when. Maybe next week. Although next week I have 2 or 3 potential collabs, so I don't know if it'll be next week. Thursday is the fucking Red Bull thing.
Can people submit their own levels for next time?
I don't think so, because, like, I have, like, scenarios in here that have a certain vibe. I mean, if you want to, you know, send me ideas, I'm happy to read them if you send over email. But yeah. But at this point, there's, like, 20 made. We went through 5 of them. Or I think there's 20 total, including the intro and the outro. So there's 18 random ones. We went through 5. So there's, like, plenty more random ones that we can do. Anywho, yeah, but yeah, if you have ideas, just feel free. I always read my emails. I haven't really been replying to them for about a year now. It got way behind and I've never been able to catch up because now it's going to be like 2 weeks of emails to get caught up if I were to reply to everything. Alrighty. I'm going to go to bed. Not bed, eat. I'm going to eat food. I'm so tired. Thursday's the YouTube thing, or the Red Bull thing, I mean. That's at 2. Maybe stream Friday, I'm not sure.
What about an I Napoleon, Joke Bit, and Gerald Forjon?
Maybe, but I want them to feel like original characters rather than just like referencing old stuff. All right, thanks for hanging out, y'all. This was really fun. Weird and experimental, but very fun. Farewell! Have a good rest of your eve. See you on Thursday. Oh my god, I'm tired. It's been 8.5 hours.